Chapter 3680. Azure Dragon City was huge. The major cities of the wind cloud we've paled in comparison to this city. Yulin was very familiar with Azure Dragon City. You can't fly in Azure Dragon City. Remember this. Yulin led Lin Fei into Azure Dragon City, explaining as they walked, "This is a rule of the 4 main cities. Unless you're an immortal, you'll be treated as an intruder by Azure Dragon City and killed on the spot, regardless of your background." Lin Fei raised his head, squinting his eyes. He really saw the difference. What a powerful formation. Even Lin Fei himself could only see traces of the formation. It was indeed powerful, he had to admit. Yulin smiled without saying a word. "Brother Lin, you can rest here for the next few days. I'll arrange for the certification for you." Yulin brought Lin Fei to stay in a mansion. This mansion was very high class, and it definitely belonged to a rich family. "Then I'll have to trouble brother Yu." Lin Fei smiled. "No trouble," Yulin said. "If you need to go out, you can ask the housekeeper to bring you. I've already told them." No matter what Yulin thought, Lin Fei always had a smile on his face. After Yulin left, Lin Fei laid on the bed. The 4 main cities really live up to their name. Azure Dragon City was a colossus in Lin Fei's eyes. In Azure Dragon City, there were many strong auras, some of which were faintly discernible. Even Lin Fei couldn't clearly sense them. It could only be said that Azure Dragon City was full of experts. "I'll rest today. Tomorrow, I'll go understand the galaxy map and confirm the entrance to Earth." Azure Dragon City's size exceeded Lin Fei's imagination. Naturally, it was easier to find out the general location of Earth. Azure Dragon City. In another mansion, Yulin was standing in the study, his body slightly leaning forward as if he was listening. "Young master, I've arranged for Lin Fei. We can meet anytime," Yulin said in a low voice. "There's no hurry." In the study sat an impressive-looking young man. He gave off a boundless domineering aura, giving off an unfathomable feeling. "It's not easy for me to come to the Azure Dragon City. No matter what, I should take a look around." Yulin continued. "Young master, I'm worried that other forces will try to rope in Lin Fei once they find out about the situation. After all, his battle prowess is extraordinary. His combat power is not bad, but Lin Fei might not be able to last long." The young man said with a smile. Back then, Emperor God Guheng's might shook the world. That was because he found the secret method. However, this Lin Fei probably hasn't found it yet. Yulin stopped talking. That seemed to be the case. "You just need to arrange for people to watch over it." The young man laughed. "In Azure Dragon City, who would have the guts to snatch someone I've taken a liking to? Unless they don't want to leave the Azure Dragon Weave alive." After a night's rest, Lin Fei walked out of the mansion with a butler behind him. It was Butler Su, who was at the first level of the God King realm. He had an honest look on his face. "Butler Su, is there a place in our Azure Dragon City where we can browse through information?" With a local tyrant around, Lin Fei definitely had to make use of it. Browse through information? Butler Su was stunned. This was the first time he had heard of such a thing. He immediately recovered. "Yes, Lord Lin. In Azure Dragon City, there's a library that's open to the public." Lin Fei was delighted. Azure Dragon City is really keeping up with the times. Butler Su laughed. "When Lord Lin familiarizes yourself with Azure Dragon City, you'll realize that Azure Dragon City is really interesting." "Is that so?" Lin Fei smiled. Under Butler Su's lead, they arrived at a remote place in Azure Dragon City. This place was extremely quiet. If not for Butler Su leading the way, Lin Fei really wouldn't have known that the library was located in such a place. "Lord Lin, the library is here," Butler Su said. "You can browse through the hall on the first floor for free. However, you have to pay for the second and third floors. You can only enter after passing a test." After a round of explanation, Lin Fei understood. "Butler Su, you can go back first," Lin Fei said. "I think I'll have to stay in the library for a few days. If Big Brother Yu comes looking for me, come and inform me." Butler Su nodded repeatedly to express his understanding. "It's huge." This was Lin Fei's first impression of the library when he walked into it. Other than being huge, it was quite quiet. There weren't many people in the library. There were only a few people browsing through the books on the first floor. The first floor was filled with books according to their categories. Lin Fei didn't go straight to the geographical region. Instead, he casually looked around and saw many interesting things. For example, the history of the rise of the 4 main cities. There was also the history of the 10,000 Sky Empire. It was basically the same. After all, it was written by the victors. Lin Fei treated it as a story. It was quite interesting and he gained a lot of knowledge. Unknowingly, Lin Fei arrived at the geographical region. This was what he was most concerned about. There really is a star chart. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes and began to flip through it. If one book wasn't enough, he would read 2. He flipped through it unhurriedly. This time it took him 3 to 4 days. Nothing, still nothing. Lin Fei clearly remembered the star charts he had obtained back then. He had flipped through the star charts, but none of them had any relevant records. Lin Fei couldn't help but frown. Could it be in those ancient books? Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. This is also possible. Not being able to find what he wanted, Lin Fei was quite unwilling. However, he still had to continue reading, afraid that he would miss what he wanted. Another day passed. Lin Fei's 5th day in the library was still fruitless. Do ancient books need to go up? Lin Fei could only hope that it was on the 2nd floor. On the stairs leading to the 2nd floor of the library, Lin Fei saw an old man. He didn't have any aura, but he instantly gave Lin Fei a great threat. This was an expert. The ancient books are on the 2nd floor, but you have to pass this old man's test. The old man said indifferently, "If you don't pass, it's useless no matter who comes." This kind of old man in the library indeed made Lin Fei feel shocked and surprised. An old man whose strength was not inferior to his. Did he have to be so fierce? This Wantian Empire was really full of hidden experts. "Senior, please speak," Lin Fei said. The old man glanced at Lin Fei. This old man loves to eat the Azure Dragon Claw in the Azure Dragon Mountain Range. If you bring a pair back, it will be considered as passing this old man's test. Ah, Azure Dragon Claw. Lin Fei suspected that he had heard wrongly. When he wanted to ask again, the old man had unknowingly disappeared. He didn't even feel it at all. And at this time a few people nearby came over. "Friend, it's your first time here, right? Are you scared?" The few people who came over all had smiles on their faces. Obviously, it wasn't the first time they encountered such a thing. "Yes," Lin Fei nodded, "this test seems to be. This is very normal." Chapter 3681. After understanding the specific situation, Lin Fei couldn't help but admit that the experts of the Azure Dragon City's Compendium Pavilion really knew how to have fun. They were already so old, but their hobbies were still so unique and strange. Ordinary people really couldn't think of it. "Young man, that Azure Dragon is not easy to kill. He's a member of the Dragon Clan. Even the weakest among them has the strength of a God Emperor. His physical body is so strong that even God Emperors of the same realm wouldn't be able to fight him." Lin Fei had yet to become a divine emperor. In everyone's eyes, he was just a 5th-level celestial deity young man. Kill the Azure Dragon, seize the Azure Dragon Claw, save it. Many people immediately turned tail and ran when they heard about the test. Kill the Azure Dragon, and the Azure Dragon killed them. They were on completely different levels. He exited the library. Lin Fei pondered whether he should make a trip to the Azure Dragon Mountain Range, which was said to be one of the headquarters of the Dragon Clan. As for why the Dragon Clan was in the mountain range, no one knew. In any case, it was not a small secret. "Are you Lin Fei?" Before Lin Fei could make up his mind, 2 black-clothed men appeared at the entrance of the library. They spoke rather politely and did not have a fiendish attitude. "I am." Lin Fei looked at the 2 of them. "What can I do for you?" Polite? Naturally, Lin Fei would speak politely to him. After all, this was the Azure Dragon City. "Our young master has been looking forward to meeting Emperor God Lin for a long time. He would like to invite you over for a drink and sit down for a chat," one of the men in black said. He was shocked. 5th-level celestial god? He could unleash the power of a god emperor. Even though he had seen it with his own eyes, he couldn't see anything wrong with it. However, this was an order from the young master, so he didn't dare to question it. "Who is your young master?" Lin Fei asked. He was also very curious. He had only been in the Azure Dragon City for a few days, and there was already someone who wanted to see him. Our family's young master is a member of the Azure Dragon City's Long clan, the black-clothed man said in a serious tone. His body unconsciously stood up straight, feeling exceptionally proud of himself. Long family. After flipping through the information in the library, Lin Fei understood a lot about Azure Dragon City. In the Azure Dragon City, the number one family was the Long family. The current Azure Dragon City Lord was from the Long family. At the same time, it was rumored that the relationship between the Long family and the Dragon Clan was mysterious. There was even a saying that they had a big backer. However, the Dragon Clan had never said anything about it. Everyone knew that those fellows from the Dragon Clan were a bunch of lunatics, true battle maniacs. In the entire Azure Dragon Weave, only the Dragon City Lord could suppress them. As for the others, none of them could. The young master of the Long family wanted to see him. Lin Fei smiled. He couldn't wait any longer. Lead the way. From the moment Yulin brought him to Azure Dragon City, Lin Fei vaguely sensed that there was someone here who wanted to see him. The only thing he didn't expect was that this person was the young master of the Long family. Lin Fei did not go far. Not far from the library, in a rather inconspicuous small mansion, the young master of the Long family was waiting for him. Emperor God Lin, please come in. The man in black led Lin Fei into the mansion, and then they came to a garden on the mountain. Before they entered, the sound of trickling water could be heard. Lin Fei walked into the garden. This garden was not big. There were fake mountains, flowing water, and a pond of lotus flowers. Mist lingered around it like a paradise. A figure came up to greet him. This must be the famous Emperor God Lin Fei. With a hearty laugh, a burly and domineering young man came up to greet him. What a handsome man! Lin Fei thought to himself. This person's aura was very strong and domineering. This domineering aura seemed to be innate. Even if this person did not deliberately release it, no matter who it was, it was not a small pressure that would be suppressed imperceptibly. An expert, an absolute expert. Young Master Long, you flatter me. Lin Fei said, cupping his hands. Ha ha ha. Long Tianjun laughed. Your strength is worthy of this praise. Back then, Emperor God Gu Heng's prestige shook the world. You are his successor. Your future is limitless. I was just lucky. Emperor God Gu Heng is an old senior. How can I compare? Lin Fei said, smiling bitterly. Young Master Long, don't mock me. Come in and have a seat. There was a pavilion in the middle of the garden. A pot of tea was placed on the stone platform. The fragrance of the tea made people feel relaxed and happy. The two sat down facing each other. Although he did not know what status this young Master Long had, Lin Fei knew from his strength that he was not a lowly person. In Azure Dragon City, he was definitely a powerful person. I am Long Tianjun. After sitting down, Long Tianjun took the initiative to pour tea for Lin Fei and introduced himself. The city lord of Azure Dragon City is my father. I am his third son. It wasn't a very detailed introduction, but this brief introduction made Lin Fei's heart skip a beat. He really had a background. The city lord's third son. This was really a top-notch young master in Azure Dragon territory. Moreover, his strength was extraordinary. He was definitely a genius. I didn't know you were third young Master Long. Please forgive me. Lin Fei said, cupping his hands. Those who don't know are innocent. Long Tianjun smiled. It's rare to come here. Have some tea. Although it was their first time meeting, Lin Fei knew that this third young Master Long had come personally to recruit him. It was because he had the arch armor and his battle strength was not inferior to an immortal realm expert. Such strength was worthy of being recruited by anyone. In fact, Long Tianjun did have this thought. God emperors were easy to recruit. With the large population of 10,000 Skies Empire, it was naturally not that difficult to recruit God emperors. But an immortal realm expert was like a carrot in a hole. Every immortal realm expert who successfully advanced would be immediately recruited by the Empire's royal family. Even if they failed, they would be given important responsibilities. In 10,000 Skies Empire, they would definitely be a top figure. A situation like Lin Fei's was indeed rare. Long Tianjun had personally come to recruit him because he was qualified. The pot of tea was quickly finished. The two chatted casually. Long Tianjun was also restraining his aura, as if he had been frightened by Lin Fei. But this pressure might affect others, but it was nothing to him. Third young Master Long, you've drunk this good tea. You can say what you want to say now. Lin Fei put down the cup and went straight to the point. Straightforward. Long Tianjun also felt that this Lin Fei was not simple. Many people had failed for the ancient the arch-armor. But in the end Lin Fei had succeeded. Of the 9 god emperors in Windy Weave, only 2 were left, and they were 2 unremarkable god emperors. I'm interested in you. I hope you can help me with some things. Long Tianjun was straightforward. I can promise you that in the future, I can make you the deputy city lord of Azure Dragon City. I can even give you a real chance to break through to the immortal realm and become a true immortal realm expert. Long Tianjun took out a box and placed it in front of him. This is Azure Dragon City, Azure Dragon Army, and the general of the 15th Army. I won't take it out for ordinary people, but you are worth it. Chapter 3682. Lin Fei walked out of the small courtyard. Long Tianjun offered such good conditions, but Lin Fei was not in a hurry to agree. Instead, he suggested to think about it for a few days. Long Tianjun agreed. Immortal level battle prowess is quite popular. It's just that my immortal level battle prowess can't last long. Lin Fei smiled bitterly. He decided to go back and think about it first. To be honest, Long Tianjun's conditions were very good, especially the position of general. Not everyone could sit on that position. Young master, do you want me to persuade him? Yulin walked out and stood behind Long Tianjun, speaking in a low voice. Long Tianjun took a sip of tea. This matter can't be rushed. He has immortal level battle prowess. This kind of person must be sincere. Isn't there a good saying, haste makes waste? Young master is right. I was prejudiced. Yulin said. Long Tianjun didn't care. Have you figured out what Lin Fei's intention is in the library? According to the feedback from our people, this Lin Fei basically flipped through all kinds of materials in the few days he was in the library. It's very hard to confirm. For now we can't figure out what Lin Fei wants to do. Yulin said. But according to my guess, he might be related to the arch-armor. The arch-armor. Long Tianjun lost interest. That's right. Back then, Emperor God Guheng also spent a lot of effort. Looks like Lin Fei is going to learn from Emperor God Guheng. That's good. The stronger he is, the more I like him. Do we still need someone to watch over him? No need. Long Tianjun stood up and stepped out. A space-time gate appeared. I've seen him. I'll leave the rest to you. Don't mess it up. I understand. Lin Fei returned to the mansion. He didn't resist Long Tianjun's recruitment too much. With such an identity, it would be easy to do things in Wantian Empire. Especially now that he didn't know where to go to Earth, this was the biggest headache. If it was in a special place, this matter would be even more difficult. Let's leave it hanging for a few days first. Lin Fei made up his mind, but he still decided to go out and find out more about Long Tianjun in the next few days. At least for the first time, Lin Fei was pretty good. To be able to get the other party to come personally to recruit him, he was indeed sincere. This wasn't like some young masters who wanted others to obediently submit to them just by calling out their name. Lin Fei would never approve of such a person. Long Tianjun was fine. In the next few days, Lin Fei left early and returned late. He spent most of his time getting to know Long Tianjun. Needless to say, the harvest was not small. Long Tianjun was very famous in Azure Dragon City, and even in the territory. At such a young age, it was said that he already had the battle prowess of a half-step immortal. His strength was unfathomable. In the 10,000 Sky Empire, his reputation was also very resounding. He was said to be the next Azure Dragon City Lord. Regardless of whether the news was true or not, Long Tianjun was very popular in the 10,000 Heaven Empire. With this, it was more or less enough. Lord Lin, you're finally back. Returning to the mansion, the moment he entered the door, Lin Fei felt a few unfamiliar auras. Butler Su hurried over with an ugly expression on his face. What's the matter? Lin Fei asked. Butler Su said in a low voice, Young Master Long is here. He said he wants to see you. Long Tianfei? These few days, Lin Fei got to know the situation of Long City Lord's sons. Among them, the most outstanding was young Master Long, followed by third young Master Long. Both of them had the same strength. One liked to do things crudely and advocated force. The other liked to use his brain. As long as it could be solved with brains, he would not use force. The former was young Master Long Tianfei. The latter was third young Master Long Tianjun. Yes, Butler Su said. I've already contacted Lord Yu. Lord Lin, why don't you wait for a while? It's fine. Lin Fei shook his head. He came to see me. Even if I avoided him this time, I'll still meet him next time. Hearing that young Master Long was here, Lin Fei actually understood what it meant. He was definitely here to recruit him. In the hall, Long Tianfei, who was dressed in black armor, was sitting with a golden saber and a golden horse. His whole body was full of hostility, which caused the temperature in the hall to drop suddenly. It was as if they had come to a world of ice and snow. Behind Long Tianfei stood 6 silver-armored experts, and each of them was an immortal emperor expert. Only the top childs of the 4 main cities could have such a lineup. When Lin Fei walked into the hall, Long Tianfei, who had been resting, suddenly opened his eyes. Endless hostility gushed out, and the world seemed to darken. Lin Fei. Long Tianfei called him by his name. I admire you very much. I happen to lack a confidant. You can come with me. This person was even more straightforward than Long Tianjun's way of talking. He didn't give Long Tianjun any chance to refuse. Direct, not just any kind of direct. Lin Fei sensed the baleful aura and viciousness, and he finally understood why this person was Long Tianjun's greatest competitor. The other party was indeed capable. In Long Tianjun, Lin Fei saw tyranny and self-righteousness, a great contrast to Long Tianjun. It wasn't strange at all that he could say such words. Young Master Long, I can only thank you for your kindness. Lin Fei said. How dare you? Long Tianfei hadn't arranged for anyone to keep an eye on the windy weave until recently. When he heard this, 2 beams of hostility shot out of his eyes. His saber and sword merged into one, slashing fiercely. The saber and sword came ferociously, and the boundless hostility turned the hall into a dark, gloomy hell. Long Tianfei's move was a thunderous and tyrannical strike, not giving anyone a chance to resist. He had to destroy what he couldn't get. Lin Fei's the arch armor instantly appeared, covering his entire body. The 6 paths of reincarnation appeared, one layer after another, forming 6 reincarnation barriers. The strength of this young Master Long was also impressive. The sword and saber formed from his baleful aura were extremely powerful. They broke through the worlds of reincarnation, and in an instant he destroyed 5 of them. Only the last one was destroyed by a single punch from Lin Fei. This son of the Long family is really strong. Lin Fei had always thought that he was very strong, but now he realized that the Myriad Sky Empire was indeed full of experts. Ancient the arch armor. Long Tianfei stared at the black armor. Now it's the peerless the arch armor. Lin Fei smiled. I hope you didn't get the name wrong. You're quite bold. Long Tianfei said coldly. If you don't side with me, then you're my enemy. Believe it or not, even if you have the peerless emperor armor, I can still easily kill you. Don't forget, this is Azure Dragon City. Young Master Long, are you threatening me? Ha 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 ha, so what if I am threatening you? Long Tianfei said disdainfully. Either submit to me or die here. Boom! A figure appeared in the air. Chapter 3683. Long Tianfei wanted to force Lin Fei to agree. The only thing he didn't expect was that his younger brother valued Lin Fei so much that he showed up immediately after Long Tianfei made his move. Boundless pressure instantly collided with Long Tianfei's. Crash! Under the terrifying pressure, everything in the hall was instantly shattered into pieces. Third brother, are you going to fight me? Long Tianfei didn't make another move. From the moment his third brother appeared, he knew he had lost his chance. His third brother's strength was not inferior to his, and the most frightening thing was that he had mastered spatial mystique. Other than suppressing him, it was very difficult to kill him. Big brother, you're thinking too much. Long Tianjun smiled. You're my big brother. I wouldn't dare even if I were 100 times braver. Hypocrite. Long Tianfei didn't like his third brother. I want this subordinate of yours. Are you willing to let me go? Long Tianjun shook his head. Big brother, there's no room for negotiation. What a joke. He definitely wouldn't agree to something like this. Long Tianfei already knew this would happen. He glanced at Lin Fei. You're lucky. However, the Azure Dragon Weave is very dangerous. Don't be careless and disappear. Lin Fei wasn't afraid. Thank you for your warning, young Master Long. I'll be very careful. Let's go. Long Tianfei left with his men. My big brother is like this. Long Tianjun watched his big brother leave. He's used to being in the army and always thinks that he can settle everything with his fists. He forgot that the scariest thing in this world isn't strength but brains. Lin Fei said, no matter what, I still have to thank young Master Long for helping me. Otherwise, I'd probably be a fugitive. Ha ha ha. Long Tianjun laughed. He really wanted to thank his hot-tempered big brother for pushing Lin Fei to his side. Don't worry. As long as you're in the Azure Dragon Weave, my big brother wouldn't dare to kill a general even if he were 100 times braver. Lin Fei cupped his hands. Since you think so highly of me, I'll be a general. Good. Long Tianjun said happily. Men, prepare a banquet. I'm going to welcome little Lin tonight. Bastard, how dare you refuse my good intentions? Long Tianfei returned to his mansion and killed more than 10 slaves on the spot. The hall was filled with blood. The strong smell of blood permeated the air. Long Tianfei enjoyed this smell very much, and his whole person was intoxicated. The guards in the hall were already used to it and did not find it strange. Arrange for someone to keep an eye on him. As long as he dares to leave third brother's residence, find a chance to kill him. He was just a god emperor. Even if he had the ancient emperor armor, Long Tianfei could still find someone to kill him. The guards immediately went to make arrangements. Not long after, a figure walked in and reported to Long Tianfei. Damn it. He smashed the table next to him. Third bro got ahead of us again. Long Tianfei's killing intent was ice cold. Just keep an eye on him for now. There's no need to do anything. Third brother's spies reported that Lin Fei had chosen to side with third brother, and third brother had appointed him as the general of the 15th Division. This general was not someone Long Tianfei could easily kill. I'll kill you sooner or later. Don't think that you'll be fine just because you're a general. Long Tianfei said gloomily. I can't kill you, but I can make you feel uncomfortable. This is something I can do. That night, Long Tianjun held a welcome dinner for Lin Fei. Because of this, almost all the people under Long Tianjun's command came. Everyone was all smiles when they saw the new addition Lin Fei. They kept congratulating him, and all sorts of people came to drink with him. The mansion was bustling with noise and excitement. Because the general's position needed to be reported, it would take some time. Lin Fei could not go to the barracks for the time being. Long Tianjun was also generous and rewarded a tall mansion to Lin Fei as his residence in Azure Dragon City. At the same time, there were corresponding maids, servants, and guards. Could be said that everything was available. I really have to go to this Azure Dragon mountain range. Originally, he thought that by joining Long Tianjun's camp, he could skip the test and enter the second floor. However, he heard bad news from Long Tianjun. That old man was an expert on the same level as Long City Lord. What he liked most was to set up some test missions. No one came to plead for him unless you completed the mission yourself. Long Tianjun wanted to help, but he could not. Fortunately, the Azure Dragon in Azure Dragon Mountain Range is not a true Azure Dragon, but a pseudo-Azure Dragon. It belongs to a hybrid breed, so it will not fight with the Dragon Clan. As for the map of the universe and the region where Earth was, Lin Fei did not intend to tell anyone. This could only be done by himself secretly. Azure Dragon Mountain Range was very big. When Lin Fei approached Azure Dragon Mountain Range, he felt a strong aura. Even with his current strength, he could feel the aura that made his heart palpitate. Those were definitely the top experts of the Dragon Clan. Lin Fei descended from the sky above the mountain range. According to Long Tianjun, it was best not to fly in Azure Dragon Mountain Range, lest the Dragon Clan misunderstand. Because the Dragon Clan always liked to divide the sky as their territory. The sky above Azure Dragon Mountain Range was actually their territory. No matter who entered the sky, they would be their enemy. No matter what, they would fight first. Everyone in the Azure Dragon territory knew about this fiery temper. After a while, everyone entered the mountain range from the entrance. Hehe. Deep in Azure Dragon mountain range on an island on a lake. Brother Long, I'll have to trouble you with this. Long Tianfei smiled and raised the cup in his hand. It's just taking care of a bastard, it's a piece of cake. Sitting opposite him was a muscular man covered in scales. He patted his chest and said, I guarantee that he will be crippled for life. All right, cheers. The two cups clinked in midair. Long Tianfei could not take this lying down. No matter what, he had to teach his third brother a lesson. For example, crippling Lin Fei was definitely a slap in the face. Lin Fei, this is the first feast I've prepared for you. I hope you'll be satisfied, ha ha. According to the information, the inferior Azure Dragon lives beside the lake in Azure Dragon mountain range. Lin Fei kept moving in the mountain range, adjusting his direction at the same time. With the information from third young Master Long, Lin Fei knew the range of the inferior Azure Dragon. Now he just had to go and kill one. It was not difficult for him. No matter how strong the inferior Azure Dragon was, could it be stronger than him, who had the combat power of an immortal? Lin Fei was very confident. The information clearly stated that the inferior Azure Dragon's combat power was at most around the level of a pseudo-emperor god. Because of the existence of their bloodline, their strength was limited, and very few of them could become emperor gods. Chapter 3684. The beasts in the Green Dragon mountain range were all very powerful. Along the way, he encountered many god-king level beasts. They surrounded him and attacked him fiercely. Even when Lin Fei released his aura, they still attacked him without fear of death. In the end, they were all killed by Lin Fei. 5 days later, Lin Fei arrived at an inner lake in the Azure Dragon mountain range. What entered his eyes was a stretch of rippling bluish-green waves, and moisture drifted in the wind. Inferior Azure Dragon. Lin Fei saw the inferior Azure Dragons flying above the lake. However, they were very different from the real Azure Dragon. To put it more seriously, they were like giant lizards. They are not weak. Each of the Azure Dragons was roughly 300 meters long, and their bodies were covered in scales. They looked very majestic, and there were 3 to 5 of them gathered together, looking very relaxed and content. After some observation, they were a group. There were about 70 to 80 inferior Azure Dragons. It was considered a huge group. The most powerful of them all was a pseudo-Azure Dragon. It was 1,500 meters long, and its body seemed to be covered in a thick layer of armor. It occupied a small island and basked in the sunlight. A group of inferior Azure Dragons is equivalent to dozens of pseudo-god emperors. No wonder no one dares to come. It was not difficult. Even if it was a first or second stage god emperor, Lin Fei would not dare to come. If he was surrounded, there would be nothing but despair. To me, this is not difficult at all. Lin Fei smiled and stared at an inferior Azure Dragon. It was 200 zhang long. It had a well-proportioned body and was in good condition. Boom! 6 paths of reincarnation enveloped it. The inferior Azure Dragon that was flying at a low altitude was attacked by the 6 paths of reincarnation. Roar, roar, roar! All the inferior Azure Dragons were enraged. That damned fellow dared to provoke them. Did he not know that the inferior Azure Dragons were famous for their violence? Even 2-legged humans did not dare to offend them. After a round of attacks, the inferior Azure Dragon was covered in wounds. Spacetime Saber Slash. Lin Fei reached out and the spacetime blade, which was as thin as a cicada's wing, appeared in his hand. He slashed it across the Azure Dragon's thigh, and the 4 huge claws fell off. The inferior Azure Dragon's huge body fell into the lake below, dyeing the lake red. Huge figures emerged from the bottom of the lake and bit the inferior Azure Dragon, tearing its flesh apart. The inferior Azure Dragon's screams echoed through the sky. In a short time, the Azure Dragon was completely devoured by the lake beasts at the bottom of the lake. Wow, there's a demonic beast at the bottom of this lake that is not inferior to the Azure Dragon. Lin Fei was secretly shocked. Although he was shocked, he had obtained the 4 Azure Dragon claws. It was time to go back. Boom! Before Lin Fei could turn around and leave, a frightening dragon might assaulted him. The entire world seemed to be shaking. Cracks appeared in the void. A colossal creature rushed out of the void. It was actually an azure dragon that was 10,000 feet long. With a sway of its body, it transformed into a tall and sturdy figure with a cold gaze. "Human brat, who told you to kill my rations?" The tall and sturdy figure's voice was extremely loud. The moment he appeared, he roared with terrifying might. Rations? Lin Fei really didn't know about this. In Long Tianjuan's words in the Azure Dragon Weave, as long as you didn't offend the dragons, nothing was a big deal. However, if you accidentally offended the Azure Dragons, you would definitely have a headache. They were a bunch of lunatics, and lunatics never considered the consequences. If you could avoid offending the Azure Dragons, then don't offend the Azure Dragon tribe. This was Long Tianjuan's careful instruction. Lin Fei was speechless. He had killed an inferior Azure Dragon, but it was still someone else's rations? What was going on? "It's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding," Lin Fei said. "There's no misunderstanding here." The tall and sturdy figure pointed at the inferior Azure Dragons. "They're accusing me of killing them. Don't you know that no one has ever dared to touch the rations of the Azure Dragon tribe?" The tall and sturdy figure pounced forward with a sinister smile. "If you want to kill my rations, then you'll have to be obedient and become my rations." With this pounce, the figure flashed past. Speed was the Azure Dragon's forte. 6 paths of reincarnation. Lin Fei summoned the 6 paths of reincarnation. However, for the first time, the 6 paths of reincarnation crumbled under the opponent's pounce. A terrifying force burst from the opponent's body. The Azure Dragon tribe is so powerful. The 6 paths of reincarnation had always been successful against God Emperor experts. However, this time, the opponent easily broke through it, and Lin Fei couldn't feel any signs of power from the opponent. The tall and sturdy figure pounced and punched out. A huge tornado formed and swept towards Lin Fei. Tornado kill. A huge tornado appeared and trapped Lin Fei within. The power was like the wind, and the wind was like a knife. The knife light swept out in all directions. At this moment, Lin Fei was facing a terrifying attack. The unparalleled the arch armor covered his entire body. The power of the wind was like a knife, and it was abnormally terrifying. Lin Fei was bombarded by thousands of attacks on the unparalleled the arch armor. Wave after wave of power seeped into him. The strength of this power shocked Lin Fei. Not only was the speed fast, but the power was also so strong. Lin Fei seemed to understand why the Azure Dragon Weave was named after the Azure Dragon. This was a really strong tribe, and their racial talent was enviable. If not for the unparalleled the arch armor, this attack alone could have killed a God Emperor 30 or 50 times. Moreover, it would have been a fatal blow. Terrifying, it was really terrifying. Lin Fei had to admit the strength of the Azure Dragons. With the powerful defense of the unparalleled the arch armor, Lin Fei looked like he was surrounded, but he was not injured at all. As for the power that seeped into him, it was all blocked. Since I can't afford to offend them, I'll just run. Lin Fei was very open-minded. At least he could not fight the Azure Dragons now. Lin Fei did not want to waste his strength here. It was not easy to accumulate strength. Whoosh! Lin Fei punched open the storm, opened up a gap, and flew out. Not bad. The burly figure squinted his eyes. No wonder young Master Long wanted me to attack. This armor is very powerful, and this kid's strength is only so. The burly figure pounced. So fast. Lin Fei waved his hand and set up space-time power, guiding out layers of space. But the Azure Dragon expert broke through with brute force and was not affected at all. Damn it! Lin Fei used his space-time power to increase his speed again. In the sky above the Azure Dragon mountain range, it was a scene of a chase. This guy controls space-time power. Damn it, just a little bit more. The burly figure was extremely fast, but when faced with the opponent's obstruction, there was always a distance between them, and he could not catch up. This movement also made countless people, demonic beasts, and human experts look up. Wow, something big happened. Chapter 3685. Just a little bit more. Long Tianhao transformed into his true form. His huge body crossed the sky, but he was still a little bit away. Damn it! As a member of the Azure Dragon tribe, his strength was infinitely close to the immortal level. Even a 5th Sky God Emperor was not his match. But this time he was really at a disadvantage. A guy with a low realm, relying on a set of the arch armor, made him helpless. It was a rare thing. Boom boom boom. Another 6 paths of reincarnation attack came, leaving many wounds on Long Tianhao's body. This made him want to rush up and cut the opponent into pieces. You can't catch me. Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. The speed of the Azure Dragon tribe was really shocking. Don't waste your energy, Lin Fei said. I only killed one of your pseudo-Azure dragons. Do you have to chase me all the way? Do you have something going on with the pseudo-Azure dragons? Lin Fei was not happy being chased by an Azure dragon. The pseudo-Azure dragon was the lowest level thing. Since when was it kept by the Azure Dragon tribe? What a joke. It was not normal. I will definitely tear you apart. Hearing this, Long Tianhao was even angrier. I will wait for you. Lin Fei was not afraid. He decided to go to Infinity Land after finding out the exact location. Not having enough energy was a big shortcoming. The two chased him all the way. Lin Fei relied on the 6 paths of reincarnation killer move and space-time power to open up a large distance, calmly running back to Azure Dragon City. Long Tianhao also gave up on attacking after seeing Azure Dragon City. This time, although he had a good reason to attack, it was not enough. The Azure Dragon tribe never cared about a low-level existence like the pseudo-Azure Dragon. If they really caused trouble, Long Tianhao would have to face the interrogation of the Azure Dragon Elder Group. He could only watch the opponent leave. Consider yourself lucky. Don't come out if you can. Long Tianhao transformed into human form. Lin Fei also stopped. You better be glad that you didn't meet me. Lin Fei smiled. When I become stronger, the first thing I will deal with will be you. What a pity. In the void outside Azure Dragon City, Long Tianfei shook his head in disappointment. If I wasn't afraid of being suspected by that brat, I would have stopped him just now. Young master, the Dragon Clan is very stingy. Lin Fei made Long Tianhao suffer a little. That lord will make his move sooner or later. Unless Lin Fei doesn't leave Azure Dragon City. You should know that the Dragon Clan is very patient. 100 or 1,000 years is really nothing. Long Tianfei laughed heartily. Haha, that's true. After Lin Fei entered the Azure Dragon City, he first returned to his residence. The chase had consumed a lot of energy. He used the Heaven God's power in the Myriad Origin pool. The Azure Dragon is really powerful. Looks like it's a top-notch race in the Wantian Empire. No wonder Third Young Master Long kept saying that it's okay to offend anyone but the Azure Dragon race. Those fellows are a bunch of lunatics. Lin Fei had learned something new. They were indeed lunatics. For example, Long Tianhao, who was chasing him, was just an Azure Dragon. This recovery took 2 days. Only then did Lin Fei recover. This time he had learned something new. At the same time, he knew his flaws. He didn't have enough energy. Whether it was the 6 paths of reincarnation or the river of time, each use required a huge amount of energy, which also limited Lin Fei's performance. Of course, there was endurance. What kind of expert was he if he couldn't fight for a long time? Lin Fei now had a taste of it. He had to go to the land of infinity. For example, he had to go back this time. Even if it was just to try his luck, he believed that if Emperor God Guhang could do it, so could he. Before Lin Fei went to the library, Lin Fei had already left. Long Tianjun came over. Lin Fei, you offended Long Tianhao of the Azure Dragon race. Long Tianjun was still very concerned about this newly recruited Lin Fei. After all, this was the combat power of an immortal. Lin Fei got angry at the mention of this matter. Don't talk about it. That Azure Dragon is too much. Lin Fei scolded. Young Master Long, you have to help me out. I only killed a pseudo-Azure Dragon. Is there a need to chase after me? If it weren't for my strength, I would have died long ago. Lin Fei told him what had happened. Long Tianjun was indeed worried that Lin Fei had offended the Azure Dragon race. One had to know that those guys were unreasonable. If possible, Long Tianjun definitely hoped that it wouldn't happen. He wanted it to be resolved peacefully. Long Tianjun had come to ask Lin Fei about the specific situation. But after hearing this, Long Tianjun's face darkened. No one knew better than him the meaning of the Azure Dragon's existence. It was definitely not a captive. Long Tianjun immediately determined that someone was trying to trick Lin Fei. So that's how it is. I'll help you resolve this matter. Long Tianju knew what was going on. Killing a pseudo-azure dragon was not a big deal at all. In fact, he was making a mountain out of a molehill. If something like this happens again in the future, you must tell me. I'll stand up for you. Long Tianjun heaved a sigh of relief. When he heard this, how could Lin Fei not know what he meant? It was very likely that someone was taking revenge on him. As for who it was, it didn't take a genius to figure it out. It was young Master Long Tianfei. I'll kill him sooner or later. Lin Fei added this young master to his kill list. After comforting him, Long Tianjun took out a dragon head token. Your general position has been decided. From now on, you're the general of the 15th Azure Dragon Army. Thank you, young Master Long. Lin Fei took the dragon head token. It was made of a special material and was covered in cold air. You have 15 years to prepare. Long Tianjun said. You can go back to the Windy Weave. As for the certification, I'll take care of it for you. Certification was indeed a small matter. Moreover, Lin Fei was strong enough. Now that Long Tianjun had spoken, his subordinates naturally knew what to do. Moreover, the Windy Weave was only a small weave. Long Tianjun didn't mind doing Lin Fei a favor. As long as Lin Fei was satisfied, they would work for him with peace of mind. For example, the Great Weave War this time. At the library. After receiving the general token, Lin Fei immediately went to the library. At the same time, he brought the Azure Dragon Claws, a total of 4 Azure Dragon Claws. Young man, I smell the aura of the Azure Dragon Claws. As he entered the library again and neared the second floor, a figure suddenly appeared. Lin Fei was shocked because he hadn't sensed it at all. Terrifying, truly terrifying. This was an expert in the Tao of space. Senior, I've completed your test. Lin Fei took out 4 Azure Dragon Claws. I heard that Senior likes to eat, so I specially found a suitable Azure Dragon. At the same time, I want to contribute a delicacy to Senior. I hope Senior can fulfill my wish. There were also many people in the library. Seeing this scene, they all admired this fellow's courage. Everyone knew that this old man was like a stone in the latrine. He had a bad temper, and no one dared to act tough in front of him. Delicious, I like this. Chapter 3686. The expressions of many people in the library changed. However, Lin Fei's expression did not change at all. Instead, he smiled in his heart. His idea might succeed. I guarantee that Senior will be satisfied. Lin Fei said seriously. It's just that this place doesn't seem to be suitable. Why don't we change places? The old man reached out and grabbed Lin Fei's shoulder. The surrounding space kept jumping. In the next second, the old man and the young man arrived at a lake. This is a place that I like quite a lot. You can make delicacies here. The old man said. He turned around and sat on a rock in the distance. He actually started fishing. What a powerful spatial technique. Lin Fei was very unfamiliar with this place. He had no idea how far he was away from it. The Myriad Sky Empire is really full of experts. A great spatial expert has terrifying destructive power against any enemy. Lin Fei thought to himself. At the very least, if he were to encounter such an expert, even the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation and the river of spacetime might not be of much use. After suppressing these thoughts in his heart, Lin Fei began to take out the things that he had prepared. Today, Lin Fei planned to make a barbecue for the old man. Azure Dragon City was very big, but there was almost no method to barbecue. How could an Azure Dragon Claw be delicious? Of course it was barbecue. Although it was big, it was no different from a chicken claw. As long as there was enough seasoning, the taste was good. He took out the barbecue rack and took out the marinated Azure Dragon Claw. He lined them up. Lin Fei took out a brush and began to control the fire to cook a feast. This is fire roasting? That doesn't seem right. Why haven't I seen it before? The old man looked like he was fishing, but in fact, he had been concerned about what kind of delicacy this young man would make. When the barbecue rack was taken out, the old man was puzzled at first. Then, he brushed on the strange seasoning, which made the old man even more interested. Time passed minute by minute. The 4 Azure Dragon Claw on the barbecue rack began to emit oil. With the help of the seasoning, it gradually released a unique fragrance. This fragrance spread all the way. Just the fragrance alone is so tempting. Good heavens, this kid has really made a delicacy. The old man usually ate the azure dragon claw using the normal method of barbecuing. It was not as complicated as the young man in front of him. He continuously swung the azure dragon claw and controlled the size of the flames perfectly. It could be said that this was a perfect work of art. I can't take it anymore. The old man couldn't take it anymore and walked to the grill. Kid, what kind of delicacy is this? Lin Fei explained. Senior, this is the roasted green dragon claw that I created. It's different from the usual roasted ones. However, it's not fully cooked yet, so you'll have to wait a little longer. Not cooked yet. The old man had just stretched out his hand when he subconsciously stopped. He was about to grab an azure dragon claw to taste it. That's not right. This old man sees that this azure dragon claw is thoroughly cooked from the inside out. Senior, this azure dragon claw is fully cooked, but it's still lacking some heat. Lin Fei brushed the seasoning on the claw again. Only when the inside and outside of the claw is the best taste. The best delicacy. The old man seemed to be deep in thought. Then hurry up. I can't wait any longer. In the next 2 hours, almost all of the old man's desires were aroused by the azure dragon claw. The fragrance that wafted in the air was something that the old man had never smelled before in his life. If not for his good self-control, the old man would have taken a bite. Ha ha ha, so this is the delicacy. In the sky above the clouds, a huge figure suddenly rushed out and grabbed at the 4 azure dragon claw. This delicacy is mine. As for the person who was roasting and the old man who had his back to him, Long Tianhao didn't care about them at all. Long Tianhao had been unhappy for a few days ever since he failed to kill that human brat. Even the group of elders had given him a warning because of this matter. Long Tianhao couldn't go and find trouble with that human brat, so he could only walk around. Along the way, he met some weak humans and was all killed until he was attracted by the smell in this area. When he saw the azure dragon claw, the fragrance that wafted in the air made Long Tianhao not pay attention to the person who was roasting it. He just wanted to eat to his heart's content. Such a delicacy could only be enjoyed by him alone. Long Tianhao felt that his luck was pretty good to be able to encounter such a good thing. He decided that as long as the taste was really good, this human would let him go. Humph, my delicacy is not something that a azure dragon like you can touch. The old man was staring at the azure dragon claw. When he heard this, he turned his head violently, his eyes cold. This look. Long Tianhao's speed was extremely fast, but when the old man turned around, his entire face changed. He was completely terrified, and the void around him started to condense. He couldn't move at all. Damn it, why is it him? Long Tianhao couldn't move at all, and just stood there in the air. Only he knew that he was being crushed by the power of space. Cracks appeared on his tough skin, and fresh blood dripped down. Continue roasting, the old man said calmly. Yes, Lin Fei also recognized the other party at this time. His heart jumped, and he couldn't help but let out a look of joy. This bastard had actually offended the old man, and was even imprisoned in the sky by the old man. There was no one else like this. Lin Fei felt that his luck was too good. He was thinking of taking revenge, but Long Tianhao ran over himself, and even wanted to snatch the old man's azure dragon claw. Wasn't this asking for trouble? Lin Fei could swear to the heavens that he really didn't do this on purpose. It was definitely a coincidence. After all, this place was chosen by the old man. Long Tianhao couldn't speak, and all his strength was suppressed. If not for his identity as a azure dragon, he might have already died. That kid, why is he here? How is this possible? Long Tianhao saw that Lin Fei, and he could no longer remain calm. How does he know the Space Emperor? Long Tianhao wanted to speak, but he couldn't. Everything was imprisoned, and his heart turned cold. This is the end. Lin Fei focused on roasting the azure dragon claw until he grabbed a handful of seasoning and sprinkled it on. The azure dragon claw was done, and its fragrance filled the air. Senior, please have a taste. The old man couldn't hold it in any longer, but when he thought that he wasn't in a perfect state, he forcefully held it in. He reached out and grabbed a azure dragon claw. Just from the surface, it made one salivate. He took a bite unhurriedly, and a brand new taste filled his mouth. Delicious. The old man blurted out. It's really delicious. It was the same barbecue, but it tasted so good. This was the first time the old man had tasted it. "Young man, you're not bad, really not bad." The old man was curious at first, but he didn't expect that because of curiosity, he really tasted a different barbecue taste. It's been a long time since this old man couldn't stop praising something. Chapter 3687. A brand new delicacy? For some reason, Long Tianhao felt terrible when he heard this. He felt that the delicacy the kid mentioned had something to do with him. Please don't. Long Tianhao prayed in his heart. Possible he really didn't want to fight with this kid. This old man was the Space Emperor. The Space Emperor was famous for being unreasonable in the Wantian Empire. As long as he liked something, no one could stop him, especially the green dragon claw. The old man ate with relish. This method of barbecuing was very flavorful and memorable. "There's more delicacy," the old man said faintly. Even though his luck was still as plain as ever, Lin Fei could tell that this senior was moved. Lin Fei glanced at Long Tianhao, who was in the sky, and chuckled in his heart. "Who asked you to have such bad luck that you had to fall into my hands?" "No, the old man's hands. You can only say that you are unlucky." "Yes, senior." Lin Fei nodded and pointed at Long Tianhao in the sky. "This delicacy of mine is called charcoal grilled green dragon slices. As the name suggests, it's from..." Lin Fei said very seriously and carefully. Long Tianhao, who was restrained, trembled and felt terrible. "Bastard! This bastard is definitely doing this on purpose." Long Tianhao almost went crazy when he heard that kid's words. He actually wanted to cut off his own flesh to barbecue. Bastard, shameless. This was definitely revenge. Long Tianhao absolutely didn't believe that there was such a delicacy. He must have thought of it on the spur of the moment. Unfortunately, no matter how Long Tianhao roared and cursed, he couldn't say a word. "There's such a delicacy. It sounds interesting," the old man said. "Then let's give it a try. This green dragon is not bad." Long Tianhao's heart sank. It was really over this time. "I'm a green dragon expert. Why do you want to cut off my flesh? Why? I can't accept this." Long Tianhao never thought that this kid would be so shameless and vicious. The old man stretched out his hand and Long Tianhao's huge body seemed to be pulled by an invisible force. He instantly came to a place not far from Lin Fei and released a huge dragon aura. "Senior, please wait a moment." Lin Fei smiled as he came in front of Long Tianhao. In his original form, Long Tianhao's huge body was covered in scales, but it was dyed red by a large amount of blood. "This area has the best meat." Lin Fei patted Long Tianhao's tail. Using the power of a deity as a knife, he easily cut it open, revealing the tender white flesh. Long Tianhao roared. He wanted to kill someone. He was shocked. How did this brat know that place? Why? Lin Fei didn't want to say anything more to Long Tianhao. Instead, he continued to cut off pieces of tender meat. His movements were very precise, and each piece was as thin as a cicada's wing. "Senior, this is the most delicious part. Every piece is as thin as a cicada's wing. Then it's roasted over a large flame and paired with a suitable sauce. The taste is absolutely top-notch." In the blink of an eye, Lin Fei made the meat slices and introduced them to the old man. After the old man tasted it, he felt that it was very delicious. This unique method instantly made the old man feel that Lin Fei was a confidant. "Delicious, absolutely delicious. I like to call this kind of barbecued raw meat slices fiercely roasted, but there is an important point, and that is, it must be made with a living demon beast. The stronger the demon beast, the better, especially when it's in its original state. Only then will the taste be top-notch," Lin Fei said. "I didn't say it well. Please don't take it to heart, senior." Long Tianhao was dumbfounded. Was there really such a delicacy? Why was it that the fragrance emitted by the meat made him want to take a bite? Long Tianhao felt that he was going crazy when this thought popped up. That was his own flesh, but why was it so tempting? He couldn't take it anymore. The old man was very satisfied with the meal. Whether it was the green dragon claw or the roasted raw meat, the taste was top-notch and absolutely addictive. "Brat, you passed the test," the old man said. "Other than the top floor, you can go to the lower levels, but you can't take the books away." He could go to the other levels? This was a pleasant surprise. Lin Fei was overjoyed. He had thought that it would be great if he could go to the second level, but he didn't expect to be able to go to the lower levels. If this wasn't a pleasant surprise, what else could it be? Thank you, Senior. Lin Fei cupped his hands and said gratefully. Brat, the food you make is very delicious. You don't have to keep calling me Senior, just call me Old Kong. The old man said lightly. Old Kong. This was an improvement. Long Tianhao didn't feel good. This was a closer relationship. Why wasn't this person me? Lin Fei was overjoyed. This isn't good. This old man likes you, there's nothing wrong with that. The old man said lightly. As long as you make delicious food for this old man in the future, this old man will be satisfied. This was a gourmet maniac. If it was something else, Lin Fei might not be able to do anything, but there was nothing to be afraid of. One had to know that the food in his mind was not just a simple barbecue. Old Kong, then I really do have a delicacy. Lin Fei hesitated for a moment and said, I need this green dragon, because it's more interesting to keep it alive. This green dragon. The old man glanced at it. Long Tianhao's heart sank to the bottom of the valley with this one look. No. Long Tianhao really wanted to beg that brat to let him go. He cut off his own flesh and actually wanted to use him as an example. I am an expert of the Green Dragon clan. Yes. Lin Fei said in a low voice. I call this delicacy hot pot. It's a delicacy that's as passionate as fire. Hot pot. The old man couldn't find any relevant memories. Could it be a new delicacy? Take him away. The old man looked at Long Tianhao. Do you want to come with us or do I have to do it? You choose. Long Tianhao found that he could speak. I'm willing to go with you. Long Tianhao didn't have any other thoughts. He absolutely believed that as long as he refused, this old man would definitely cripple him. One had to know that the elders of the Green Dragon clan were also very afraid of this person. There was even a warning internally that whoever offended this space emperor would have to bear the consequences himself. The elders of the Green Dragon clan wouldn't do anything. I'm willing. Long Tianhao found that he could speak, and his tone became urgent. The old man pointed casually. Then during this period of time you will follow this brat. If anything happens to this brat, you should know what will happen. Long Tianhao hurriedly said like a chick pecking rice. Senior, I promise that nothing will happen. If anything goes wrong, Senior can kill me without any complaints. Long Tianhao wasn't a fool. If he didn't speak now and was really killed, then he would have died in vain. Let's go back. Chapter 3688. He returned to the library once again. The old man disappeared in the blink of an eye. Long Tianhao looked at Lin Fei and felt extremely aggrieved. He had actually become a bodyguard. It was really embarrassing. He was an expert of the dragon race. Does it feel good? Lin Fei smiled and looked at Long Tianhao. Do you want to kill me here? Now is your chance. Don't be shy. Come at me with all your strength. Shameless. A villain intoxicated by success. Long Tianhao had never seen such a guy. He wanted to punch this guy to death, but he held back in the end. As an expert of the Azure Dragon race, he had a chance to reach the immortal realm in the future. Long Tianhao did not want to die like this. You win this time, Long Tianhao said coldly. Still so stubborn. Lin Fei snorted. Aya. My memory seems to be getting better and better. It seems that there are many delicacies other than hot pot. Seeing that you're tall and strong, I can make use of them all. For example, this dragon head, I can chop chili dragon head. That taste is amazing. Long Tianhao was indeed unconvinced. It was just that he was unlucky. If not for his identity as the Space Emperor, he would have escaped long ago. How could he stand there so obediently? There were delicacies. Long Tianhao felt like he had been hit in the head. Brother Yi, I think what happened last time was a complete misunderstanding. Long Tianhao thought that he could leave after the hot pot was over. However, if the other party made delicacies one by one, he would really be finished. Misunderstanding. Lin Fei shook his head. Unfortunately, I don't think so. I just thought of another delicacy. Braised dragon meat. I guarantee that the old man will be full of praise after eating it. Braised dragon meat. Long Tianhao trembled. He could not stay calm. This was torturing him to death. Chopped chili dragon head, braised dragon meat. Young Master Yi, I was also instructed by someone. The one who really wanted to deal with you was young Master Long. Long Tianhao wanted to clear his name right now. If this guy made another dish, he would be in trouble. Long Tianhao could even imagine that he would become a celebrity within the Azure Dragon tribe. It was just that this celebrity was a disgrace. In fact, in the future, when people mention the names of chopped chili dragon head and other dishes, they would think of him first, the shame of the Azure Dragon tribe, Long Tianhao. His name would truly go down in history. Too ruthless. Long Tianhao couldn't help but feel indignant. There had never been a dish whose name could make a powerhouse of the Azure Dragon clan feel afraid and uneasy. Young Master Long, haha. Lin Fei knew it would be this guy. After all, the only person he had offended in the Azure Dragon City was that young Master Long. Young Master Yi. I really didn't mean to make you my enemy. Long Tianhao whispered, begging for mercy. His reputation as the Green Dragon was useless now. That depends on what you do. Lin Fei smiled and said, Alright, I'm going up now. You just wait here and don't run away. Chopped chili dragon head, braised dragon meat. In a secret place, the Space Emperor murmured to himself, but his eyes revealed a joyful expression. This kid, where did he learn about these dishes from? Just the names alone make me feel very appetizing. The Space Emperor squinted his eyes. I'm really looking forward to hot pot. The Space Emperor's greatest hobby was to enjoy all kinds of delicious food. Unfortunately, since a long time ago, there were very few things that could be eaten. The Azure Dragon Claw was the only delicacy that could be eaten. I've finally reached the second level. Compared to the first level, the second level was much smaller. And the number of wooden shelves was also lesser. I'll spend the rest of the time studying it. Lin Fei began to read through the ancient books here. In the next few days he almost didn't stop. If there was nothing on the second level, then the third level. If there was nothing on the third level, then the fourth level. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. This is the last level I can enter. If I still can't find it, then I'll really cry. There were so many ancient books in the library, but he still couldn't find any relevant information. Lin Fei was really worried that he wouldn't be able to find it. If he couldn't find it, then the other three main cities would probably be the same. I hope there are clues on the last level. The fifth level was very small, and there were only 6 wooden shelves in the front and back. This level seemed to be very cold and cheerless. Lin Fei calmed his heart and continued to read the ancient books. Nothing, still nothing. Lin Fei was almost in despair. This is the last one. This was a yellow and dusty ancient book. There was even a history written on it, and it seemed like it would shatter with a light touch. This made Lin Fei even more dismissive of the idea. To think that it's all for naught. Lin Fei carefully flipped through the ancient book. Page by page he read. Lin Fei accepted reality and flipped to another page. It was just a habitual action, but this time, his originally listless eyes finally lit up. I actually found it. This was a starry sky map and it was extremely ancient. At one of the positions, Lin Fei saw the exact same position on the starry sky map. Original map. This is the original map. Lin Fei was overjoyed. If it wasn't for the position on the starry sky map, he would have missed it. I finally found it. If it wasn't for the fear of being seen, Lin Fei would have shouted in excitement. I finally found the way home. Lin Fei focused his attention and looked at it. The starry sky map that he had seen before appeared in his mind, and he constantly compared and overlapped them. Everything became very clear. Lin Fei frowned. This place is young Master Long's fief. During his days in the library, Lin Fei had read through all kinds of information and knew the myriad sky empire like the back of his hand. After a careful look, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. That inconspicuous entrance was actually in a fief, and this fief was in the Black Tortoise domain, and the Black Tortoise domain was young Master Long's territory. The people there supported young Master Long. Moreover, this place was a forbidden land. The Black Tortoise domain was heavily guarded, and it was said that there was a powerful forbidden zone inside. Anyone who approached this place would be mercilessly killed. And the Black Tortoise clan was famous for their strong defense. At the same realm, the Black Tortoise clan was superior. This is a little too difficult. Lin Fei rubbed his forehead, feeling a headache coming on. Young Master Long's fief, the Black Tortoise clan, the boss of the Forbidden Zone. Regardless of which one it wasn't good news for Lin Fei. It was too bad. Lin Fei quickly recovered, and his eyes became resolute. It's only interesting if it's difficult. Now that I know the location of the entrance to Earth, there's hope of returning. It's just a matter of time. Even though he knew the location, Lin Fei didn't dare to take the risk. Who knew what kind of danger lay there? The key was to be able to erupt with true immortal combat strength at all times. Chapter 3689. I'm back. Lin Fei boarded a warship and returned to the Wind Cloud Weave. Ever since he'd obtained the clues in the library, Lin Fei had suppressed his thoughts. He knew better than anyone that he had to take things one step at a time to return to Earth. The Black Tortoise clan wasn't easy to deal with. One of the 4 main cities. Their status was noble. Lin Fei was far too inferior compared to them. It seemed like he could only take it one step at a time. To safely enter that area and return to Earth, Lin Fei felt that he had to be the master of the Black Tortoise Weave. Only then would it be justifiable. At the same time, he wouldn't have to worry about being suspected. However, becoming the master of the Black Tortoise Weave wasn't an easy task. Lin Fei had returned to find out the whereabouts of the Infinite Lands. Others might not know, but his chief son did. Father, you're finally back. It had been more than 20 years. Lin Tianxi hadn't grown much, looking no different from when he'd left. Lin Fei wasn't surprised at all. This was something that even Emperor God Guheng coveted. Naturally, it was extraordinary. You didn't mess around when I wasn't home, did you? Lin Fei picked up Lin Tianxi. Of course not. Lin Tianxi chuckled. Right, where did this fellow come from? He seems to suit my taste. Long Tianhao, who'd always followed behind Lin Fei, had lived a very sullen life over the years. He was often treated like a dish. Thankfully, Long Tianhao had learned to lower his head and didn't end up in such a miserable state. For example, he'd captured other green dragons. He'd become Lin Fei's thug. At the same time, he'd fallen in love with the food that Lin Fei made. When he was free, he'd often cause trouble for other green dragons. Since Long Tianhao's status wasn't low, those fellows didn't dare say anything when they suffered. But at this moment, Long Tianhao felt uncomfortable after being stared at by this child. What's going on? Why does this kid give me such a terrifying feeling? It was as if he'd been suppressed. It was too terrifying. He is my guard, a member of the Azure Dragon clan. Lin Fei said with a smile. Didn't you say that you don't eat this kind of food? Lin Tianxi said seriously. It's easy to get sick of eating those things all the time. Occasionally you can ease your appetite. Long Tianhao immediately shrank his neck. What does this guy usually eat? That's fine, but you can't eat this guy. Lin Fei said. But in the future you can ask him to bring some Azure Dragons over. Both Piao Shui and God Emperor Breaking Heaven came out to welcome them. During his absence, the two of them had managed the Wind Cloud Weave well. However, both of them seemed to want to surpass the other in order to gain Lin Fei's favor. After listening to the situation over the years, Lin Fei was completely relieved and decided to continue delegating power to them. You guys have done a good job all these years, Lin Fei said with a smile. You guys have worked hard. Lin Fei took out some treasures he brought back from the 10,000 Sky Empire and gave them to the 2 God Emperors. I've already joined the Azure Dragon Army and become the general of the 15th Army. I'll probably be heading over there for a while, so I'll leave this place to you guys. Lin Fei made it short. The Wind Cloud Weave was actually just a passerby to him. However, after his certification, the Wind Cloud Weave would be branded as his territory. No one would come and cause trouble unless he was no longer around. This naturally caused the 2 God Emperors to congratulate him and feel envious. A general. And a general of one of the 4 great armies at that. This position was not something a domain lord of a small weave could compare to. Father, you want to go to the limitless land so soon? Lin Tianxi asked curiously. Lin Fei naturally couldn't tell them about Earth. If the experts here found out, who on Earth could withstand their attacks? If they weren't careful, they would be destroyed. This was not an outcome that Lin Fei wanted to see. Apart from himself, he wouldn't tell anyone else this secret. After going to the 10,000 Sky Empire, I realized that I'm still too weak. The arch armor in particular consumes a lot of energy. I can't maintain it for long. Lin Fei was very direct. The arch armor has both power and defense, but it consumes too much energy. It can't be maintained for long. Lin Tianxi was also clear on this point. The limitless land is indeed the most ideal place, Father. In the Azure Dragon City's library, Lin Fei hadn't seen any information or clues about the limitless land at all. This also made Lin Fei realize that the limitless land was probably a mysterious place. It was so mysterious that outsiders wouldn't know about it, and there weren't even any clues left behind. I'll bring you there once, Father, but I can't guarantee that it'll work, Lin Tianxi said. Moreover, if Father fails, don't even think about entering again for at least 1 billion years. Such a long time limit? Lin Fei couldn't help but frown. This limit was a little ridiculous. I'll give it a try. Even if I fail, I'll accept it. This was the only way for Lin Fei to increase his strength. Only with a stable consumption of energy could his combat strength be truly stabilized. It wouldn't be as restricted as it was now. This feeling of being stifled was really unpleasant. Lin Fei left not long after returning to the wind cloud weave. Long Tianhao was sent back. Lin Tianxi brought Lin Fei with him and used a secret art to travel through space. Lin Fei couldn't let a third person know about this. The fewer people who knew, the better. He didn't want everyone to know about the limitless land. The limitless land was hidden in the endless space. This was what Lin Fei had analyzed along the way. Even though Lin Fei could control the river of spacetime's power, he still couldn't travel through the layers of space. This journey took 20 years. He spent almost every day traveling through space. From Lin Tianxi, Lin Fei also learned about the origin of this space travel. Limitless land. What seemed like an inconspicuous few words contained great terror. If an expert was thrown into the limitless land, he would only end up lost. This was because he would never be able to leave the limitless land. As for when he would enter the limitless land, even Lin Fei didn't know. In any case, he arrived in a daze. Father, we will reach the end of the limitless land in a month at most. That's the limitless land. Lin Tianxi had been traveling through space the entire time. He also revealed a hint of fatigue. It's been hard on you. Lin Fei was very grateful that his son had brought him here. If it were him, he would have gotten lost even if he knew the route. This was because the limitless land changed every day. This change isolated 99% of the people in it. Another month later. Is that the limitless land? Lin Fei suddenly stared ahead. A gray, hazy land appeared in front of him. A land hidden in the limitless land. When he got closer, Lin Fei discovered that this land wasn't a land. It was just a huge island floating in the limitless land. This is what the limitless land looks like. Chapter 3690. Father, this is Infinity Land. Isn't it surprising? Lin Tianxi laughed. Actually, it's my first time here too. If not for the information in my memory telling me that this is Infinity Land, I wouldn't have believed it myself. After all, it's hard to connect the dots. Alright. Lin Fei believed this explanation. An island-like existence, especially in a place like Infinity Land, other than Infinity Land, there was nothing to be suspicious about. Father, this Infinity Land is very mysterious. Lin Tianxi stopped. What you see is an island, but it's completely different from the inside. Is it different? Lin Fei thought about it and agreed. Father, you'll understand when you enter Infinity Land. I believe that you'll have a high chance of obtaining Infinity Land's recognition. You can't go in, Lin Fei said. No. Lin Tianxi shook his head. Only those below immortal rank are allowed to enter Infinity Land. Once they reach immortal rank, they'll be killed by the power of Infinity Land. Can't be, even immortal rank can't withstand it? Lin Fei frowned. Infinity Land looked very inconspicuous. Father, you'll understand the power of Infinity Land once you enter, Lin Tianxi said. Ordinary people can't find such a place. Lin Fei also admired Emperor God Gu Heng for being able to find Infinity Land. Admiration was admiration, but Lin Fei knew that he would definitely meet Emperor God Gu Heng in the territory war soon. That guy definitely wasn't dead. Wait outside. Lin Fei took the initiative to rush out, unparalleled the arch armor's power activated, and quickly approached Infinity Land. A formless power swept over. Under this formless power, Lin Fei felt an oppressive aura. His entire body felt like it was about to collapse. This power was so strong that it could penetrate through unparalleled the arch armor and seep in. So strong. Lin Fei could feel his body splitting open, and he couldn't help but be shocked. One had to know that his body had been upgraded to Emperor God rank. Even an Emperor God's attack couldn't easily break it open. As for bleeding, he didn't even need to think about it. But right now he was still in the outer region and just the formless power was crushing him. Lin Fei couldn't imagine how strong Infinity Land was. Crack, 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 crack. Lin Fei took out the myriad essence pool and pushed its power to the limit, wanting to break through this formless suppression. He knew that this was the first threshold, a test from the boundless land. The distance wasn't long, but for Lin Fei the pressure was immense. Inside the unparalleled the arch armor, his entire body was covered in wounds. It could be said that he was bleeding uncontrollably. Of course, this bit of injury did not affect Lin Fei much. After all, the physical body of an emperor god was not to be trifled with. Father, you will definitely succeed. Lin Tianxi returned to his human form and prayed silently. After all, it was extremely difficult to obtain the acknowledgement of the endless land. Oh, half a month, 1 month, 2 months. Just the invisible power outside had kept Lin Fei at bay for 2 months, and he had nearly exhausted all of his heavenly god power. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Fortunately, he had finally succeeded. I'm finally in. Lin Fei panted heavily, and his tired face finally revealed a look of joy. After stepping on the ground, the small island underwent a huge change. The surrounding space began to change, and a quiet palace emerged. At the top of the palace, there were 2 huge words that exuded the vicissitudes of life. Infinite. Lin Fei did not dare to look at the 2 words. Just a glance seemed to have passed through a long period of time, and his mentality was greatly affected. This endless land is indeed mysterious. It must have a great background. Just these 2 words alone made Lin Fei fearful. He took a deep breath, took the initiative to walk towards the infinite palace, and reached out to push the door. Crash. The thick and heavy door opened with a gentle push from Lin Fei without much strength. A gust of cold air instantly hit his body. Lin Fei's eyes became resolute. He took a step in and his whole body was in the palace. In the next second, the palace door closed again. Welcome to the Infinite Palace. A faint voice came from the front. There was no trace of emotion in this voice. Lin Fei looked up and through the distance, he landed on a throne in the middle of the palace. At this moment on the throne sat a man in black armor. Just by sitting, Lin Fei felt that the other party was boundless, and he couldn't see the end. Strong. Too strong. Lin Fei had no doubt that even an Undying Realm expert would be beaten to death. The other party was too strong. Even the strength of a finger could easily stab him to death. Resist and counterattack? All of this became useless. The other party's strength could truly crush everything. Any strength would become weak in front of this strength. Are you the owner of this place? Lin Fei took a big step forward. Yes, I am the owner of this place. The man in black armor said lightly. My name is Infinite because I like this name. Infinite. This name was just like the other party's unfathomable strength. And yet he didn't show up in the outside world but rather in a tiny palace like this. Lin Fei couldn't help but wonder if this unbounded immortal was actually being held captive by someone else. You came to the infinite land to search for infinite power. Infinite said lightly. I remember that the last person who came here was a long time ago. That person was the same as you, wearing this set of the arch armor. Unfortunately, that person couldn't complete my mission. Without thinking, Lin Fei immediately confirmed that the person Infinite was talking about was Emperor God Gu Heng. Emperor God Gu Heng relied on the arch armor and infinite power. He wasn't an Undying Realm expert, but with his Undying Realm combat power, he made a name for himself. If it wasn't for the unforeseen event, he wouldn't have been killed and his body parts suppressed. So it was Emperor God Gu Heng who couldn't complete his mission. I am here to obtain infinite power, Lin Fei said straightforwardly. I hope you can help me. Infinite power, The man in black armor raised one of his hands and a black whirlpool condensed in his palm. Everyone in the world wants to obtain infinite power, but how many can get it? When the whirlpool appeared, Lin Fei felt a shocking aura. This limitless power is too tyrannical. The power of the whirlpool scared Lin Fei. Even if it was him, it wasn't easy to condense such terrifying power, but the other party did it easily. Chapter 3691. A test. Lin Fei had never been afraid of tests. From the beginning, he was already prepared. If he wanted to inherit power, he would definitely have to go through a test. There was no such thing as an easy thing to obtain in this world. That was not something that he had to fight for himself. Thank you, Senior, for your help. I will definitely comprehend it. Lin Fei's gaze turned resolute as he strode into the door. On the throne, Limitless watched as Lin Fei entered the door. You have confidence. I just don't know who is stronger between you and Gu Heng. Limitless said in a low voice. I hope you don't end up like Gu Heng, another arrogant fellow. Limitless' figure slowly dissipated. Only an empty throne was left. This is the Limitless Divine Tower. After passing through the door, Lin Fei found himself in a tower. This tower seemed to be divided into many levels, and each level had vigorous energy flowing. This energy condensed into humanoid spirits. These spirits chased and played, not stopping because of Lin Fei's entry. It was as if Lin Fei did not exist. After finishing his preparations, Lin Fei could not help but heave a sigh of relief. These little elves are really unusual. Lin Fei thought. Every little spirit is filled with terrifying energy. Once it explodes, it will destroy the world. Lin Fei could not help but feel his heart palpitate. Strong. With the power of the unparalleled the arch armor, his strength was so strong that he could easily crush an emperor god expert. However, in front of these spirits, he even suspected that his strength would not be able to cause any harm. This was a very strange feeling. After hesitating for a while, Lin Fei tried to observe. Is this for me to comprehend, Dao? Lin Fei frowned slightly. This level seemed to be very big. As he walked, an ancient stone tablet with vicissitudes of life stood there. The ancient vicissitudes of life instantly moved Lin Fei. At this moment, he felt himself being affected, and his mood became gloomy. Limitless. The mottled words exuded an ancient aura. Infinity steel. Lin Fei took in a deep breath as he stared at the stone tablet. So this is the cultivation technique I've obtained from the Infinity Tablet. This cultivation technique is even more domineering than the cultivation technique of the Lord of Gods and Demons. With just a glance, Lin Fei could tell. This infinity technique was extremely terrifying. This infinity. Could it be that almighty being? After watching for a while, Lin Fei also admired the person who created this kind of cultivation technique. There are still countless places like this in this world. Lin Fei was 100% sure that Emperor God Gu Heng had cultivated Limitless and obtained its recognition. That was why he was able to utilize Limitless power. With unlimited power, the arch armor was no longer a bottomless pit. Lin Fei was not in a hurry to comprehend it. The Limitless cultivation method had a very domineering reputation. Just these two words could make people have infinite reverie. Infinity is indeed not easy to comprehend. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes and stared at the stone tablet for half a month. The stone tablet contained a special power. However, in front of this power there was always a layer of obstruction. It was a very mysterious feeling. If I want to comprehend it successfully, it seems like I have to smoothly enter the third level. The higher I comprehend this limitless cultivation method, the more power I can control. Lin Fei retracted his gaze. This is truly a challenge. The limitless cultivation method was very tempting to Lin Fei. However, Lin Fei was very clear that this limitless cultivation method was not that easy to comprehend. Although he did not know why the limitless cultivation method was always in the palace, Lin Fei could more or less comprehend a little. It was either imprisoned or had its own thoughts. Lin Fei suspected that the reason why Emperor God Gu Heng was killed was related to this limitless cultivation method. Should he comprehend it or not? Lin Fei was hesitating. This was a trap. I have to comprehend the limitless cultivation method. Lin Fei thought. According to the explanation, only by comprehending the limitless cultivation method and communicating with the real limitless cultivation method, can I obtain limitless power. And the limitless cultivation method is the key to enter. An opportunity for him to unleash his full strength. Lin Fei had no choice but to consider it carefully. Black Tortoise City, one of the 4 main cities, and the Black Tortoise clan, which was the best at defense, were all invisible enemies of Lin Fei. Even the princes of the Wantian Empire would be involved. What a headache! Up until now, this was the only way to increase his strength in a short period of time, to unleash the full power of the Peerless the Arch Armor. It's a pity that the system is not here. The last time he took out the golden ball, he did not understand the result, but the system had already shamelessly accepted it. Lin Fei really wanted to grab it and cut it into 8 pieces before talking. Ding, fusion complete, system recovering in progress. Lin Fei ridiculed, but suddenly the system's voice rang out. He could not help but reveal a trace of surprise on his face, followed by a look of ecstasy. Bastard, you finally came out. You really came at the right time. Lin Fei laughed in his heart. In the Limitless God Tower, Lin Fei did not dare to perform too well. Who knew if the limitless cultivation method was spying on him? He had to be careful about this. Ding, new intelligence online. The virtual 3D appeared, and the little devil appeared on his shoulder again. Compared to before, the little devil's emotions had become more human-like. Master, thank you for helping me get the core back. I have been reborn. The little devil's voice was sweet, no longer the male voice from before. It's good that you know, Lin Fei said. Aren't you afraid of being discovered by the guy outside? Although it was a 3D projection, who knew if there would be any unforeseen changes? He still had to be careful. Master, you can rest assured. The guy outside won't dare to peep in here. The little devil said disdainfully. Just now I have already analyzed and scanned this limitless God Tower, and came to a conclusion. This place is protected by a powerful force. The guy outside is very strong, but he can't see the situation inside. According to my analysis, that guy is sealed in the palace, but for some reason he can't break free. He wants Master to come in and get what he wants. Lin Fei blinked. You're so powerful. One must know that the little devil in the past was not good at analyzing things. The little devil laughed. This is all thanks to Master. You obtained a part of the system core, so I have a huge change. Now that you're even more powerful, can I exchange for the items in the shop again? Lin Fei had been thinking about this matter. With the system he could fly. Sorry, Master, the shop is gone. The little devil shook his head. All the other support items are gone. Ah! Lin Fei raised his head, and instantly felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured on him. It can't be. If not for the existence of the core, why is there nothing left? This news was not good news for Lin Fei. Chapter 3692. Lin Fei was full of expectations for the system, but now there was nothing left. It was as if everything had been cleared. This made him very unhappy. Of course, Lin Fei did not rely so much on the system during his days in the Windy Weave. Putting everything else aside, the Light God Emperor's physical body could basically dominate everywhere, unless an Immortal Realm expert took action. As for Immortal Realm experts, Lin Fei could only smile. The number of Immortal Realm experts in the entire Wantian Empire could be counted on one hand. For this reason, the Wantian Empire even created an immortal list. There were a total of 68 Immortal Realm experts. This number was not even a drop in the ocean for the huge Wantian Empire. One could see the importance and status of Immortal Realm experts. Then tell me, what benefits did you get from leveling up? Lin Fei asked curiously. Master, you underestimate me. Little Devil said unhappily. The current me can be said to be a brand new me. For example, if Master wants to comprehend the infinite cultivation technique, I can help Master quickly analyze it, and Master can easily learn it. There seemed to be no change. This function seems to have existed in the past. Little Devil said disdainfully. Master, the function in the past is incomparable to now. Now that my operating speed has increased to a very high level, I can calculate this kind of cultivation analysis in a few breaths. As for the infinite cultivation technique, Lin Fei was really confused. Difficult. Too difficult. Lin Fei was quite curious about how that Guheng God Emperor did it. In terms of comprehension, Lin Fei thought that he was not bad. But in front of the Infinity Steel, he felt that the difference was too big. They were not on the same level, no different from the wordless heavenly book. A few breaths. This seemed to be something that Little Devil could not do in the past. Let's analyze the infinite cultivation technique first. Lin Fei said. Take a look and see what mysteries this infinity steel has. Lin Fei trusted Little Devil. No problem, Little Devil said proudly. Master will soon know how powerful and invincible I am after leveling up. Invincible? Lin Fei was speechless. In the palace, Limitless Golden Saber sat on the golden horse. The scene inside the infinite divine tower appeared in front of him, and a look of disappointment flashed across his deep eyes. Another failure. I can't even compare to Emperor God Gu Hong. I can't accept this. Infinite's deep voice was filled with a trace of roar, and it shook the entire palace until it was covered in cracks. In an instant it returned to normal, as if it had never appeared. Limitless cared about this fellow more than anyone else. Unfortunately, his comprehension wasn't as good as he had imagined. Naturally, Lin Fei did not know that his dazed appearance while staring at the infinity stone steel would cause the infinity outside to have many thoughts. Master, it's done, said the little devil happily. With a point of his finger, a large amount of information entered Lin Fei's mind. As soon as he received this information, he was instantly stunned. It's the complete infinity cultivation method. He couldn't understand the steel, but after Little Devil translated it, everything became very simple. This ability, Lin Fei was convinced. The system had indeed improved. If it was before, it might have taken him a few decades or even longer, as the system had always been like this. But now it was really a cannon for a bird gun. This ability to analyze was top-notch. Master, are you satisfied? Said Little Devil proudly. The cultivation method on the infinity stone steel is actually a key. If I'm not wrong, the infinity outside should be hoping that Master can cultivate to the highest level, and then open the highest level of the infinite divine tower. Maybe there's something he wants inside. Lin Fei blinked. You know this too. This is my biggest function after leveling up. It's comprehensive analysis, combining all kinds of information, and giving Master the most perfect result and answer. Apart from that, I can also monitor a certain range. Even if an immortal expert comes to kill Master, when he comes within a certain distance, I will remind Master to leave, and ensure that the immortal expert eats the dust behind Master. At the same time, I can also help Master increase his strength, and give Master the most perfect cultivation method. Although it did not say much, Lin Fei could hear the meaning. This system seemed to have been directly absorbed by Little Devil. From now on, Little Devil was the system, and the system was also Little Devil. It was that simple. That infinity wants to enter the highest level of the infinite divine tower. Lin Fei's heart slightly sank. According to the deep analysis of the infinity stone steel, this is indeed the meaning, said Little Devil. Lin Fei seemed to understand why that infinity let him in so easily. So there was a purpose. Could it be that Emperor God Gu Hong did not open the highest level of the infinite divine tower? Lin Fei thought about it and agreed. Then will I be in danger? Asked Lin Fei. As long as Master cultivates the infinity cultivation method and reaches the 5th level, you can use the infinity stone steel to enter the highest level of the infinite divine tower. At the same time, you can also control a part of the infinity stone steel's power. That infinity has no strength to stop Master from entering. Lin Fei blinked. You even know this? This is my ability after the upgrade, Little Devil said. For example, comprehending the cultivation method is a matter of minutes. The current me can be said to be Master's brain, and I can help Master when he needs it. Although he was not used to it, Lin Fei chose to accept it. Immersing himself in cultivation might not be as useful as Little Devil's words. Then I'd better cultivate the infinity cultivation method first. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes and calmed down. This infinity cultivation method had a total of 9 levels. Each level required 1 to create an infinite dantian. The first level had 1, the second level had 2, the third level had 3, and all the way up to the 5th level had 5. After that, the infinite dantians would form the door of infinity. This kind of dantian was called the infinity dantian. Although Lin Fei cultivated the body-refining cultivation method of the Lord of Gods and Demons and could accumulate God's power in the body, it was not on the same level as this infinity dantian. After reaching the 5th level of the infinity cultivation method, one had to condense 15 infinity dantians in the body and transform them into infinity gates, thereby obtaining the true power to communicate with infinity. Although it looks simple, it was actually very difficult. Lin Fei suspected that God Gu Heng had not condensed the infinity door yet. According to the infinity technique, once he condensed the infinity door, he would be able to mobilize a huge amount of power. Combined with the Emperor armor, he would be able to maintain his strength. Infinity wants to scheme against me, then I want to see what is inside. After hearing that there was no danger, Lin Fei sat down with rapt attention. The first thing to do was to disperse all the power in the body. The infinity strength was the purest and could not tolerate any power. Dispersing the power was a necessary step. Chapter 3693. Soon Lin Fei's aura was no different from an ordinary person's. Even though he had lost his Empyrean power, Lin Fei still had a powerful physique that many were jealous of. Just the strength of his physique alone could withstand the attacks of an emperor god. As for those celestial immortals and Empyrean gods, he could kill as many as they came, even if they were godly kings. Currently, Lin Fei did not have a single strand of Empyrean power in his body. The unparalleled the arch armor also fell off. This unparalleled the arch armor needed Empyrean power to support it. Now that it had no Empyrean power, it was useless. Lin Fei was abnormally relaxed. According to the information in his mind, he began to cultivate. He was preparing to cultivate the first infinite dantian and build the first foundation for the infinity door. Not bad. He has actually started to cultivate. Limitless took a look and could not help but feel surprised. I really misjudged this kid. I wonder if he can cultivate the infinity door. Although the infinity door seemed simple, but to actually cultivate it, the difficulty was not just average. It could be described as hellish. Previously, Emperor God Gu Heng used a very short time to cultivate the first level. I thought I had a chance to break through to the 5th level and cultivate the infinity door. Unfortunately, I could not go through the 2nd level. Trash among trash, I was happy for nothing. Limitless narrowed his eyes and stared at Lin Fei in the infinite God Tower. I hope you do not disappoint me. 3 days later. The first level of the infinity door was completed. When the first level was completed, an infinite dantian appeared. This infinite dantian did not carry any aura. It was completely empty inside like a bottomless pit, so deep that one could not see the bottom. Master, my divination is not bad, right? The little demon said proudly. If it was someone else, just the first level alone would take at least 10 years, or even longer. This was something Lin Fei admitted. The Infinity Stone Steel's infinity technique was indeed very profound. Even someone as knowledgeable as him was confused. As for comprehending it, 10 years was a nicer way to put it. You have done a great job. Lin Fei praised. The first level of the limitless cultivation technique, the first limitless dantian, could be said to be of utmost importance. Lin Fei didn't stay here for long. He began to cultivate the 2nd level and condensed 2 limitless dantians. He believed that the limitless outside was definitely paying attention to him, but he definitely wouldn't have thought that his speed would be so fast. When the time came, he would be able to catch the other party off guard. A scheme? At that time, who would be scheming against who? Lin Fei thought happily. Then, he focused his mind and continued to cultivate. The 2nd level took a month. It took him 4 months to reach the 3rd level. It took him 8 months to reach the 4th level. In a little more than a year, Lin Fei successfully broke through to the 4th level and condensed 10 limitless dantians in his body. Within Lin Fei's body, one could vaguely make out the vague appearance of a door. It still lacked the final 5 infinite dantians. From the 4th level to the 5th level, it took a full 5 years. Success! With one last breath, Lin Fei felt that the infinity gate had finally been completely condensed. When the final 5 infinite dantians appeared, they instantly made up for the shortcomings of the infinity gate. Under the bright light, an infinity gate formed in his body. Boom! It was as if an invisible force had pushed open the infinity gate. A vast and boundless force could be vaguely seen through the infinity gate. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. At this moment, Lin Fei felt as if he was about to be crushed into powder by that powerful force. Master, quickly activate the Infinity Stone Steel. That limitless is making a move. The little devil suddenly reminded. Lin Fei recovered from the shock, and all the hair on his body suddenly stood on end. A hand appeared in the Infinity Divine Tower. This hand was vigorous and powerful. Its 5 fingers spread open, suppressing the void and rendering it immobile. "Good lad, I didn't expect you to have hidden so deeply." A furious voice followed. "But you underestimated my strength. Under my eyes, no one can play tricks." Limitless was infuriated beyond words. That guy who thought that his comprehension ability was average actually used less than 7 or 8 years to condense the Infinity Gate in one go. This was a slap to his old face. He had misjudged. Limitless had never thought that such a day would come. This lad was too cunning. If not for Limitless sensing the ripples of the Infinity Gate opening, the other party would have really slipped away under his nose. Fortunately, he made a move. With Limitless' current strength, dealing with a guy with the battle power of a god emperor was simply a matter of seconds. He wanted to completely dig out the other party's secrets. Back then, God Emperor Gu Heng used thousands of years to know progress, and could not even condense the Infinity Gate. But this guy only used a few years. Limitless could not sit still anymore. He had to capture him first. When the time came, life or death would be a matter of a word. He believed that the other party would tell him everything honestly. Lin Fei could not move at all. Actually, he had already expected this. This super expert Limitless was really very strong. The strength that he displayed was not something that his usual strength could compare with. With just this move, any god emperor would have to step aside. "I'm sorry, you can't catch me." Facing Limitless' grab, Lin Fei laughed. "Dream on." Limitless' grab was fierce. With a flick of his fingers, he almost grabbed Lin Fei's neck. Hua! On the Infinity Stone tablet, super terrifying strength exploded without any warning. It was just a thin line, but it became a threshold that Limitless could not cross. Boom boom boom. The Infinity Stone tablet's power was in front of Lin Fei, but it was instantly crushed by Limitless' strength. It was not as simple as a few dozen times, but it could not withstand the Infinity Stone tablet's power. Be asterisk starred. How can you use the Infinity Stone tablet's power? This is impossible. You have just condensed the Infinity Gate. Outside the Infinity Divine Tower, Limitless roared. His eyes were red, and he could not believe what he was seeing. How could this lad know the Infinity Stone tablet's secret? What the hell? It seems like you can't break it. Lin Fei smiled. Then I'm sorry. I'll go in and take a look. I hope that the next time we meet, we can sit down and talk peacefully. Impossible. With a roar, his strength exploded and it was endless. Even so, Limitless could not break through the thin layer of invisible strength. He could only watch as a door appeared on the Infinity Stone tablet. Be asterisk starred. Outside the Infinity Divine Tower, his strength exploded, and he almost tore the Black Palace apart. Chapter 3694. That was close. Even though he knew that the little devil wouldn't lie to him, Lin Fei still took a deep breath. It was like walking on the edge of death. The strength of Limitless was far beyond Lin Fei's imagination. It was so ferocious. Little devil, thank you. Lin Fei said gratefully. Ha ha ha, master is too polite. The little devil laughed. Serving you is my responsibility. What master needs now is to inherit the Limitless God Tower and teach that bastard Limitless a lesson when we get out. Yes, we must teach him a lesson. Just because he was a senior, he could bully others. That didn't make sense. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. When his vision returned to normal, Lin Fei found that he was in a quiet environment. Welcome, successor. This was a place that looked like a forest. It was quiet all around. Lin Fei could breathe in the air, and it was extremely fresh. His entire body shook, and all of his worries disappeared without a trace. The emotionless voice was like the sound of nature. Successor? Lin Fei didn't get lost in this voice. He calmed himself down and moved forward. Not long later, a straw hut appeared in the forest. Yes, it was a straw hut. It looked very ordinary, as if it would collapse from a strong gust of wind. Lin Fei saw a person, a very ordinary person without any aura at all. He just sat cross-legged at the entrance of the thatched hut. You're here. That person slowly opened his eyes and looked at Lin Fei, who was walking over. Boom boom boom. With this look, Lin Fei couldn't move at all. He couldn't even take a second step. Everything in the world seemed to be torn apart by this look. Power. Limitless power. There was no end to this power. Boundless, vast and boundless. In front of this power, only destruction was left. Lin Fei had never experienced such tyrannical power before. Master, don't get lost in this power. Immediately activate the limitless gate and connect to the real entrance of the limitless land. The little devil reminded. When these words fell into Lin Fei's ears, it was like 5 claps of thunder, forcibly awakening Lin Fei. His heart sank, and just now, he had unknowingly lost himself in this power. Infinity Gate. After recovering, Lin Fei activated his cultivation technique and pushed open the Infinity Gate once again. This time, after being pushed open, Lin Fei instantly felt as if he had transformed into a door. Boundless power was right in front of him, piercing through him majestically. Boom! Lin Fei felt like he was about to be drowned in power. He could not move at all. Thankfully, this terrifying power didn't rip Lin Fei to shreds. Instead, it turned into a gentle stream of water that flowed into the Infinity Door. The Infinity Gate has been lit. After opening the Infinity Gate inside of Lin Fei, it was colorless. However, as more power poured into it, it began to shine brightly. The entire process was extremely short. Is that the Infinity Land? When the entire Infinity Gate was completely lit up, it was filled with dazzling light. Runes emerged one after another. The Infinity Gate, which was originally like an abyss, now had a majestic river. Whoosh! On the river, a gap appeared, and a massive amount of power surged in. This is infinity power. Once this power entered his body, Lin Fei's aura instantly skyrocketed, and his cultivation realm began to break through. Heaven Immortal, Heaven God, God King, God Emperor. This time it was no longer a bottleneck. He had truly broken through. God Emperor. After a while, Lin Fei's God King realm also broke through, and he instantly stepped into the God Emperor realm. His body was filled with dense power. At this time, the benefits of the Infinity Divine Body came into play. Wave after wave of infinity power surged in, almost bursting his body. However, the capacity of the Infinity Divine Body made Lin Fei's eyes light up. Infinity Divine Body, infinity power. What a perfect combination. Feeling the power in his body, the unparalleled the arch armor appeared, and he wore it again. Boom! The God Emperor realm changed again. This is the power of an immortal. With the help of the unparalleled the arch armor, Lin Fei could truly feel the power of an immortal. He could even see the source power at the end of the power. The source power moved everywhere. Every trace of the source power was filled with dominance and destruction. However, at this time, Lin Fei wasn't afraid of the source power, and they didn't seem to have any intention of attacking, forming a very harmonious scene. You passed. The infinity power instantly disappeared. Lin Fei's aura didn't change, and the Infinity Gate was still open. The power formed a connection, and he could see the existence of the Infinity River at all times. Thank you, Senior. Lin Fei took a deep breath, suppressed the excitement in his heart, and cupped his hands towards the middle-aged man. Since the Infinity Land helped him, Lin Fei naturally had to be grateful. After obtaining the recognition of the Infinity River, from now on, he could truly explode with the power of an immortal. As for his previous power, it was only at the pseudo-immortal level. The difference was huge. You can call me De Shixiang. The middle-aged man raised his head. You are Master's 5th official disciple. Ah, De Shixiang. Lin Fei was stunned, full of surprise. He actually entered the sect. The middle-aged man pointed, and thousands of information surged into Lin Fei's memory. Before this finger, he couldn't resist, and allowed the golden information to enter his brain. From today onwards, the Infinity Gate will be under your management. After the faint voice, the middle-aged man turned into thousands of light spots, and disappeared without a trace. The moment the middle-aged man disappeared, the straw hut also disappeared. Everything around him instantly collapsed. I've become the sect master of the Infinity Gate. Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry, as if he was dreaming. However, the memory in his mind told him that everything was real. The golden information contained a lot of information. Most of it was about the Infinity Gate. This was a powerful sect, but this sect had never had many disciples. In fact, it could be said that there were very few of them. Although there weren't many disciples, Each official disciple of the Infinity Gate had terrifying strength. Because the Infinity Gate was so powerful, the word infinity represented invincibility a long time ago. However, the Infinity Gate was still feared, and the sect was attacked and then declined. In the end, it was because the Infinity Gate was too difficult to condense. Every generation of official disciple of the Infinity Gate had to personally comprehend the Infinity Technique, and only a few could comprehend it. After the Infinity Gate encountered a huge change, that old ancestor killed all his enemies and moved the Infinity Tower deep into space, hiding it in the Infinity Space. Only a few people knew about this place. Almost no one knew. In the current Thousand Sky Empire, there was not much information about the Infinity Land. Even if someone knew about it, it would be hard to find this place, let alone comprehend it. Chapter 3695. Inside the Infinity Palace. Limitless' expression was extremely ugly. How could he see through the secret? This is impossible. Limitless could not figure out why. The Infinity Stone tablet was not something that ordinary people could understand. Even he himself had been confused by it all those years ago. But now, someone could use the power of the Infinity Stone tablet. This was something that Limitless could not accept. Coincidence, it must be a coincidence. Limitless was finding excuses for himself. Apart from this reason, Limitless could not find any other reason to convince himself. No one knew the secret of the Infinity God Tower better than Limitless. It was his dream. Unfortunately, he was one step away, and it was all for naught. Even now, Limitless was still filled with indignation. In the end, he ended up like this. This is not a coincidence. A door opened, and Lin Fei walked out from it as he spoke indifferently. Die. Limitless cold light flashed, and he pounced forward. Limitless power surged forth, as if it wanted to break through everything. Boom boom boom. Limitless power surged forth, and Lin Fei was instantly drowned within it. Die for me. Limitless was in a frenzy. He controlled the purest power to destroy the world. I don't need to know the secret. I just want you to die. Limitless did not care about secrets. He would only be satisfied if this person died. If he did not die, he would not be able to rest. It was that simple. Senior brother, why do you have to do this? A powerful current swept out. Limitless cried out in shock, and his entire body was sent flying. The powerful force crushed him. Senior brother, Limitless leaned against the wall, his entire body covered in wounds. He stared at Lin Fei. You received the legacy. Lin Fei had obtained the memories, and he knew what had happened. What do you think? Lin Fei said calmly. Limitless sex traitor. No, I'm not a traitor. Limitless roared. I only wanted the sect to go further, to become even more glorious. Unfortunately, they wouldn't listen. Thus, I could only resort to this method. Unfortunately, I still failed in the end. Even I myself was imprisoned within the Limitless Palace, suffering day and night. Patriarch Unbounded didn't choose to kill Unbounded, but rather to imprison him. There was nothing more painful than being unable to break free from his cage. You should be glad that Master was merciful and didn't kill you on the spot. Lin Fei said. Unfortunately, I'm the Limitless Sect Master now. He shouldn't have continued to live. Lin Fei stretched out his hand and grabbed. His 5 fingers were like mountains as he opened the Infinity Gate to its limits. Endless energy surged into his body. No, you can't kill me. He struggled endlessly, shattering the incoming force. However, the boundless power unleashed at full power was far from what he could withstand. You will never understand Master's meaning. Lin Fei grabbed Limitless by the neck and spat out his power. I don't want to die. I admit defeat. Limitless screamed. His power was destroyed along with his physical body, turning into dust. Huff! Huff! Lin Fei's body trembled as blood flowed from his wounds. My body is still too weak. It can't withstand this boundless power. Lin Fei laughed bitterly. He sat down and took out some pills to recover. Killing Limitless was actually the will left behind by Limitless Master. Back then, when he was heavily injured, he could only suppress Limitless but not kill him. If he chose to kill Limitless, Limitless would escape. In the end, he chose to suppress Limitless Palace for the sake of the Infinity Gate. Even if Master doesn't kill you, I will. Lin Fei had his own ambitions. Limitless land and limitless power. He didn't want others to know about it. Right now, his strength hadn't reached the grand completion stage. If word got out, Lin Fei believed that the experts of the Wantian Empire would definitely kill him or force him to hand over the limitless land or even the limitless technique. No matter what, limitless had to die. Lin Fei also knew the purpose of limitless. He hoped that someone would crack the secret and let him enter the limitless technique to obtain the final inheritance. He had never become the true lord of limitless. It was a good idea. Unfortunately, limitless luck had always been bad. He also didn't know about the secret left on the limitless stone steel. If Limitless knew about it, he wouldn't be like this. After recovering from his injuries, Lin Fei's biggest worry was put to rest. I condensed the limitless gate and obtained limitless power. However, limitless power has a limit. Unless I cultivate the limitless technique to the 9th level, I will be able to cultivate the limitless indestructible body. I will truly control limitless power and become the Lord of Limitless. At that time, I will be the strongest. After obtaining the complete memories, there were also very detailed records about the limitless technique. After the 9th level, he could condense the limitless indestructible body. This limitless indestructible body can be said to be infinite rebirth and resurrection. Lin Fei was secretly shocked. Even now, he couldn't achieve true immortality. It seems very difficult. Other than the First Lord of Limitless Indestructible Body, no one else has been able to successfully break through. Isn't it just time? I have plenty of time. I also have the little devil. When the time comes, the success rate of cultivating the limitless indestructible body will be higher than anyone else. With this limitless indestructible body, Lin Fei was very confident. Once that day came, he believed that no one in the Myriad Sky Empire could stop him from returning to Earth. Not the Black Tortoise. Not even the Myriad Sky Empire. Right now, he still had to bury his head in cultivation. Master, your speed is very fast. The little devil sat on his shoulder and said, after condensing the limitless gate on the 5th level, breaking through the next few levels isn't just a matter of cultivation. This Lin Fei was also very clear. Breaking through the last 4 levels was one aspect of the body, but the other aspect required the corresponding support. This was the most difficult. The disciples after the Limitless Lord couldn't achieve the limitless indestructible body because they couldn't find the corresponding support. It seems that if I want to break through to the limitless indestructible body, I still have to rely on the Myriad Sky Empire. Lin Fei squinted his eyes. Master could find it in the past. Now that so many years have passed, I also have the chance to find it. Breaking through the 5th level to the 6th level. It required a special treasure. The Heaven's Determination Stone. This was a special stone that rarely appeared in the world. Its effect was to stabilize a space. Any large space cultivation needed the Heaven's Determination Stone. After condensing the limitless gate, it had to go through the erosion of a large amount of limitless energy. After a long time, the limitless gate would easily collapse, and the Heaven's Determination Stone was used to stabilize the limitless gate. Right now, Lin Fei's goal was to find the Heaven's Determination Stone. Chapter 3696. It's a pity that I can't take the Infinity Palace away for now. I can only leave it here for now. Lin Fei made use of the Infinity Power to activate the unparalleled Emperor Armor, allowing his strength to soar to the sempiternal realm. However, the might of the Infinity Palace was not something that he could deal with. Thankfully, this place belongs to me now. No one will be able to barge in. Lin Fei turned around and struck out a series of hand seals at the void. The Infinity Land shrunk instantly and turned into a speck of dust, floating in the air. This was a technique that only the past sect masters could master. After the Infinity Land turned into dust, if not for that trace of perception, Lin Fei would not have known that there was an Infinity Land here. This technique was simply too heaven-defying that outsiders would not be able to detect it at all. From now on, I'm the only one who can sense the Infinity Land. It's truly safe now. Lin Fei laughed out loud. Father, you've succeeded. After Lin Fei came out, Lin Tianxi followed behind him. His eyes were filled with joy. Faster than I expected. Father, you're amazing. Oh right, where did the Infinity Land go? Why can't I sense it anymore? It's as though it has disappeared. But why do I still feel that it's at the same place? The Infinity Land is under my control. I've executed a secret technique and turned the Infinity Land into dust. Lin Fei laughed. Honestly, I really have to thank your son. If not for his son Lin Tianxi leading the way, Lin Fei would never have been able to find this place in his entire life. Even if he knew the location, he would not be able to pass through the infinite layers of space to lock onto this place. This was all a fortuitous encounter. Master, your son is not simple. On the way back, this was the first time Lin Fei had activated the unparalleled Emperor Armor. With the support of the Infinity Power, the unparalleled Emperor Armor's power skyrocketed. He could easily keep up with his son's pace. This was something that he could not do in the past. You figured it out. Lin Fei had always been curious about the background of this son of his. All these secrets that no one knew would be revealed. I managed to analyze part of it, said Little Devil. Master's son should be from a noble clan in another great world. I don't know which world he's from. However, his potential is really strong. The immortal realm is just the beginning. Once he has enough resources, he can break through to the immortal realm. It will be as easy as eating a meal. Make a breakthrough to the sempiternal realm. Lin Fei was also shocked. It should be noted that breaking through from the God Emperor realm to the immortal realm was a huge threshold. It was unknown how many people were stuck at this step. Emperor God Emperor Gu Heng was tyrannical, but he still wanted to catch the unparalleled the arch armor. He wanted to possess Lin Tianxi so that he could ascend to the heavens in a single bound. As for Lin Fei himself, if he wanted to become an undying realm expert, the only way was to condense the indestructible body. At that time he would be an undying realm expert, and a peak existence even among undying realms. This road was still very far away. Master, you have to work hard. The little devil added fuel to the fire. With my help, Master will quickly become an immortal realm expert. Moreover, if Master's strength doesn't increase as soon as possible, when your son's clansmen find you, it will be a huge problem. Is it a problem? Lin Fei pondered. It's still too early to think about this. There's no rush. After all, you can't become fat in one bite. The time spent back was very short. With the unparalleled the arch armor fully activated, Lin Tianxi did not need to deliberately suppress his flying speed. It was completely different from when he had first arrived. Once again he returned to the wind cloud weave. Lin Fei left Lin Tianxi behind to guard the wind cloud weave. After hearing the little devil's words, he knew that Lin Tianxi was from a special race that needed to devour all sorts of ores to grow. In that case, the only way to increase his speed was to devour. The wind cloud weave was undoubtedly the best place to cultivate. Lin Fei did not need to worry about others finding out about his son. However, the situation was different in the Thousand Skies Empire. That place was filled with true experts, so it was necessary to be careful. Tianxi, cultivate well in the wind cloud weave. Lin Fei instructed. I will help you find all sorts of ores to help you grow. Thank you, father. I will definitely cultivate well. Lin Tianxi nodded vigorously. If anyone causes trouble in the wind cloud weave, I will be the first to deal with them. After instructing his son, Lin Fei turned to Patian and Piao Shui. You don't have to go to the Great Territory War. Even if you go, you will only be cannon fodder. After all, the wind cloud weave is currently the weakest. There aren't many god emperors here. Thank you for your understanding, your majesty. Actually, they did not want to go at all. Everyone knew that the Great Territory War was the cruelest thing. Once they went, they would most likely die. Especially for god emperors like them, they would be no different from cannon fodder. They were naturally grateful to Lin Fei. Your next task is to develop the wind cloud weave. Lin Fei left the wind cloud weave. Long Tianhao followed him. At this moment he was no longer angry. It was because Lin Fei's aura had become stronger in a short period of time. This aura made him feel like he was suffocating. Even a peak god emperor, a veteran, might not give him such a feeling. Only the high and mighty immortal realm experts. Because of this, Long Tianhao was especially submissive. He did not dare to say much, and his gaze became respectful. What a joke. A person who could display the battle power of an immortal realm expert was absolutely terrifying. Long Tianhao believed that Lin Fei had solved the problem of not being able to last for long. Ever since the door of infinity opened, Lin Fei had been wearing the unparalleled the arch armor. This allowed him to maintain his battle power at the immortal realm at all times. He had no choice. The 10,000 Sky Empire was dangerous, and the 4 Great Territories were even more dangerous. Moreover, he was in Azure Dragon City. Between the 2 young masters, Lin Fei had no choice but to maintain his battle power at all times. This was the only way he could feel safe. "You're afraid of me?" Lin Fei smiled at Long Tianhao. "Young Master Lin, you're a high and mighty immortal realm expert. A mere god emperor like me is nothing." Long Tianhao smiled bitterly. He was no longer qualified, nor did he have the confidence to speak. "How can I not be afraid in front of you? How long had it been? I lack a helper by my side. What do you think?" Lin Fei liked Long Tianhao's tactfulness. "It's my honor to be chosen by Master. I'm willing to follow Master." Long Tianhao agreed without any hesitation. He immediately changed the way he addressed Lin Fan. He was wild with joy. In the Azure Dragon Clan, many experts of the Dragon Clan would rely on experts. Long Tianhao was a member of the Azure Dragon Clan. Although his status was not bad, he was still far from the top of the Azure Dragon Clan. Now that he had an immortal realm expert to follow him, not everyone was qualified to have such an honor. Long Tianhao was not a fool. How could he not follow? The Dragon Clan also worshipped experts. Only those who were stronger than them could be worshipped by the Dragon Clan. Chapter 3697. He returned to the Azure Dragon Weave once more. In less than 30 years, Lin Fei's mentality was completely different now that he was back in the Azure Dragon City of the Azure Dragon Weave. "Now that I've opened the Infinity Gate and obtained unlimited power, my strength has finally stabilized at the immortal rank." Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. If that young Master Long finds out about this, it will definitely be interesting. After returning this time, Lin Fei was prepared to settle down in the Azure Dragon Weave for a short period of time. Among them, young Master Long was unavoidable, because he had chosen a side. "You're back." Azure Dragon City inside a mansion. Long Tianjun smiled and arranged for someone to bring tea. "If you were any later, I was going to get someone to contact you," Lin Fei said apologetically. "Young Master Long, I was delayed by some matters and couldn't contact you in time. I'll be more careful next time." "It's fine." Long Tianjun didn't care about that. "Now that you're back, you can take up your post. However, there are some changes. You have to be mentally prepared." Lin Fei had long since anticipated such a situation. Could it be that young Master Long had caused trouble for him again? It was highly possible that it was Lin Fei. "There will be some changes regarding your position as the general of the Azure Dragon Army's 15th Army." Long Tianjun was furious at the mention of this. "That big brother of mine is up to no good. He got someone to replace you." My father also agreed. "Now, you can only be a general in the Death Army." "Death Army?" Lin Fei's expression changed slightly. Even though the general of the Death Army had more authority, everyone knew that the Death Army had to fight against mutants. It was extremely dangerous. One careless mistake could lead to death. The Death Army was known as the army with the highest death rate. It was the same for the generals. Countless generals had died in the Death Army. "I will definitely give you an explanation for this matter." Long Tianjun had spent a lot of effort to recruit him, but that big brother had made things difficult for him. There was nothing he could do to stop him. On the surface, the position of general in the Death Army was more important, especially when one was in charge of one of the armies in the Death Army. Apart from the Death Army's great general, the position of general was the highest. The great general was arranged by the 10,000 Sky Empire's royal family. Even so, the generals of the Death Corps were in great danger during battles. Most of the members of the Death Corps were ferocious, and it was impossible to suppress them without a certain level of strength. Long Tianjun knew very well that he wanted Lin Fei to die in the army of death. "Young Master Long, it's just a change of position." "It's fine." Lin Fei smiled. "I heard that the general of the Death Legion has more authority than the Azure Dragon Legion. I like that." A scheme? Lin Fei really didn't care anymore. Long Tianjun didn't know that Lin Fei had resolved his worries. The more Lin Fei said this, the more ashamed he felt. He walked out of Long Tianjun's residence. Lin Fei received the entry order again and took back the previous one. Isn't this General Lin? Congratulations on becoming the 5th General of the Death Legion. He didn't walk for long before a group of people blocked his way. It was none other than Long Tianfei, and he had a complacent expression on his face. It should be known that Long Tianfei had expended a great deal of effort to kill Lin Fei. Fortunately, everything had gone as he had expected, and his efforts had not been in vain. Long Tianfei came over when he heard that Lin Fei was back. He wanted to see Lin Fei's frightened face. Young Master Long is really well informed. Lin Fei smiled. I've received your congratulations. Can you make way for me now? Long Tianfei was very displeased, because Lin Fei didn't show any fear at all. Continue pretending. Long Tianfei wanted to see Lin Fei's frightened face. It would be best if he could kneel down and beg him. He didn't mind taking Lin Fei in and giving his third brother a tight slap. Isn't he just a general? I can destroy him with just a few words. Leave. Long Tianfei didn't want to see that. He wanted to see Lin Fei kneel down and beg for mercy. General Lin, don't be in such a hurry to leave. Long Tianfei didn't want to give way. He had specially come today to see Lin Fei's angry face. What? Young Master doesn't want me to leave. Lin Fei looked at Long Tianfei. Lin Fei looked calm, but Long Tianfei was even more unhappy. Why aren't you afraid? That's the general of the Death Legion, the legion with the highest death rate, the place that everyone was terrified of. Not many people would be willing to be a general, even if it was given to him for free. General Lin, I heard that the Death Legion is very dangerous. You have to fight against those mutants and the death rate is very high. What do you think if you go there and die? My third brother will definitely be very sad. Long Tianfei said seriously. Coincidentally, I have a good relationship with that general. As long as you beg me now, I might be able to get that general to arrange something for you. Lin Fei said calmly. Young Master, I appreciate your kindness. You can step aside now. Long Tianfei thought that Lin Fei would definitely understand the crux of the matter, and come to beg him. Just as he was feeling proud of himself, Long Tianfei doubted that he had heard wrongly. Is there something wrong with this guy's brain? Don't you know that this young master is threatening you? If you know what's good for you, why don't you hurry up and bow and accept your fate? What are you saying? Aren't you afraid of death? That's the Death Legion. It's the most dangerous legion besides the 4 great legions. It's precisely because the death rate is so high that it's called the Death Legion. You want this young master to step aside. Long Tianfei's face darkened. Do you know what this young master is talking about? Tianhao, clean up this trash and ask young master to step aside. Don't get hurt. Lin Fei said calmly. Our young master is very precious. Got it. Long Tianhao pounced on Long Tianfei's subordinates. As soon as his 5th sky of Emperor God Realm power was released, he crushed Long Tianfei's subordinates, knocking them to the ground. Young Master Long, please. Long Tianfei looked at his subordinates on the ground, his face twisted. Long Tianhao, you dare to hit my subordinates. Do you believe that I won't let you live a good life? Long Tianhao was obedient towards Lin Fei, but Long Tianfei wasn't qualified to do so. He glared at Lin Fei and unleashed his dragon might. Young Master Long, I'm a member of the Azure Dragon tribe. Are you sure you want to deal with me? Or do you want to kill the entire Azure Dragon tribe? Long Tianfei was enraged. The moment he said it, he knew it was wrong. After all, Long Tianhao was from the Azure Dragon tribe. He was not qualified to deal with him. In the Azure Dragon territory, whoever dared to attack the Azure Dragon tribe would have to face the revenge of the Azure Dragon experts. Misunderstanding. Long Tianfei recovered. He really wanted to slap himself. He hated Long Tianhao even more. They were clearly friends. Since when did he help Lin Fei? Consider yourself lucky today. Step aside. Long Tianhao put on airs in front of Long Tianfei. Chapter 3698. Long Tianfei stared at Lin Fei's back with resentment. This young master will definitely kill you. He had wanted to mock Lin Fei and see him begging for mercy, but he was slapped in the face instead. And you, Long Tianhao, don't think that you're powerful just because you're from the Green Dragon clan. Long Tianfei was so angry that his words became unscrupulous. My good brother, if what you said gets out or reaches father's ears, I think father will be very unhappy. Long Tianjun suddenly appeared beside him and said with a stern look on his face. Long Tianjun came as soon as he knew that Lin Fei was entangled by his elder brother. He was relieved when he saw this scene. He was really worried that Lin Fei would betray him. It turned out that he was thinking too much. Long Tianfei's face darkened. I told you that I didn't know. Third brother, it's not good for you to talk nonsense like this. Really? Long Tianjun shook a crystal in his hand. Memory crystal. You know what I mean. Long Tianfei really wanted to slap himself in the face. His words had suddenly been recorded. If this were to spread to the Dragon Clan, he didn't dare to imagine what would happen. His father might punish him severely in a fit of anger. This kind of thing had happened before. How can you give it back to me? Long Tianfei lowered his head. He had to. He had to get it back no matter what. Long Tianjun didn't expect that he could control his elder brother so easily. Although it wasn't very useful, it was a relief to make his elder brother suffer a loss. Come to my house for a visit. Okay. Of course, Lin Fei didn't know that Long Tianfei had been tricked by Long Tianjun after suffering a loss at his hands, and had suffered a great loss. Master, are you really going to take office? Long Tianhao asked in a low voice. Of course. Lin Fei said. I think the Death Corps is a good place. It's more about strength. The Green Dragon Clan is more comfortable. It doesn't suit my character. That young Master Long is really too shameless. He actually dared to scheme against Master. Do you want me to teach him a lesson? I guarantee that he won't dare to say another word. Long Tianhao said with an ominous glint in his eyes. He had to admit that Long Tianfei was stupid enough to do such a thing. Originally, the competition between Long Tianfei and Long Tianjun was almost the same. However, this time they had offended Lin Fei, who had consolidated his strength. Undoubtedly, they had pushed a pseudo-immortal expert to the opposite side. Long Tianjun had a greater chance of winning. If Old Master could establish a foothold in the Death Legion, Long Tianhao believed that young Master Long Tianfei would definitely not be able to eat or sleep in peace. Long Tianhao could imagine young Master Long's regretful expression in the near future. Could it be that you're afraid? Long Tianhao straightened his back. How is that possible? Our dragon tribe is born to fight. We're not afraid of a mere mutant. Go and catch a pseudo-azure dragon. Lin Fei said. I'm going to cook a feast before I leave. In the library. When Space Emperor knew that Lin Fei had arrived, he immediately appeared. When he heard that there was going to be a feast, he used his spatial technique to come to the lakeside. You brat, you're too considerate. Space Emperor had a pretty good impression of Lin Fei. It's been so long, yet you still remember to cook for this old man. From Long Tianhao's mouth, Lin Fei found out about the old man's background. The famous Space Emperor, a top-notch expert in the Void Dao. At the same time, he was the one with the best survival skills. It could be said that Space Emperor was the hardest to kill. As long as he couldn't win, he would immediately leave. Even before you made a move, Space Emperor would have already left. He wouldn't play with you at all. Old Space, this might be my last time. Because not long from now, this brat will be reporting to the Death Legion. Lin Fei smiled bitterly. Aren't you going to the Azure Dragon Legion? Space Emperor was surprised. Why are you going to the Death Legion? After his eyes flashed, Space Emperor understood. It should be those two young masters fighting, and Lin Fei was the unlucky one. Actually, I feel that the Death Legion isn't bad either. Lin Fei smiled. After all, that place is good for training. Space Emperor knew what the Death Legion was facing. They were mutants, an extremely powerful and invasive existence. Since the establishment of the 10,000 Sky Empire, they had basically been fighting against mutants. Your perception is not bad. The Death Legion is indeed good for training. Space Emperor smiled. To be able to survive the Death Legion, that is training and also a kind of progress. Long Tianhao came over with a pseudo-azure dragon. Today I'll make 3 dishes for Old Space. Lin Fei began to clean up the pseudo-azure dragon. The huge pseudo-azure dragon was successfully made into 3 different dishes. Space Emperor's mouth was full of grease as he ate. You're going to the Death Legion. This old man doesn't have anything for you. Space Emperor casually threw it away. This is a spatial enchantment that this old man refined. It can only be used once. Use it as you see fit. When Long Tianhao heard this, he was already drooling. This was a good thing. It was something that everyone would be jealous of. Long Tianhao felt that if he had studied delicacies back then, he might have become friends with Space Emperor. A spatial enchantment would be the envy of countless people. Many thanks, Old Space. Lin Fei did not stand on ceremony and kept the spatial enchantment. He did not stay long in the Azure Dragon City. Lin Fei boarded the warship and prepared to head towards the Death Legion. Before he left, Long Tianjun brought his trusted aide to send him off. Lin Fei, be careful. Long Tianjun had nothing to say. Long Tianjun's influence in that place was very low. It could be said that he was useless and people would not give him face. Be careful of Li Xiongba from the Death Legion. He is my big brother's man. Got it. The Death Legion was at the Death Battlefield. The Death Battlefield was at the border. After a long time, people no longer called it the border. They just called it the Death Battlefield. Lin Fei used 10 years to reach the border of the Death Battlefield. Before reaching the Death Battlefield, the boundless evil aura gathered into a patch of black, giving people endless pressure. I smell the scent of cruelty. Lin Fei stood on the deck and looked at the end of the world. That place was completely black, and there was even a hint of blood within the black. Halt! The warship came to the end and was stopped by a group of patrolling guards. These people had ferocious eyes. If not for the Azure Dragon City insignia on the warship, they would have taken action. I am Lin Fei from the Azure Dragon City. I am here to take up my post. Please bring me to see the general. Lin Fei retracted his gaze and said indifferently, You are Lin Fei. The patrol leader was slightly shocked. This person seemed to be very young. That's right. Lin Fei took out his identification. This was recognized by the Wantian Empire. You can check. The patrol leader checked and confirmed that there was no mistake. Chapter 3699. After Lin Fei arrived at the Death Battlefield, he realized that this place was filled with a murderous aura. Everywhere was filled with the stench of blood and the aura of battle. The experts in the Death Battlefield were very strong. They were completely different from the experts he had seen in the Azure Dragon territory. If they really fought, he believed that those people would not be a match for them. Master, the people here are very strong. Long Tianhao had heard of the Death Battlefield, but he had never been there. In such a battlefield, even the Azure Dragon tribe would fall if they were unlucky. That should be the place where the mutants appear. Long Tianhao looked at the end of the battlefield. At the end of the battlefield there was a huge black hole, and the army was stationed around the black hole. The great general wants to see you. Soon Lin Fei was brought outside a palace. Outside the palace, there was a troop of black armor army. There were not many of them, only about 100, but they gave off a very strong aura. With a glance, Lin Fei knew that this troop of black armored army wasn't weak at all. Even a fifth Sky of God Emperor realm expert could resist the other party's attack. He cannot go in. He must wait outside. Lin Fei did not have any objections. You wait outside. Lin Fei left these words and walked into the palace. You are Lin Fei. As soon as Lin Fei entered the palace, he was greeted by a loud voice that seemed to come from the 9 heavens. Great General, I am Lin Fei. Facing this voice, Lin Fei said indifferently. The unparalleled Emperor armor formed an invisible force that dissolved the pressure in this voice. Lin Fei looked as if nothing had happened. The center of the palace was empty. It was no different from the usual training field. At this moment, an old man in silver-white armor was standing there. He looked mighty and mighty. This person was the great general of the Death Army, and also His Majesty's man. While Lin Fei was sizing up the great general was also sizing up Lin Fei. This person was sent by the Azure Dragon City. His realm and strength were acceptable. As for whether he could secure his position as a general, that was another matter. This is your proof of identity. You can take over your people later, the great general said. Someone immediately handed over an identification card. There was also a military seal. All right, you can leave now. The general didn't look at Lin Fei again. After Lin Fei walked to the door, the general's voice sounded. Remember, in the battlefield of death, I like to be a practical person, and not the kind of person who comes to waste time. This sentence was full of warning. Out of the palace, Lin Fei also gained some understanding of this general. This was a true undying. Even though the other party was hiding it, it couldn't fool Lin Fei's eyes. The other party was the real deal. Lin Fei had nothing to be afraid of. Now that he had opened the Infinity Gate, he could erupt with the power of an undying at any time. The number of Immortal Realm experts in the Wantian Empire is not small. However, this general seems to be a little lethargic. Looks like Third Young Master Long's information is correct. This general is probably going to leave his post soon. Master, where are we going now? Of course it's the military camp. As a general, if he didn't have any subordinates, wouldn't he be a general without an army? General, this Lin Fei seems to be Azure Dragon City's third young master's subordinate. Inside the palace, after Lin Fei left, a figure came out like a ghost. Don't worry, in this old man's territory, whether it's Azure Dragon City's people or other cities' people, they have to be obedient. The general said indifferently, full of dominance. The ghostly figure said in a low voice, I heard that this Lin Fei comes from the Windy Wind Weave. Back then, there was an ancient eternal expert from the Windy Wind Weave. This person seems to have obtained the ancient eternal emperor armor. If that's the case, then the 4 generals probably won't be his match. The general laughed. It's good to be strong. There's pressure when there's competition. This subordinate feels that they will make a move. This old man will leave the death course soon. This old man is very clear about their thoughts. If they like to fight, then let them fight. The ghostly figure couldn't help but feel sad for them. The position of the general was not something they could take. Go tell them that they can fight, but this old man has no objections. After all, a general without strength is not a good general. However, they must be controlled within a certain range. Understood. The ghostly figure disappeared. The 5th general had been appointed. This news immediately spread throughout the Death Army. I heard that this general is from the Azure Dragon Weave. Hee. This is going to be interesting. You should know that many people are eyeing the position of the 5th general. Now that it's been snatched by someone from the Azure Dragon Weave, something bad is going to happen. Let's just watch the show. Everyone knows that it's not that easy to be the 5th general. After the news spread, it caused an uproar. The heavenly gods and god kings in the Death Army were all wily old foxes. Upon hearing this, many people prepared to go over and watch the show. Before the appearance of the mutants, the soldiers of the Death Army were still very free. Loosening and tightening was the most reasonable arrangement. The news also spread to a tent in the camp. Commander Lee, something bad has happened. A god king barged into the tent. At this time, there were 5 armored men sitting in the tent. They were all from the 5th Army. There were a total of 5 armies in the Death Army, so there were 5 generals. Above the 5 generals was the Grand General, who led the entire Death Army. Generally, the Grand General rarely took action. He was in charge of the Death Army, which consisted of 500,000 people. Although there were only 500,000 people, these 500,000 people were equivalent to an army of several million, or even more. Any one of them could basically fight 1 against 10. These were all veterans who had truly survived from the brink of death. Commander Lee was a huge man like a small mountain. His entire body was filled with killing intent, and his eyes widened. What happened? Why are you so flustered? What's this? I just received news that the vacant general position of the 5th Army has been snatched by someone from Azure Dragon City. That general is on his way here. What? Commander Lee stood up, his entire body in disarray. The position of the 5th general has been taken? How is that possible? There's no news at all. One had to know that Commander Lee was prepared to fight for the position of 5th general. Now everything was gone. Damn it. This kind of news also exploded in the 5th Division. One had to know that everyone thought that one of them would be promoted. For this reason, the 6 commanders had used all sorts of methods just to become the general. But now, after fighting for so long, the position had been taken by someone else. All of them had murderous thoughts. The general position was gone. Chapter 3700. The 100,000 soldiers of the 5th Legion were all curious to know how the 5th general would deal with the upcoming situation. Who didn't know that the 6 commanders were on the verge of fighting for the position of the 5th general? Usually there was no lack of open and secret fights. Now, it was impossible for the 6 commanders to not have any thoughts about it. Everyone was waiting to see how the 5th general would solve this matter. General Lin, you have to be careful of the 6 commanders when you take the position. Lin Fei paid a small price to learn some basic information about the 5th Legion from the guard captain who led the way. Don't look at how Lin Fei usually fought and killed. But in fact he understood these small details better than anyone else. If he became the 5th general, there would definitely be someone who would be pushed out. The meaning of the great general's words revealed a trace of this. This 5th general would probably face a lot of problems. Previously, the 6 of them were the best candidates to compete for the 5th general. The guard captain didn't mind showing his goodwill to the general since he would get the news sooner or later. In any case, whether or not he could sit on the general's position was another matter. Young Master Long really knows how to kill people with a borrowed knife. Lin Fei thought, it's not easy for me to be a general. The 5th general is here. The Death Legion. The 5 legions were arranged in an open space. Among them, the 5th Legion was the furthest. Before getting close, Lin Fei felt a dark and oppressive aura. There were at least 100,000 soldiers, all of whom were elite soldiers. At the entrance of a military camp, there was a cry of surprise from inside. News travels fast indeed. I reckon that the commanders have already found out about the situation. Lin Fei thought to himself as he strode into the camp. The soldiers guarding the military camp didn't stop him at all, because Lin Fei took out the military seal. Once the military seal was taken out, these soldiers didn't dare to do anything. Even if they had any thoughts, they would suppress them. General Lin, this is the military camp. My mission is completed. The great general said that he hopes you can familiarize yourself with the military camp as soon as possible because our enemies won't give you time to familiarize yourself. The guard captain said. Lin Fei nodded slightly. Take me to the general's tent. Lin Fei called a soldier over and said indifferently. Understood. Is that the 5th general? So young. It must be another one of his connections. The sheep has entered the wolf pack. The people of the 5th Legion also saw the 5th general, a young man in black robes. They couldn't see through his cultivation level, but the word young clearly indicated that this 5th general had used some sort of connection to gain his position. Everyone had seen this kind of situation before. More importantly, he had only brought one person with him, which seemed a little different from his usual gilded appearance. All kinds of gossip emerged. After Lin Fei moved into the tent, there was no movement for 3 days. This surprised many people. This General Lin seemed to be somewhat different. Could it be that he was too young and was afraid that he wouldn't be able to control everyone? Master, the situation is clear. After Lin Fei moved into the 5th Legion, there was no movement. Internally, there were also rumors that this new general was not courageous and did not have the courage to manage the 5th Legion well. Under the influence of some people, it seemed that the soldiers of the 5th Legion did not approve of this General Lin. Tell me about it. Lin Fei did not make a move. He just let the little devil gather information. After the little devil core leveled up, the system became the little devil, and the little devil became the system, possessing very powerful abilities. In this military camp, they could move freely as long as they did not leave a certain distance from Lin Fei. After 3 days, I have understood the situation of the entire military camp. There are 6 commanders and 12 captains. 6 of them have backers behind them. Among the 12 captains, there are a few that are worth promoting. Lin Fei also received the information collected by the little devil in his mind. Spreading rumors behind my back? Lin Fei looked at the memories in his mind. Just this alone is enough to take care of you. Lin Fei was not stupid enough to make a move. There were many aspects involved here. Lin Fei could not use violence. He had to take care of them openly. Now that he had the evidence in his hands, just a rumor alone could easily kill Lin Fei. Master, there is a captain coming to report. Long Tianhao came in to report. This green dragon expert was temporarily acting as a guard. Haha, report? Lin Fei laughed. This is the first one. I hope it is one of the captains in the news. Ling Tian was dressed in black armor. He stood straight and his forehead was slightly sweating. This time Ling Tian was going to go all out. No matter what, he had to get in touch with the 5th Legion. As a divine king who came from a poor family, Ling Tian had suffered countless hardships. However, the disadvantage of being poor made it difficult for him to move a single step in the military camp. This was especially so for those people who he detested. It took him 1,000 years to rise from an ordinary soldier to a senior captain. If he had a good background, Ling Tian would have become a commander long ago. However, this time they had gone too far. If Ling Tian continued to resist, he would lose his position as a team leader. Come in. Hearing Long Tianhao's words, Ling Tian secretly heaved a sigh of relief. The crucial moment had arrived. Master, I am the 5th Legion's captain Ling Tian. Ling Tian introduced himself as soon as he came in. 4th Sky of Divine King. This realm was not bad. Especially in the Death Legion, if they met a 5th Sky of Divine King, the one who would lose would definitely be the other party, not Ling Tian. Lin Fei sized up Ling Tian. This person was one of those not bad guys. I know you are Ling Tian. Lin Fei said faintly. A disciple from a poor family. To be able to reach this position, you are not bad. Ling Tian did not know General Lin Fei at all. However, the other party seemed to know him and knew that he was from a poor family. You are the first to see this general. I know you are in a difficult situation. As long as you are willing to follow me, what is a captain? This general can make you a commander. Commander. Ling Tian was also shocked. He did not think that this general would be so direct. This roping is too. But why I can't resist. Commander. Ling Tian wanted to be a commander even in his dreams. Unfortunately, he knew that without a backer, he would never be able to become a commander. However, hearing such words, his blood boiled. Are you willing? Lin Fei smiled at Ling Tian. Chapter 3701. Commander Ling, you've got guts. Ling Tian returned to his tent. At this moment, a person was sitting in the tent. It was none other than Commander Li Ruffing with a dark expression. This subordinate greets the commander. Ling Tian was slightly startled and cupped his fists. I heard you went to the general's tent. Are you planning to submit to General Lin? Li Ruffing said coldly. The temperature in the tent dropped instantly. Commander Li had originally planned to force Ling Tian to submit to him. After all, among the 12 commanders in the 5th Legion, other than Ling Tian, the rest chose to submit to the 6 commanders. He didn't expect Ling Tian to have the guts to take the initiative to see General Lin. This made Li Ruffing unhappy. Commander, can't I go see General Lin and report the situation? Ling Tian straightened his back. I don't remember the rule saying that commanders can't see the general. Li Ruffing's expression turned even colder. Commander Ling, let me give you a piece of advice. You won't have a good time following that General Lin. Li Ruffing said. You've ruined your future. As long as you submit to me now, you'll still be a commander. Otherwise, you know what I mean. I'm sorry, Commander. This subordinate fights for the Death Legion and doesn't listen to anyone. Ling Tian said seriously. Li Ruffing stared at Ling Tian coldly. Interesting. You've chosen to refuse. I hope you'll still have the chance to laugh when the time comes. Ling Tian's expression turned cold as he watched Li Ruffing leave the tent. He couldn't help but worry. From the looks of it, these 6 commanders were going to cause trouble. Interesting. Really interesting. Currently, the entire 5th Legion was under Lin Fei's surveillance. Once the little devil appeared, who could compete with him? Are you planning to cause trouble? Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. I haven't even made a move yet, and you're going to show me who's boss? Master. They're probably preparing to embarrass Master during the 5th Legion's training the day after tomorrow. The little devil said disdainfully. Of course, there's a high chance that they'll use force to bully someone who isn't strong enough. If they beat Master to the ground in front of everyone, a general who isn't strong enough will definitely not be recognized by the soldiers of the 5th Division. At that time, the 6 commanders will join together to protest, as well as the will of the 100,000 soldiers. Master will have no choice but to leave the 5th Division and leave his position as general. Lin Fei had actually thought of this as well, but it wasn't as detailed as Little Devil. Training day for the 5th Division. Lin Fei's lips curled up. I remember you saying that out of the 6 commanders there's a good old man. He can be considered a good target. The 6th commander, Mo Yuan. It's a pity to kill all of them. We should at least leave one familiar person alive. That way we can put pressure on those senior captains. Lin Fei took a step forward and walked into the void. Inside the general's office. Sir, General Lin hasn't made any moves recently. I'm afraid he's going to suffer during the training of the 5th Division. A ghostly figure appeared and reported the situation. It was precisely because of the existence of the ghostly figure that even the slightest movement in the Death Legion could not be hidden from the great general. Are you sure he didn't do anything? The great general put down the ancient book in his hand. When there was no war, the great general loved to read. Knowledge could be accumulated. When a certain amount was accumulated, a huge change would occur. Ever since he entered the 5th Division, he hasn't come out. The ghostly figure said. Even if there are all kinds of rumors in the 5th Division, this General Lin still hasn't made a move. What an interesting fellow. Does he really not know? Or is he pretending not to know? The great general really didn't care about the newcomer Lin Fei. In the past, whenever a general took office, he would always be a new officer who would do everything he could to eliminate the dissidents and control the entire legion. It was the great general's first time seeing someone like Lin Fei. Could it be that he was afraid? Let's wait a little longer. If Lin Fei really wasn't a match for the 6 commanders, the great general didn't mind changing someone else. After all, he was His Majesty's man. It was precisely because the great general was His Majesty's man that no matter how much trouble he caused, the 5 generals couldn't do anything. They were obedient under his eyes. When the 5th Division's training day comes, this General Lin is going to make a fool of himself. Mo Yuan was in his own tent. He took out his wine gourd and drank mouthful after mouthful. His face couldn't help but reveal a look of anticipation. The position of the general of the 5th Division isn't that easy to sit on. Mo Yuan drank another mouthful of wine. Originally, the position of general was going to be decided among the 6 of them, but in the end it was taken by someone else. It was natural for Mo Yuan to be angry. Even if Mo Yuan was the one with the least influence among the 6 commanders, he still had the qualifications to compete. Drinking alone not bad. A voice abruptly rang out. Who is it? Mo Yuan was shocked. This was the 5th Division and there was even a general overseeing it. After Mo Yuan shouted, his eyes suddenly widened. His body froze and he couldn't move. In front of him a figure sat down. It was none other than the newcomer, General Lin Fei. Don't make a fuss, Lin Fei said with a smile. He glanced at the dishes laid out on the table. You are living a carefree life. The army forbids alcohol. Commander, have you forgotten? At this moment, Mo Yuan had a face full of shock. No matter what, he had the strength of a 4th Sky God Emperor. But now all the strength in his body was restrained. It was hard for him to move. Mo Yuan realized that this newcomer, General Lin, had unfathomable strength. Even a 5th Sky God Emperor couldn't do it so easily. If he wanted to kill him, Mo Yuan panicked. He would be done for. The 6 commanders had all underestimated this General Lin. He didn't make a sound. He was probably watching them jumping up and down. When the time came, he would strike with a thunderous strike. Lin Fei waved his hand, and a surge of energy swept across. Mo Yuan saw everything on the table, including the dishes, and even everything in the tent, corroding at a speed visible to the naked eye. In an instant they turned into dust. You're on your own. Mo Yuan realized that he could move again. His back was drenched in cold sweat. The entire tent was empty, except for him. It's too scary. I still want to go against General Lin Fei. I'm simply courting death. Mo Yuan slapped his own face. If one slap wasn't enough, he would slap himself again. Mo Yuan's expression was gloomy. I think it's better for me to be a commander. Oh right, I should go and report the situation now. No, if I go now wouldn't it be? With this the demon abyss had no more ideas. Against such a general, even if the 6 of them joined hands, they would still be defeated in the end. Chapter 3702. 5th Division Training Day. This was the most traditional day in the Death Army. It was also a very special day. On this day, every legion would stage a hot-blooded battle. Captains could challenge senior captains. Senior captains could command. And commanders could challenge generals. As for when this rule started, no one knew. Perhaps it could be traced back to the founding of the country. The 5th Division was very lively today. Everyone knew that a good show was about to begin. The tri-monthly training day had always been the day that the soldiers looked forward to the most. This was the only chance for them to stand out. A soldier who didn't want to be a general wasn't a good soldier. This was the dream of all the soldiers in the Death Army. Although they couldn't rely on their own strength to become a general, becoming a small captain, a senior captain, or even a commander wasn't a problem. Dong dong dong. The military drums reverberated in the sky above the 5th Division. Master, time's up. Long Tianhao came over and said. As one of Lin Fei's men, Long Tianhao also felt the strange atmosphere in the 5th Division. If he was in the dragon race, they would have started fighting already. But here, military law was no less than a scourge. If anyone took it seriously, then congratulations. They would either be sent as cannon fodder or killed on the spot. Long Tianhao was from the Green Dragon race and had a high status. However, he was no different from anyone else in the 5th Division. The only advantage he had was that he was by Master's side and had more freedom. You must be bored. Lin Fei walked out and laughed. Yes, I want to go over and beat them up. Long Tianhao said. A bunch of blind people. They could have offended anyone, but they had to offend Master. Lin Fei laughed and patted Long Tianhao's shoulder. Later, I'll let you go up and vent your anger. Since you followed the old master out, I'll let you get some benefits. Are you interested in becoming a commander? Commander. Long Tianhao was delighted. I'm willing. As a member of the dragon race, they were all warlike. However, the Wantian Empire was peaceful now. It was rare for the dragon race to have a battle. The Death Army against the mutants was one of the battlefields. Follow Master to see the gift they have prepared for Master. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes and looked up. The weather today was quite good, suitable for killing. The 5th Corps. 100,000 soldiers were now divided into 6 groups, forming a black mass. 6 commanders led 100,000 soldiers. A murderous aura soared into the sky. Boundless evil chi gathered in the sky, forming a majestic force. This power, no matter who it was, would make them feel a great pressure. Because you are not fighting against one person, you are fighting against 100,000 soldiers. He's here. Clad in armor, Li Ruffing stood at the very front when he saw Lin Fei walking over. It's not easy to be the general of the 5th Legion. The other commanders all had similar expressions on their faces. They seemed to be rejoicing in others' misfortune. The only relatively normal person present was Mo Yuan. After witnessing General Lin Fei's terrifying methods, he had already lost all hope. He looked at the 5 commanders with a cold gaze. It's good to be an honest person. At the very least, you won't be killed when you stand out. General Lin. Boom. Lin Fei came before the 100,000 soldiers. Without any warning, the 100,000 soldiers shouted in unison. Boom boom boom. The power of 100,000 soldiers, how terrifying was that? Especially when their momentum was joined together. It was no less than an attack from a peerless expert. More importantly, it came without any warning. No one could react in time. An invisible force pressed down. Even though Long Tianhao was a 5th Sky of God Emperor realm expert, his face paled at this moment. Instinctively, he took several steps back. His blood and chi were boiling. This was the commander's first show of strength. No matter who it was, they could not find fault in this. It was too normal. Because the soldiers admired their general. Just this sentence alone was enough. As to whether they could endure it or not, it was another matter. Hello everyone. Facing the sudden show of strength, Lin Fei's face was still calm. He extended one hand and waved at the 100,000 soldiers. The whole is orderly, attacking and defending as one. The Death Legion is indeed powerful. Lin Fei easily dealt with the initial show of strength and strode up to the tall platform at the very front. He sat down with a flourish and faced the 100,000 soldiers below. He's fine. Li Ruffing and the other commanders' expressions changed slightly, then returned to normal. This show of strength was to make Lin Fei collapse. At the very least it would leave a flaw, a shadow. But now, it seemed that they had underestimated this Lin Fei. Although it did not work, they had indirectly proved one thing to General Lin Fei. In the 5th Legion, the 6 commanders were not easy to deal with. If they were not subdued or bowed to them, they could forget about commanding the 100,000 soldiers of the 5th Legion. This was their biggest advantage in the 5th Legion. It did not matter if the first step was not successful. It was just an appetizer. The real show was yet to come. It was the first time the 100,000 soldiers saw General Lin Fei. Too young. Based on their impression, the previous generals were all middle-aged men. But the one in front of them was really young. This made many people unable to recognize him. Being young meant that he was not reliable, especially in a dangerous place like fighting against mutants. "Today is my first time meeting you all," Lin Fei said calmly. His voice was loud and clear, reverberating above the crowd. "Let me introduce you all in case I don't recognize you all." The first to stand out was Li Rufeng. First Commander Li Rufeng. Second Commander Xiao Yuan. Third Commander Tian Xingfeng. Fourth Commander Luo Xiongba. Fifth Commander Ying Tian Shui. Sixth Commander Moan. The 6 commanders took the initiative to introduce themselves. Lin Fei smiled. "Not bad. It's all thanks to you 6 commanders that the Death Legion is famous. General, you're too kind," the commanders replied. Lin Fei glanced at the soldiers present and said, "This is a training day that happens once every 3 months. I won't waste any more time. Let's start according to the normal procedure, lest I ruin everyone's good mood. I understand everyone's feelings very well." These words were undoubtedly pleasing to the ears of the 100,000 soldiers present, especially when this General Lin could say it so directly. Once every 3 months was indeed a good day to get promoted and make a fortune. No one wanted to start immediately. No one was willing to listen to nonsense. Chapter 3703. The most exciting part of the tri-monthly training day was the arena battle. Lin Fei gave the order and the process began. Even if he did not understand this, the 5 commanders would be able to smoothly arrange it. Right now, Lin Fei only needed to watch the show. The first battle was between the squad leaders. The squad leaders were quite strong. Compared to the people outside, they were much stronger. They were full of killing moves. If they were not careful, they would suffer. A bloody game is so exciting. In this kind of battle, the winner could be promoted, the loser would die. The Death Legion was so cruel. It was not a test without life and death. Only when life and death were on the line could it be considered a real battle. It was either you die or I die. Lin Fei quite liked this feeling. The 30 squad leaders ended quickly. There were some who got promoted but more died. Those who could sit in the position of squad leader were also very strong. After squad leader was the squadron leader. Another fierce battle ensued. However, Lin Fei saw the problem. Because the people who came to challenge looked very strong, and they were even on par with each other. However, in Lin Fei's eyes, their true colors were exposed. With the unparalleled the arch armor, Lin Fei's strength always maintained the combat power of an immortal. Any battle could not hide in front of him. Moreover, this was a small battle. Interesting, Lin Fei thought. Do you really think I don't know anything? After the squadron leader, it was the battle for the commander. The battle for the commander was not fierce this time. None of the 100,000 soldiers came out to fight. The atmosphere was a little cold. Seems like the commander's strength is not bad. Lin Fei suddenly said loudly, "No one dares to fight. Just nice, my subordinates are interested in this kind of battle. Commanders, you don't have any objections, right?" The 6 commanders did not have any objections. Usually, when a general took office, he would arrange for his trusted subordinates to occupy a position, and the commander was the best choice. However, they were full of confidence. Their captain's men were all their men, and they were all very strong. It was precisely because they were going to face the people brought by Lin Fei that this scene happened. "Tianhao, you go down and meet these captains. Don't embarrass me," Lin Fei said lightly. This subordinate will definitely do his best. Long Tianhao had been holding it in for a long time. Boom! Long Tianhao took a step forward and soared into the sky. He landed on the arena, causing the ground to tremble. "If any of you want to come up, feel free to come up." One isn't too many, and two isn't too few. Long Tianhao said domineeringly. Don't underestimate my strength. If you do, I will beat you to death. Long Tianhao's domineering words instantly offended these senior captains. Allow me. A captain stood up. He was a black lump of metal and had the strength of a first-level god emperor. Not enough. Long Tianhao rushed out like a shadow and punched through the captain's head. Blood splattered everywhere. Again. Hee. Isn't it too shameless of me to use experts from the dragon race to bully these senior captains? No, how can I say shameless? This is a normal fight. Lin Fei smiled as he watched the battle below. As soon as Long Tianhao came up, he killed a senior captain with a single punch. This immediately shocked the 100,000 soldiers present. The 6 commanders looked at each other as if they had seen a ghost. Li Rufeng's heart was bleeding. One of his senior captains was killed just like that. This happened too quickly. He was prepared to slap Long Tianhao's face. How could this be? Where did this guy come from? Li Rufeng's face sank. He gestured to the other commanders. His meaning was simple. You guys can come up now. The 6 commanders had discussed the issue of going against the general. No matter what, they had to embarrass this General Lin Fei. Slap their subordinates. This was the second step. They wanted to infuriate Lin Fei so that they could defeat him easily. But now one of their senior captains was killed. This caught them off guard. After a short moment of shock, they immediately recovered. Only Mo Yuan knew what was going on. General Lin Fei was so powerful. Even if it was just one of his subordinates, they must be strong. But they didn't expect him to kill one of Li Rufeng's senior captains so easily. How many of them are going to be sent to their deaths? Mo Yuan secretly gasped. He decided to stay quiet and pretend that he didn't know anything. Li Rufeng and the others could do whatever they wanted. The death of a senior captain was nothing. Apart from Mo Yuan, the other 4 commanders sent their senior captains up. Even if they lost, they had to take turns to defeat this guy. They wanted to let General Lin Fei know their strength. Too weak. How dare you be a senior captain with such strength? Trash, all of you are trash. Long Tianhao relied on his speed and powerful strength. Every time he killed a senior captain, he would bleed profusely. The arena was surrounded by blood. The 100,000 soldiers watched with their blood boiling. The senior captain who showed off his strength was killed just like that. It was too satisfying. From the beginning to the end, he killed his opponent with one punch. This was proof of his strength. The soldiers of the Death Legion admired the strong the most. This kind of strength was what they admired the most. Previously, they thought that General Lin Fei was not strong enough. Now that his subordinates were so powerful, this new general must be very powerful too. Li Rufeng and the other commanders' hearts were bleeding. The senior captain who went up was dead. Mo Yuan, what are you waiting for? They looked at Mo Yuan. But Mo Yuan was expressionless at this time. He seemed to be focused on the arena and ignored their telepathic messages. This almost made them fly into a rage. Bastard, why didn't you make a move? What are you trying to do? No matter how they transmitted their telepathic messages, Mo Yuan seemed to be in a trance. He didn't respond at all. He didn't even look at them. Coward. While cursing, they could only retreat in defeat. At least, they couldn't let the senior captain go up. This was the rhythm of death. This young guy was too powerful. From the beginning to the end, they couldn't see his realm. This was what scared them. General, we are convinced. The remaining senior captain took the initiative to lower his head. What a joke. Such an expert was simply their nightmare. The feeling of having their blood explode was not something that anyone would want to experience. The 6 commanders immediately praised him. The senior captain of our 5th Legion is not strong enough. Then this subordinate of mine will temporarily be the first captain among the senior captains. He will lead all the senior captains. Does anyone have any objections? Lin Fei smiled faintly. Who would have any objections now? Such a fierce guy, other than them, probably no one could take him down. But their target was Lin Fei. No objections. Chapter 3704. The position of the first platoon leader was taken by someone else, which really caught them off guard. After all, this position still had a lot of power. They gave it up just like that, yet they had nothing to say. It was not a normal kind of grievance. They almost suspected that their strategy was wrong. Otherwise, why would they keep losing? The first platoon leader was gone, and a few of his subordinates were dead. No matter which one it was, they never thought it would happen. The few commanders exchanged glances and decided to personally take the field. After all, the once every 3 months was the only time they could suppress the other party. If they missed this opportunity, the Fifth Army would definitely be greatly changed next time. Not to mention anything else, the position of the platoon leader would change. Even though they were commanders, the platoon leaders would also choose. Now that General Lin Fei came up, he seemed to have the situation under control. If they couldn't do anything, there would definitely be people who would choose to rely on the new general. After a long time, their prestige would be completely gone. If there's nothing else, today's meeting can end. Lin Fei said loudly, "After 3 months, we will choose a new platoon leader. None of you have any objections, right?" If they still didn't make a move, there wouldn't be a chance anymore. Lin Fei wanted them to make the first move. He gave them a chance. If they still didn't dare, Lin Fei would really look down on them. They had the guts to scheme against him. Whether they made a move or not, Lin Fei had the advantage. At the same time, it was rare for the 4 generals of the Death Army to sit together. Li Rufeng is really a piece of trash. The one who spoke was the 1st Platoon's General Chan Chufeng. That Lin Fei is also amazing. He actually recruited an expert from the Green Dragon tribe. Li Rufeng and the others calculated everything, but they didn't expect that guy to have such a powerful expert by his side. The 2nd Platoon's Yin Tianqing smiled faintly. "It doesn't matter if we lose this round." The 3rd Platoon's General Feng Emo smiled. "Isn't there still the last round? That's the key." Haha, that's true. The 6 commanders are the real show. The last general, Luo Lin, looked at the image of the 5th Division with an expectant expression. The 4 generals all had different expressions towards this young man. For them, the fact that this position was taken by Azure Dragon City's Lin Fei was indeed out of everyone's expectations. If possible, they absolutely hoped that the person sitting in this position would be one of their people. What a pity, however, this was an opportunity. As long as General Lin Fei lost, the subsequent events would definitely cause the new General Lin Fei to fall into endless trouble. In the end, he would have to leave dejectedly. This was a common occurrence in the Army of Death. "General, we've been looking forward to meeting you for a long time. Therefore, on this rare occasion, I hope that you can give us some pointers. After all, this is the tradition of the Death Army." Li Rufeng's voice was loud and clear. Everyone says no. Yes. Behind him, the 100,000 soldiers cried out in unison, and their energy surged as they shot up into the sky. "General, please grant our wish." Li Rufeng took a step forward, his heart filled with glee. So what if he won a round? "General, please grant our wish." Xiao Yuan also took a step forward. "I'd like to spar with you as well." Tian Xingfeng also stood up, his battle intent clear and fearless. "I Luo Xiongba only submit to those who are stronger than me." Luo Xiongba's words were rough, like a mountain crashing into a mountain. "General, please grant our wish." Ying Tianshui also stood up. The last one, Mo Yuan, did not take the initiative to praise him. Instead, he remained expressionless and indifferent. "I, Mo Yuan, admit that my strength is only average. I won't come up. I hope that you won't take offense." Mo Yuan clasped his hands and lowered his head. This action caused the 5 commanders to shoot him a cold glare. "What are you doing at such a crucial time?" This was what the 6 of them had agreed on. But in the end, this guy chose to drag them down. Could it be that he was frightened by what just happened? They could not help but look at each other in disdain. In that instant, they all agreed that after General Lin Fei was defeated, they would definitely teach Mo Yuan a lesson. Lin Fei smiled happily. "Spar. Forget about it." Lin Fei shook his head. "Forget about it? How could that be? This is our chance to deal with you, to make you unable to step down, to make you unable to sit on your position as the general of the 5th Army of the Death Army." Li Rufeng understood this Lin Fei. He was quite strong, but his outburst was not strong and could not be sustained. His fighting strength was at most a 5th Heaven God Emperor. And the 5 of them were not any weaker than a 5th Heaven God Emperor. If they went up one by one, Lin Fei would definitely lose. He might not even last until the 5th. Just thinking about how he would be trampled under the feet of others was enough to make one excited. General, we can't do that. Li Ruffing took another step forward. Everyone in the army admires the general's strength, especially the 5 captains. In any case, we have to broaden everyone's horizons. You should know that the general's strength is quite famous even in the Azure Dragon Weave. We've long admired the general, so you don't have to worry about hurting us. Although we aren't strong enough, we can still protect ourselves. 100,000 soldiers were indeed looking forward to this battle. Please grant our wish, General. The 5 commanders were surprisingly in agreement. It was the same for the 100,000 soldiers. Their voices rang out in unison. The 5 commanders bowed down, their eyes filled with excitement and pride. So what if you are a general? You still have to take the bait. Regardless of whether they attacked or not, they were in an invincible position. If they lost, there would be follow-up actions. If they did not attack, they would continue to force him to abdicate. If it happened once or twice, who would care about this general? At that time they could only scram. A general without prestige was not a good general. As for winning, how was that possible? Lin Fei was silent for a while. Are you sure you want to fight me? You should know that once I attack, I can't control my strength. My fists and legs have no eyes. That won't be good. Fists and legs have no eyes? We like that. It was not certain who would lose. General, when we became commanders, didn't we brush shoulders with death every single day? Death has long become a habit for us. Li Ruffing said, if we die in your hands, we can only say that we are not strong enough. There is nothing to feel pity about. General, you don't have to consider us. Xiao Yuan said. Let us learn from you. Lin Fei took a deep breath. In that case, I will grant you your wish. It is too troublesome to fight one by one. Why don't all 5 of you come together? Arrogant. The 5 commanders snorted in their hearts. People are going to die. People are going to die. Mo Yuan was expressionless, but he knew they were finished. Chapter 3705. The 5 commanders were infuriated. The previous general did not dare to say such words to them. After all, the strongest general of the 5th Legion was at most a 5th Heaven God Emperor. No matter how strong he was, there was a limit. Fighting the 5 of them at once was definitely an arrogant thing. Originally, they planned to attack one by one to let Lin Fei know that a strong dragon could not suppress a local snake. In the end, this guy was more arrogant than they imagined. 1 against the 5 of them was simply a fool's dream. Lin Fei was so insensible. Then, the 5 commanders would definitely teach him a lesson. Lin Fei asked for it. With the 5 of them working together, there was nothing to worry about even if they won. General Lin Fei said it personally in front of everyone. No matter what, it would be a slap to General Lin Fei's face. 1 against 5 commanders. Interesting. The 4 generals were looking forward to it. It had always been 1 against 1. Now it was 1 against 5. No matter what, they were looking forward to it. If they won, they naturally would not dare to look down on this new general. If they lost, this general would not be qualified to stand with them. Reality was such a cruel thing. In their opinion, this General Lin Fei was simply spouting nonsense. He didn't even know what kind of situation he was in, saying such words in front of 100,000 soldiers. If he lost, he wouldn't be able to stay in the 5th Legion in the future. They had to look forward to it. As for winning, they didn't believe that this newcomer Lin Fei had the strength to do so. Even if it were them, it would still be difficult for them to win against 5 commanders. A tie would be the best result. Make your move. Let this general see how strong you are, and if you are qualified to be commanders. Lin Fei stood with his hands behind his back, smiling at the 5 commanders. General, please. Li Ruffing cupped his hands and was the first to attack. Gravity like a mountain. With a boom, a layer of black gravity shrouded the world. Crack, 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 crack. The area around Lin Fei was instantly enveloped by the gravitational field, and the ground began to crack. However, it was limited to the area where Lin Fei was, and the soldiers could see the ground sink in at a speed with the naked eye. Blood-spurting sword. Li Ruffing was the first to attack, while Commander Xiao Yuan was the second. He stabbed out with his invisible sword, and his figure instantly disappeared, passing through the gravitational field. The sword will pierce through the gravitational field, and the sword turned into tens of thousands of sword shadows, like dazzling starlight. Accompanied by a terrifyingly sharp aura, it pierced toward the center of Lin Fei's brows. If he was pierced by this sword, he would definitely not have a good ending. The third person was Commander Tian Xingfeng. As his name suggested, he specialized in short blades with both hands. With a cold flash, he was even faster than Xiao Yuan, directly attacking Lin Fei's back. The fourth leader, Luo Xiongba, was slower by a beat. He took a step forward and punched out with his fist, causing the heavens and earth to split apart. In front of this fist intent, anyone would have to bow their head and submit. This fist intent was too strong. It was so strong that with one punch everyone would submit. In fact, they didn't even have the thought of resisting. They only had the resolve to wait for death. Luo Xiongba's fist intent was just that overbearing. Not submitting meant death. It was just that simple. The last person, Ing Tianxue, attacked with a completely different technique. He turned into a sea of blood. The sea of blood rumbled, and everyone's qi and blood seemed to be about to burst out. It was scary as if they couldn't control it. This was also the most evil technique. In fact, before you even fought with Commander Ing Tianxue, all your qi and blood would be sucked dry. What combat power! It would all become a big joke. When these 5 leaders attacked, it could be said that the heavens and earth changed color. Such a strong attack. Everyone was looking forward to how General Lin Fei would deal with it. In the face of such a ferocious attack, no one seemed to have the ability to fight back. It was definitely a dangerous situation within a dangerous situation. No one could think of any technique to block it. Commander Xiao Yuan and Feng Tianxing, one at the front and one at the back, cooperated very well. Coupled with Li Rufeng's gravitational field, they had the upper hand. No matter who faced the 5 of them, there was only defeat in the end. Let's see how you block it. Li Rufeng was secretly pleased. Although the 5 of them usually fought fiercely, their cooperation was still very strong. After all, sometimes when fighting against a strong mutant, there was a chance of victory if they worked together. They calculated that Lin Fei didn't know them well. If it was one-on-one, it might be easy to block. But once the 5 of them attacked, it would mean victory. Lin Fei would definitely lose. The 5 commanders are indeed powerful. They are indeed qualified to sit in the commander's position. Xiao Yuan's sword technique with an endless sharp aura stabbed at the center of Lin Fei's eyebrows. From the beginning to the end, he didn't even block it, not even his eyelids moved. Feng Tianxing's 2 short blades turned into 2 streams of light and stabbed at Lin Fei's back. The attacks of the 2 leaders almost reached at the same time. And the moment they successfully hit Lin Fei, the unparalleled arch armor instantly wrapped Lin Fei's body. Their long swords and short blades were a beat slower. Instantly there was a crisp clanging sound. The huge force caused the void around Lin Fei to explode. However, this power is enough to deal with an emperor god. But against me, you are still lacking. Lin Fei extended his hand and flicked at the long sword. Kacha! The sharp long sword was full of cracks and shattered, breaking into several pieces on the spot. The power of the sword seeped into Xiao Yuan's body, and he was directly sent flying thousands of miles away. Oh no! Feng Tianxing was shocked. Lin Fei came behind him and punched Feng Tianxing's body. A cloud of blood exploded and a large amount of it fell down. Between heaven and earth, there was an additional pool of blood. Luo Xiongba's fist intent had also arrived. Lin Fei casually grabbed out, causing the fist intent to stop in its tracks. With a light grab and a bit of strength, the fist intent was crushed with a crisp sound. I don't know fist intent, but I do know the strongest punch. Lin Fei leaped and left the gravitational field and punched out. Luo Xiongba instantly collapsed, and his entire face was pale. The Tao of Blood Sea is a little weak. Lin Fei casually swung, and the power was like a mountain. A large part of Ing Tianxue's Blood Sea was destroyed, and a staggering figure appeared. You can come down too. Lin Fei reached out and grabbed, and Li Rufeng felt that he couldn't move. His face changed, and after a loud sound, he was smashed into the ground. Blood gushed out and the ground was dyed red. Unfortunately, you are still too weak. Chapter 3706. Victory. The 5 generals attacked together, yet they lost so quickly. It could be said that the 100,000 soldiers present were all dumbfounded. Commander Feng was actually killed with a single punch. This is too terrifying. General Lin is so fierce. This is our general. The 100,000 soldiers all had the same thought at this moment. Because they worshipped the strong. Only the strong could allow them to go further and earn more merits. General is mighty. General Mo Yuan was the first to shout out. If one looked closely, one would notice that this general's body was trembling. Even though he knew that General Lin Fei was strong, after seeing it for himself, Mo Yuan still couldn't help but feel uneasy. The new General Lin is too savage. Luckily I was honest. If I wasn't, I would probably be dead. Mo Yuan really wanted to wipe his sweat. After all, the few of them had been fighting each other back then, and they had never expected to suffer a crushing defeat. Feng Tianxing and Li Ruffing even died. This ending was a little miserable. After Mo Yuan came back to his senses, he shouted out loud. This bootlicking had to be done immediately. With Mo Yuan leading the way, the 100,000 soldiers all shouted out loud. Everyone was clear about the current situation. From today onwards, the Fifth Army would be General Lin Fei. No one would be able to shake his position. He didn't even need to attack, but the moment he did, he would strike like lightning. Any resistance would be destroyed. General is mighty. General is mighty. I didn't expect this Lin Fei to be so strong. General D's expression was a little ugly. Although they said that, everyone knew that this person's strength could be described as unfathomable. He wasn't weaker than any of their generals, maybe even stronger. Terrifying, truly terrifying. This fellow really has undying battle strength. If he can last for a long time, then that would be the most terrifying. The four generals didn't say anything else. They had finally witnessed the might of the Emperor armor. After defeating the 5 generals, Lin Fei threw out the dirt on them, instantly causing an uproar among the soldiers. The dying generals knew that they were finished when they heard that. Usually it might be fine, but at this moment it became a death sentence. It became a sharp weapon to deal with them. They couldn't resist at all. It was a crushing defeat. Commander Mo, you will temporarily assume the position of Great Commander. I will leave them to you to handle. You must give everyone a satisfactory result. Mo Yuan was overjoyed. He stepped forward. This subordinate obeys. This Lin Fei is quite interesting. The great general was also watching. Undying's battle prowess is real. I just don't know if it can last. Li Ruffing and the others are too weak. They didn't even manage to test it out. The great general was looking forward to it. A pseudo-immortal realm expert who couldn't maintain his fighting capacity for a long time wasn't worth paying attention to. Conversely, it was of great significance. Continue to observe. After this battle, Lin Fei had complete control over the 5th Legion. Commander Demonic Abyss turned into a mad dog and began to clean up the internal mess. The trusted aides of the 5 commanders were all wiped out. For a time, everyone distanced themselves from each other, afraid that they would be caught laughing. Congratulations, Master. The 5th Legion is under my control. Long Tianhao said happily. Now, Long Tianhao was no longer the captain, but the 2nd commander. He quickly gained influence within the Legion, and was not any weaker than Commander Demonic Abyss. There's nothing to congratulate me about. Lin Fei smiled. Just a few weaklings. To them, Lin Fei had never treated them as opponents. From the first day they entered the 5th Legion, Lin Fei had already sentenced them to death before they even showed up. These brainless fellows would die for nothing. There was no meaning to it. Their only use was to support Lin Fei's strength. Oh right, how did the 4 generals react? Very calm. Lin Fei wasn't surprised at all. Help me send a message. 3 months later, I will select a batch of powerful soldiers and teach them peak martial arts. Let them be prepared. Long Tianhao was shocked. This kind of thing was rare in the Legion. While Long Tianhao and Demonic Abyss were cleaning up the Legion, Lin Fei didn't stay idle. Deducing the simplified version of the infinite divine body was something that Lin Fei cared about. To establish a foothold in the Legion, other than martial strength, he had to do something else. For example, rewards. As the saying went, a big stick in one hand and a carrot in the other. Now that Lin Fei had a big stick, all that was left was a carrot. Rewards were nothing to Lin Fei, but it was still lacking if he wanted to have a higher influence in the Legion. After thinking about it, with Little Devil's suggestion, it was the best way to increase his strength. Therefore, Lin Fei asked Little Devil to create a weakened version of the infinite divine body. Even if it was a weakened version, it was still a very powerful body training method. It might not be useful elsewhere, but it was undoubtedly the best in the Legion, especially the Death Legion. Lin Fei threw it to Long Tianhao. Long Tianhao took it and looked at it. At first he didn't care much, but later on he couldn't help but be shocked. Too powerful. Master, this golden body level 10 is so powerful. As a member of the dragon race, even I want to cultivate it. Long Tianhao's breathing quickened. Based on my judgment, this golden body defense can help me increase my defense by several times. Master, are you really willing to take it out for everyone to cultivate? This was a life-saving technique. Of course. Lin Fei smiled and said, as a general, Master definitely has to think for everyone. You and Mo Yuan have discussed this cultivation technique. I need everyone to cultivate it. It's that simple. Long Tianhao patted his body and promised that he would make the arrangements. Lord, this is a big move. When Great Commander Mo Yuan saw this, he was also very excited. Everyone will like this cultivation technique. This was a huge benefit. Commander Mo Yuan was even more in awe and admiration now. Because of this, no one in the 5th Legion would have any objections from now on. Everyone would truly acknowledge this General Lin Fei. What plans does Lord have? We just need to do it well. Long Tianhao still put on airs in front of Mo Yuan. Commander Mo Yuan nodded repeatedly and began to discuss. After that, the two of them started cultivating. Long Tianhao's talent was the best. He broke through to the 7th level in a short period of time and his defense increased greatly. If it was his main body, the increase would be even greater. Long Tianhao was convinced. Even the Azure Dragon race didn't have such a good technique. Commander Mo Yuan broke through to the 5th level and also felt the benefits of this technique. It was tailor-made. Very quickly, the first 3 levels of the golden body defense were pushed out in the camp. At the start, everyone had their own thoughts, but under the strong pressure, everyone tried to cultivate it. The effects of this cultivation were seen. Everyone was shocked. General is mighty and domineering. I feel like I can handle it better. General is mighty and domineering. Chapter 3707. Time flew. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fei had been in the Death Legion for 5 years. In these 5 years, the 5th Legion didn't participate in any battles. However, their combat power had increased tremendously. Especially after everyone had cultivated the golden body. Their combat power had increased tremendously. They had a lot of advantages when fighting against opponents of the same cultivation level. The soldiers of the 5th Division worshipped this General Lin Fei a lot. Lin Fei's position as the general of the 5th Legion had been completely stabilized. The opening of the Infinity Door requires the Heaven's Determination Stone to completely stabilize it. In the tent, Lin Fei slowly opened his eyes and shook his head. Ever since he had cultivated the Infinity Door to the 5th level, he had tried to break through to the 6th level, but he couldn't. The Infinity Door couldn't withstand any more infinity force. Just like what was said, he needed the Heaven's Determination Stone to stabilize it before he could try to break through. During this period, the Infinity Door showed signs of collapsing several times. This scared Lin Fei so much that he immediately stopped thinking about it. Until now, Lin Fei didn't dare to try it rashly. According to what that person said, once the Infinity Door collapsed, the consequences would be terrifying. The power produced in that instant could easily wipe out a person and turn them into ashes. Master, the general has summoned the other generals. It seems like they have something important to discuss. Long Tianhao came in to report. Long Tianhao was getting more and more authoritative. However, in front of Lin Fei, he was always well behaved. It's been 5 years. I thought I would always be idle. Lin Fei smiled as he stood up. If I don't do something soon, I'm going to grow hair on my head. Lin Fei couldn't wait for something to happen. In the 5th Legion, no one dared to disobey this new general. It could be said that with one order, the entire legion could move without any hindrance. Naturally, this couldn't satisfy Lin Fei. The 5th Legion was the first step. The second step was to expand his influence to the entire Death Legion. The best way to expand his influence was through battle achievements. There was nothing better than war. General Lin, you're the only one left. When Chan Chufeng of the 1st Legion saw Lin Fei, he took the initiative to greet him. As for how sincere he was, no one knew. In the past 5 years, Lin Fei had gotten to know the 4 generals, but they were all superficial acquaintances and did not delve too deeply into their relationship. Each of these 4 generals had a powerful backer behind them, and it even involved the 10,000 Sky Empire's royal family. In comparison, Lin Fei's backer didn't seem to be much. No matter how powerful Long Tianjun was, he was still a young master. He had yet to become the area lord of the Azure Dragon Weave, so his influence was naturally incomparable. It can't be helped. There's no war, so I can only cultivate. Lin Fei laughed. The other 3 generals all smiled, but there was a trace of disdain in their eyes. They still looked down on this Lin Fei. Since everyone is here, let's begin. The great general glanced at them indifferently. The 5 generals stopped and listened attentively. The 4 of you are old generals and General Lin is new. I'll explain it again. The great general glanced at Lin Fei and said, the matter was very simple. The reason was that the mutants were attacking a neighboring large weave. That was an ally of the 10,000 Sky Empire. Now that their ally was in trouble, they had sent a message asking for help. As an ally, the 10,000 Sky Empire naturally had to help their ally. As the Death Legion that had fought the mutants the most, they were undoubtedly the best target for assistance. The great general's intention was simple. The Death Legion would send 2 legions, totaling 200,000 soldiers, to help their ally exterminate the mutants' invasion. The 2 legions will be chosen from among you. The great general looked at everyone with a smile. Lin Fei's expression did not change, but he already knew about this in his heart. The little devil was an intelligent being that could easily obtain all kinds of secrets. It could calculate and analyze many secrets of the Death Legion with a 99% accuracy rate. Master must take the initiative to agree to this matter, the little devil said. This is definitely a great contribution to Master. Lin Fei actually thought so too. The Heaven's Fate Stone was an extremely special material. Lin Fei did not have much information about it, but according to the information left behind in the past, this thing had appeared in the hands of the royal family of the 10,000 Sky Empire. The strength of the royal family of the 10,000 Sky Empire was publicly acknowledged. The number 1 royal family was not to be trifled with. It was unrealistic for Lin Fei to snatch it from the hands of the royal family. After getting rid of this unrealistic matter, the only thing left was to make himself dazzling, to attract the attention of the princes of the royal family. This was also a good idea. In addition to making a contribution, Master can also go to other weaves to gain experience. Perhaps there will be news of the Heaven's Fate Stone. The little devil added, this possibility has a 50% chance. It's worth a try. Great General, I'm willing to take the soldiers there. Lin Fei took a step forward and cupped his hands. The other 4 generals were slightly startled and looked at General Lin Fei in surprise. It was not a good thing to fight in another world as it was extremely dangerous. Even if they thought that General Lin Fei was strong, it would not be easy to survive in the mutant war. They were still thinking about the pros and cons and did not expect General Lin Fei to take the initiative to bring it up. The great general's eyes lit up. General Lin, have you thought about it? Are you sure it's not an impulsive decision? Lin Fei said, General, I'm a newcomer and don't know anything. However, I'm passionate about the Empire. If the mutants dare to attack our allies, they are our enemies. I'll lead the army to annihilate them and let them know the power of our Empire. These words were sonorous and powerful. The 4 generals secretly scolded Lin Fei for being so shameless. He said it so confidently and confidently. Good. The great general was very satisfied. Young people are full of fighting spirit. The Empire will be very happy to have a person like you. Lin Fei actually wanted to vomit. However, this matter involved increasing his strength and he had to give it a try. Moreover, no matter how powerful the mutants were, they could not kill him. The current him was not the same as before. The appearance of the little devil could allow him to avoid all the dangers and maintain his safety at all times. Under such circumstances, if something were to happen, Lin Fei could only blame it on his bad luck. Lin Fei believed that the probability of that happening was not high. This is what I should do as a subject of the Empire, Lin Fei said. There are always sacrifices in war. I'm always prepared. The great general's impression of Lin Fei improved a lot. General Lin took the initiative to go. This old man agrees. The great general smiled and said, "You can choose the remaining one by drawing lots." The great general was also dissatisfied with these 4 generals. However, he could not control the people behind them. Under normal circumstances, he would turn a blind eye. Chapter 3708. The other division landed on Chen Chufeng's first division. "We're going to be battle partners," Chen Chufeng said as he walked out. "It's a pleasure working with you," Lin Fei said with a smile. "If there's anything wrong with me, please don't take it to heart, General Chen. What you said is interesting." Chen Chufeng wouldn't take it seriously. He had single-handedly defeated 5 commanders. If anyone took it seriously, they might fall into his trap. Back at the camp, Lin Fei summoned the great commander, Mo Yuan, and told him about the expedition. "General, those guys are full of anger. It's great that they're going." Mo Yuan was happy when he heard about the expedition. Ever since he started cultivating the golden body, Mo Yuan's strength had increased by a large margin. He was able to fight better. This was the case for the entire 5th Division. Everyone wanted to go and fight. They wanted to fight a fierce battle. The news came at the right time. Lin Fei smiled. "It's good to have such fighting spirit. Tell them that this is their chance to make a contribution. Anyone who performs well will be rewarded with the Golden Body Intermediate or Advanced level." Mo Yuan and Long Tianhao had divided the Golden Body 10 levels into elementary, intermediate, and advanced levels. Only those who met certain requirements could learn it. When Lin Fei first heard about it, he was impressed by the two's methods. They had unknowingly pulled out the levels. Those who didn't cultivate it might not know, but once they did, they would never be able to shake off the temptation of this body tempering technique. Even without the general's orders, I guarantee that those guys will all be extremely powerful. Mo Yuan said, "General, we're going to that place this time. We're going to help our ally, the 100 Origins." The 100 Origins. It was a huge territory. Although it couldn't compare to the Wantian Empire, the 100 Origins territory had contributed greatly before the Wantian Empire was founded. Even though it had been a long time, the Wantian Empire's royalty had always acknowledged this. Hence, the Wantian Empire agreed to help after their ally asked for help. They had to save face. In addition, the 100 Origins weave was adjacent to the Myriad Sky Empire. If the Myriad Sky Empire was defeated, it would undoubtedly give the mutants a base camp, which would open up a new battlefield. This was very disadvantageous to the Wantian Empire. The Wantian Empire had to stop them no matter what. 100 Sources Grand Realm. At this moment, the flames of war were rising everywhere. The mutants' attack had been too ferocious, and the 100 Origins weave had been caught off guard. In a short period of time, they had lost more than half of their territory. This was undoubtedly a vicious slap to the face of the 100 Origins domain. Left with no other choice, the imperial family of the 100 Sources could only turn to the Wantian Empire for help. In the past, they had been on equal footing, but now they subconsciously regarded the Wantian Empire as their leader. If their boss didn't act, they would really be finished. Boom boom boom. In front of a huge city, countless ripples appeared on a huge array formation, resisting wave after wave of attacks. Outside the big city was a black mass of mutants. These mutants looked similar to demonic beasts, but the biggest difference was that these mutants were like humans. They walked on 2 feet, looked ferocious, and moved very fast. Mutants did not cultivate any cultivation techniques, relying purely on their powerful physical strength. The power they could unleash was in no way inferior to sky immortals, sky gods, and godly monarchs. That's when it gets scary. At the same time, the defense of xenogeneics was very strong, and their recovery ability was also very strong. It would take at least 3 to 5 human experts of the same level to kill a mutant. City Lord, we can't hold on any longer. The mutants' water supply is too strong. On the city walls, the higher-ups of the city all wore solemn expressions. The ripples in the city seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. The mutants, who were not afraid of death, and their ferocious attacks, shocked everyone quite a bit. "Retreat," the city lord said with difficulty. Although there were only a few 100,000 mutants outside the city, Their combat strength was not inferior to a human army of millions. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, the great array collapsed. A black flood instantly rushed in, drowning countless human experts. What kind of lousy city is this? We still broke through it. A cold voice reverberated. A figure rushed over like a ray of light, accompanied by a bright stream of light. Crash! The higher-ups on the city walls were a bloody mess. Only a few survived, while the rest were as dead as they could be. A tall figure single-handedly held a sharp long saber. Blood flowed down the long saber. This long saber was more than 10 zhang long, and when it slashed horizontally, the saber radiance crisscrossed, leaving an irreparable crack in the void. Too weak. All of them can't even withstand a single blow. The mutant expert snorted and continued to chase with his saber. Kill, kill, kill. Pieces of corpses flew in the air. Saber Demon, this is Saber Demon. I didn't expect our Death Legion to have such good stuff. Lin Fei led 100,000 soldiers on a super warship. It was forged by the Wantian Empire and had terrifying shuttling ability. A journey that would normally take 10 years would only take a year with this super warship. However, this super warship consumed too much energy. Under normal circumstances, the Wantian Empire rarely used it. Chen Chufeng smiled. The good stuff of the Wantian Empire is unimaginable. However, we only have a total of 3 of these warships. 3. That's also good stuff to suppress a region. Lin Fei sighed. In his heart, he realized that the Myriad Sky Empire definitely had even better stuff. Perhaps the Heaven's Determination Stone really existed. Chen Chufeng laughed heartily. When General Lin goes to the imperial capital, you will know what it means to broaden your horizons. A mere super warship is just one of the precious treasures. If there's a chance, I will definitely go and take a look. Lin Fei nodded. General Lin, this is your first time leading a team to deal with the mutants. Don't underestimate them. Chen Chufeng reminded. Those guys are the most cunning. I will pay attention. Lin Fei said. Although he hadn't seen the mutants yet, Lin Fei had a deep understanding of them. These guys were like locusts. Their mission was to invade the great world, take all resources for themselves, and enslave all living beings. They were famous for their tyranny. Master, this super warship is a good thing. Back in his cabin, Little Devil's voice came. Of course it's a good thing. Lin Fei replied. I heard that the more energy it consumes, the faster it becomes. It can be said to be a weapon of war. I just analyzed and copied it. In just 10 days, Master can get a blueprint. Little Devil said. As long as Master collects the materials, you can also build a super warship. Chapter 3709. No way. That's possible. Decipher the super warship. Lin Fei was shocked. This was different from what he had imagined. The Myriad Sky Empire's super warship had been deciphered just like that. Do you have to be so amazing? Master, I'm no longer an ordinary system. Little Devil said proudly. Give me time and I can decipher anything. Lin Fei couldn't refute such an awesome statement. A blueprint of the super warship appeared in Lin Fei's mind. It was just as Little Devil had said. The super warship had really been deciphered. The details were extremely detailed, and the materials were also included. If he followed the steps, the possibility of creating a super warship was extremely high. An evolved system is indeed different. Such a super warship would be of great help to Lin Fei. It could be said that if such a blueprint was taken outside, it would shock countless people. It would even cause a commotion within the Myriad Sky Empire. I can only do this in private. Lin Fei was very bold, but he could only do this in secret. The Myriad Sky Empire had painstakingly created a super warship. If he were to decipher it just like that, wouldn't that be a slap in the face to both the imperial family and the empire? 2 years later, the super warship passed through countless spaces. There were even teleportation gates along the way, and they entered a vast territory. This was the 100 Origins territory. Its territory was smaller than the Myriad Sky Empire, but it was more unified. However, as they entered the 100 Origins territory, they immediately felt the aura of war. Flames of war rose everywhere. We've come at the right time. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. There were signs of battle in many places. I hope we're not too late. Chen Chufeng said solemnly. not daring to be careless. Not long later, the mutants appeared to stop them. Large swaths of mutants attacked fiercely, like a black swarm of locusts. No way, these are mutants. The super battleship activated its defense. It was like a mountain crashing down on them. The xenogeneics that surrounded them were either turned into a bloody mist or sent flying. They are mutants, but they are of the lowest level. However, they have powerful close combat abilities, and their blood has a certain corrosive effect. It can corrode formations. Chen Shufeng didn't mind explaining. After all, at first glance, not everyone would think much of xenogeneics. Only after coming into contact with them would you start to take them seriously, and you would realize how scary they were. Lin Fei squinted his eyes. The xenogeneics in front of him kept coming, and their numbers were shocking. The super warship's momentum was terrifying, but as time went on, its energy consumption also increased, and it actually slowed down. Although it was still moving forward, it could not be compared to before. How was it? Did you see that? Chen Shufeng asked. It is indeed terrifying. Lin Fei nodded. It will be a tough battle. Little demon, can you analyze the weaknesses of these xenogeneics? Lin Fei had seen it for himself. Even the super warship's movement speed was affected. If it was an Emperor God expert, he would definitely not be able to last long in such a situation. What a powerful creature. Mutants were truly worthy of their name. No problem, Master. Little Demon said. But I need time. Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry. As long as he could find the weakness of the xenogeneics, it would be much easier to deal with them. It wasn't easy to bring the Fifth Army over. Lin Fei wouldn't be disappointed if he lost too many soldiers. This was the foundation of his foothold in the Wantian Empire. The super warship charged forward, and after consuming a large amount of energy, it successfully broke through the mutants' blockade. This is the strength of the xenogeneics, Chen Shufeng said. Ordinary warships can't break through the mutants' blockade. In the Wantian Empire, only the super warship can do it. Looking at the dense mutants' blockade, Lin Fei agreed with this. These xenogeneics are truly a powerful race. Lin Fei sighed. No wonder we have to keep attacking these xenogeneics. With them around, no one would be able to eat or sleep in peace. These xenogeneics are hard to deal with, Chen Shufeng said. General Lin, do you regret it? Most new generals wouldn't dare to accept this mission. Lin Fei's lips curled up. It's only interesting when there's a challenge. Chen Shufeng admired Lin Fei for being able to say such words in such a situation. It's the Wantian Empire's Death Legion. The super warship finally arrived above a majestic city. This place had yet to be conquered by the xenogeneics. The moment the super warship arrived, someone immediately came over to announce. They weren't so careful, as if they knew this was the super warship from the Wantian Empire. Death Legion's 1st Legion, Chen Shufeng. Death Legion's 5th Legion, Lin Fei. Lin Fei and Chen Shufeng walked out together and stood on the deck of the super warship, looking at the people who had come to greet them. Gu Tian arrived next to the super warship and said respectfully, I am Gu Tian of the Imperial family. Welcome to our 100 Origins domain. The Death Legion was extremely famous in the Wantian Empire. Gu Tian was naturally happy that 2 legions had come at once. This was a powerful force against the xenogeneics. The super warship's defenses were lifted. Lin Fei and Chen Shufeng disembarked. After exchanging pleasantries, they immediately got down to business. Generals, the situation is very bad right now. Please help us, Gu Tian said in a low voice, a hint of urgency in his tone. The xenogeneics attack was too fast. The situation was changing day by day. The 100 Origins domain side could be said to be retreating step by step. If they didn't receive reinforcements soon, they would fall sooner or later. The xenogeneics were simply too powerful. It was a one-sided massacre. There was no other way out of this confrontation other than a bloody battle. General Lin, you and I will each take a place, Chen Shufeng said. Let's split up. That way we can better defeat the xenogeneics attack. Lin Fei naturally had no problem with this. He believed that the little fiend would quickly give him an answer. When the time came, the mutants with their weaknesses exposed would be crushed by them all the same. I have no problem with that, Lin Fei said. Then let's split up. Gu Tian, a member of the imperial family, personally led the way. His face was full of gratitude. The super warship killed its way into a city. Chen Chufeng led his subordinates and surrounded it. They cut apart the Xenogeneics, then carried out a small-scale encirclement. As expected of a general. How experienced! This was the first time Lin Fei had seen General Chen Chufeng deploy troops. He was indeed experienced, and he was careful even as he probed. Chapter 37:10. General Lin, this is the most important city of our imperial family, White Knight City, Gu Tian said solemnly. I'll leave everything to you. Gu Tian was very confident in the Death Legion of the Wan Tian Empire. The subordinates sent by his big brother must be very powerful. Not to mention anything else, just the super warship alone was the only one in the 100 Origins domain, and it was not something that could be easily taken out. Don't worry, I will defend this White Knight City. Lin Fei was very satisfied with Gu Tian's attitude. Not to mention anything else, just the fact that he had given command to him at the first instance showed that Gu Tian's attitude was very good. After Gu Tian gave his instructions, he went back first. White Knight City's huge defense was activated. But outside the defense, there were a large number of mutants, eyeing them covetously, launching wave after wave of attacks. White Knight City's array attacks could not change the outcome of the battle too much, but the ferocious attacks of the mutants were constantly reminding the people of White Knight City that if they did not stop them, White Knight City would be breached. The first thing Lin Fei did was to let the people of the Fifth Army come out. 100,000 soldiers was not a lot, but in terms of overall momentum it was a lot stronger than White Knight City. The White Knight City Lord and the other upper echelons secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The soldiers of the Wan Tian Empire were indeed powerful, worthy of being called battle-hardened soldiers. General Lin, these mutants are not afraid of death, and it is very difficult to stop them. The White Knight City Lord smiled bitterly. If we fight them head-on, our White Knight City will suffer heavy casualties. The White Knight City Lord was also very helpless. The fierce reputation of the mutants was not as simple as it seemed. The scene of the attack in front of them would shock many people. It's okay. Lin Fei smiled. This time, I came specially to give benefits to the mutants. Give benefits. You have been cultivating for so long, it's time to show off. Lin Fei ordered. Everyone attack. Tactics. There was no need at all. After cultivating the defensive golden body, their overall strength had been greatly improved. Now it was time to take them out for a walk. Great Commander Mo Yuan also breathed a sigh of relief. Attack. Let's give them a wave of damage first. The 100,000 soldiers of the Death Army formed a sharp knife, and they stabbed into the Xenogeneic army. The black mass of mutants was instantly cut open. Lin Fei stood with his hands behind his back. After practicing for so long, I can finally see the results. White Knight City Lord had been worried at first, but when the Death Army charged into the mutant army, they were extremely ferocious and were evenly matched. So powerful. The Lord of White Knight City had personally experienced the power of a mutant's charge. The human soldiers were unable to withstand its power, but now they couldn't bear it. There's hope. The higher-ups of White Knight City breathed a sigh of relief. The army of death was awesome. Great Commander Demonic Abyss was also in high spirits. Mr. General's gold body's defense is very strong. In the past it would not have been as easy as it is now. General Demon Abyss killed the Xenogeneic with a single slash inside. This thought did not only appear in the commander's mind, but also in the minds of all the soldiers. They had become stronger. When the Xenogeneics clashed, they were able to stand firm. This was something they had not been able to do before. Kill. Kill them all. Let us show the Xenogeneics who is the strongest. Loud cheers rang out. The army of death of 100,000 soldiers had an explosive combat power, sweeping back and forth and killing in all directions. How is it? Is it okay? In the first round of battle, the army of death had an absolute advantage. The ferocious attacks of the mutants were also temporarily repelled. Lin Fei was very satisfied with the first battle. After all, this was a defensive golden body that he had created. If it was ineffective, wouldn't it be a slap in the face? How embarrassing would that be? The Lord of White Knight City repeatedly praised and was convinced. This kind of efficiency could not be achieved by their White Knight City. With the first overwhelming victory, the rhythm of the mutants slowed down. The army of death had caught them off guard. The mutants are probably dumbfounded. Lin Fei looked at the retreating mutants, his eyes narrowed slightly. Just in time for everyone to rest. In close combat, Lin Fei also understood the strength of the mutants. Encountering the well-equipped army of death, coupled with the support of the golden body, their overall combat power had increased by several levels, and they could now fight against them. I'll give you a surprise tomorrow. Not far from White Knight City, in the temporary resting place of the mutant army. Sir, it was the army of death of the Wantian Empire that caused great damage to us during the day. However, this army is different from the other armies. Their overall strength has increased a lot, and at the same time they have become more resistant. A mutant reported. The target of the report was the mutant giant. This giant was about 10 feet tall, and its whole body was bursting with power. It was a high-level mutant among the mutants, and its specialty was strength. Army of Death. The mutant giant was not surprised by this army. It could be considered an old enemy, but today's Army of Death was obviously different. Do you know who is in charge? Manchi asked. Not sure. The mutant whispered. However, I saw a familiar face. It seems to be someone from the Fifth Army. The Fifth Army? Manchi frowned. If it is the Fifth Army, then it is strange. Since when did their strength increase so quickly? The Army of Death's combat power was indeed not bad. However, it was basically impossible for them to defeat their attacks like they did today. Go and investigate. We must find out who is in charge of the Fifth Army. Manchi said coldly. The mutant army was very powerful, but if they did not understand the Army of Death and continued to resist, they would have to pay a great price. This was not what Manchi wanted to see. That night, the Lord of White Knight City personally invited Lin Fei to a banquet. It was because of Lin Fei's arrival that they had a chance to breathe. The mutant army's attack had been temporarily repelled, which was a good victory. It was necessary to celebrate. The Lord of White Knight City was very open-minded. If they wanted to defend White Knight City, they had to rely on this General Lin Fei. As for them, they could just forget about it. The difference was too great. Master, the weakness of the mutants has been analyzed. Returning to his temporary residence, Lin Fei heard a piece of good news. It was analyzed so quickly. Although he knew that the little devil was very powerful, to be able to analyze it so quickly was too amazing. What I have analyzed now is only a small weakness, the little devil said. But it can definitely defeat the mutant army and obtain victory for Master. Small weakness? Lin Fei was not disappointed. It was fine as long as they could win. Chapter 37:11. The news of White Knight City's first wave of defense also reached the ears of the Emperor of the Hundred Sources domain. The royal family was naturally very happy. Big brother, you're awesome. Ever since the mutants attacked, the Hundred Sources Empire had been retreating, unable to withstand their attacks. They had paid a huge price along the way, all of which were exchanged with corpses. Now, the Death Army had immediately repelled the mutants' attack. There was no better news than this. Reward. They must be rewarded. Only then could the Death Army work hard to stop the mutants. General Lin, the mutants are attacking again. White Knight City Lord said worriedly. From the looks of it, it's even fiercer than before. Lin Fei naturally saw it, but his expression did not change. It's fine. Now that Lin Fei had the weakness of the mutants, the 5th Legion of the Death Legion could easily defeat them even though there were only 100,000 soldiers. City Lord Bai, just watch. Leave the professional matters to us. These words stunned the White Knight City Lord. Seemed to make a lot of sense. In terms of battlefield experience, it was definitely the Death Army. They fought on the front lines, and their combat experience was comparable to the mutants. Then I'll have to trouble General Lin. White Knight City Lord naturally hoped to repel the mutants as soon as possible. Kill. Great Commander Demonic Abyss personally led the troops. The 5th Army once again charged into the mutant army like a sharp knife. Compared to yesterday, the mutant army had more than doubled in number, and the pressure was naturally not small. Moreover, the 5th Army had received instructions from General Lin to change their attack strategy. This made them doubtful, but they quickly suppressed this thought. Their attack was successful. General is too powerful. The mutants are defeated even faster. Under the close combat, the mutants instantly collapsed. Although it was only a small weakness, it had become the mutants' nightmare. Their combat power plummeted, and the Death Army soldiers trampled them. It could be said that they were losing ground again and again. Why are they faster than yesterday? White Knight City Lord's eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. Were these still the mutants? If he had not seen them before, he would have suspected that these mutants were fake. This strength, they were completely different. A faint smile hung on Lin Fei's face. A small weakness has been magnified infinitely. Little Devil's ability is truly terrifying. In fact, Lin Fei was dubious about whether the weakness deduced by the Little Demon's analysis was useful or not. Lin Fei was convinced by the scene in front of him. The Little Devil was mighty and domineering. The soldiers of the Death Legion were also extremely excited at this moment. It was just a small change, but they were able to crush the mutants. This feels so good. Xenogeneics are so easy to kill. General is mighty. In the past, when the soldiers of the Dead Army fought against Xenogeneics, it was a difficult fight. The death rate was high, but now they realized the Xenogeneics weren't as strong as they thought they were. Kill. Kill them all. The Death Army turned into a sharp knife formation, continuously slaughtering their way in and out, leaving behind a sea of corpses and rivers of blood. Sir, we've lost again. When Meng Qi heard the report, his expression changed, and he personally ran out. They had doubled the number of soldiers, but in the end, they were defeated even faster than yesterday. This made Meng Qi, who was full of confidence, unable to believe it. We've really lost. Seeing the Xenogeneics being crushed along the way, Meng Qi couldn't believe it. The combat strength of the Death Army was indeed not bad, but it had never been this strong. But the scene in front of him was a complete sweep. Once they exchanged blows, the Xenogeneics became so weak that they couldn't even withstand a single blow. There's a problem, there must be a problem. After Meng Qi observed, he was even more certain that there was a problem. Retreat. The Xenogeneics were fierce, but Meng Qi naturally wasn't willing to die for nothing. The battle was won again. Lin Fei thought that the leader of the Xenogeneics would make a move, but the result was disappointing. The other party chose to retreat. To be able to become a leader, it's really not simple, Lin Fei thought. He probably saw something, but even if he did, your army's defeat is already set in stone. Lin Fei completely believed in the Little Devil's ability. It was a small weakness now, but in the future he might discover a big weakness. The ferocious attacks of the Xenogeneics were actually not much of a threat. Lin Fei was even more clear that this was a chance to increase his prestige. The more he won, the more loyal his soldiers would be. Master, I just calculated a little thing. The Little Devil transmitted. The vitality of these Xenogeneics is very strong. If we capture them alive, we can extract their vitality and condense it into life crystals. Life crystals. Lin Fei slightly narrowed his eyes. Can it increase vitality? Currently, Lin Fei's vitality was extremely long. For the time being, he didn't care much about things that could increase vitality. Master can understand it this way, the Little Devil said. However, what Master said is only one of its uses. In addition, a large amount of vitality can be used to display some powerful life taboo moves, which can be used as a big move. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. Isn't this the same as the energy points back then? Back then it was all thanks to the energy points. When the Little Devil said this, he immediately reacted. You can say that, the Little Devil said. However, a powerful move that uses vitality is very suitable for Master to use at this time. Although he had mastered the Infinity Gate and maintained his strength at the Immortal Realm, he could be said to be a first-class existence in the Wantian Empire. However, if he encountered those real Immortal Realm experts, his chances of winning were not very high. If he really mastered some powerful life-killing moves that could be used by vitality, Lin Fei would be very happy to see it. I can't find such a big killing move anywhere. Lin Fei had just become the general of the Death Legion's 5th Corps. It seemed that it would be a bit difficult to find these killing moves. Not to mention the other things, Lin Fei didn't know where to find the Heaven's Determination Stone. Master, you forgot about me, the Little Devil said proudly. What Master needs to do now is to capture a large number of xenogeneics and refine their vitality. For example, you can use the Myriad Yuan pool to refine and purify it. However, you need to refine it again before that. Lin Fei had been thinking about how to improve his strength. Now, the little devil's words were undoubtedly good news. For the time being, he didn't consider the infinity technique. It was completely possible to use a large amount of vitality to display a big killing move. This was indeed an option, but Lin Fei hadn't thought about it. If it weren't for these xenogeneics and the little devil's reminder, Lin Fei really would have forgotten that he could do this. Then what are we waiting for? Let's refine the Myriad Yuan pool first. Chapter 37:12. Meng Qi withdrew his army. In just a short round of attacks, the losses were even heavier than yesterday. It could be said that it was a slap in the face. Meng Qi's face darkened. They only hit certain parts of your body, but it already affected your combat strength, and even your body is affected. Hearing the report from his subordinate, Meng Qi almost suspected that he had heard wrong. Since when did the Death Army have such an ability? If they really had such a method, their mutant army would have long been defeated. At the very least, they wouldn't be so arrogant. Yes, a lot of people said so. Their offensive is very strange, but we are greatly affected. We can't fight anymore. They are simply sending themselves to their deaths. This kind of battle was not something that the mutant captains and the others liked. Meng Qi believed his subordinate's words. Continue to probe tomorrow. I want to know if this is a coincidence. For the time being, this was the only thing Meng Qi could do. Once it was confirmed, he would have to make a move no matter what. This Death Army is that army, Meng Qi said. Is it our old enemy? No, it's the new general. Meng Qi was stunned again. The new general was actually so powerful? Lin Fei did not know that the mutant commander was thinking about him. General Lin, I will arrange for these materials to be sent over immediately. If White Knight City doesn't have them, the royal family will send them over. Hearing that General Lin Fei needed these materials, White Knight City Lord agreed without hesitation. The two battles, especially today, were completely one-sided. It had been a long time since the Hundred Sources Empire welcomed such a victory. The ferocious and terrifying mutants retreated just like that. White Knight City Lord was worshipped. It was just a few materials, so what? Many thanks. Refining the 10,000 essence pool required a lot of materials, so Lin Fei naturally asked for them from the Hundred Sources Empire. Fortunately, White Knight City Lord was very straightforward. In the following days, Meng Qi sent out his army several times, and the number of troops doubled each time. The result was the same. The Death Army's combat strength was explosive, crushing them again and again. Meng Qi simply stopped attacking. The problem was confirmed. This Lin Fei of the 5th Legion seemed to have mastered a method to deal with mutants. After confirming it, Man Qi himself was quite shocked. How did he come up with a way to deal with xenogeneics? If Monkey hadn't tested it, he wouldn't have believed it was true. For a long time, the mutants were known for their powerful combat abilities. Anyone who went against them would not have a good ending. Crush and conquer. But this time, what happened was a huge threat to the mutants. We must kill that general of the 5th Legion. Meng Qi thought to himself. If it's only his own research, then it'll be easy. If it's the Wantian Empire's research, it'll be a nightmare for us mutants. Man Qi believed in the former. The Wantian Empire probably did not know about it yet. This was an opportunity. Meng Qi believed that as long as he killed this general, it would be a great contribution to him. At that time, he would definitely be able to take a step forward in his current position. It was important to note that the competition among the mutants was fierce. Everyone wanted to be a commander-in-chief. However, the commander-in-chief did not sit like that. They needed to accumulate military merits, and only by fighting non-stop could they accumulate military merits. And right now was an opportunity. Keep attacking, Meng Qi ordered. Besiege the entire White Knight City and force them out. Meng Qi wanted White Knight City to fall into endless fear and force that general to show himself. At that time, he would directly kill the other party. As long as the other party came out, he would undoubtedly die. The strength of the Wantian Empire's generals had always been average. Meng Qiming had killed no less than 7 or 8 of such generals. Lin Fei was in a secret room in White Knight City, refining the 10,000 essence pool. White Knight City had continuously repelled the attacks of the mutants. General Lin Fei's methods had also fallen into the ears of the Emperor. When he heard that he needed some materials, he took them out without hesitation. In a very short time, Lin Fei had gathered all the materials needed to refine the 10,000 essence pool. Under the command of the little devil, he began to refine the 10,000 essence pool. For example, adding in the array. Anyway, with the little devil around, Lin Fei did not feel any pressure. Step by step, in a short period of 7 or 8 days, he had completely refined the 10,000 essence pool. The effect was obviously different. This way, I can purify the vitality and condense the life crystals. Lin Fei looked at the new 10,000 essence pool. Compared to before, it seemed to be more perfect, especially the plundering ability, which was more overbearing. If the former was rated 8 points, then the current 10,000 essence pool could be rated 10 points. Perfect. Master can go out and find the mutants to test it out, the little devil said. If I'm not wrong, the mutant commander should be launching a fierce attack to force Master out and then kill you. Lin Fei laughed. Actually, I also want to see the strength of the mutant commander. General Lin, they have launched an all-out attack. The White Knight City Lord came in a hurry. The mutants' attack was too fast. White Knight City's array consumed a lot of energy, and this kind of consumption could not keep up with the pace. The only result was that White Knight City would be breached. It's fine, this general has been waiting for them to launch an all-out attack. Lin Fei came out with a smile. On the city wall at this time there were mutants in all directions. There were at least millions of mutants, maybe even close to 10 million. Anyone who saw this would feel their scalp tingle. The mutants' attack is really sharp, Lin Fei said. No wonder ordinary city walls can't hold. Only a xenogeniac could attack from all directions. Demon Abyss, lead the troops to battle. Understood. Commander Demon Abyss raised his sword and rushed out with his troops, directly killing into the mutant army. Lin Fei moved his body. I haven't fought in a long time, it's time to go out and warm up. General Lin, you can't go out, it's too dangerous outside. White Knight City Lord's face changed. They can't hurt me at all, Lin Fei said. White Knight City Lord only needs to guard the city, leave the outside matters to me. Lin Fei walked out of the city and came to the sky outside. Facing the black mass of mutants, an invisible danger shrouded him. Hua! A chill instantly swept over him. A mutant rushed over extremely fast. If not for the wind that came with its attack, it would be almost undetectable. But as soon as this mutant appeared, it was annihilated by the power of time and space, turning into dust when it approached Lin Fei. The mutants' methods are indeed different, Lin Fei said to himself. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. The mutants seemed to have their eyes on Lin Fei, advancing wave after wave. It could be said to be densely packed, making it impossible for anyone to resist. But in the end, they could not get close to Lin Fei. Go. Lin Fei took out the Myriad Essence Pool. Let me see what the new Myriad Essence Pool looks like. Chapter 37-13. Big Boss. Page 1/1. As soon as the Myriad Essence Pool appeared, a terrifying suction force enveloped the mutant army. Whoosh! Whoosh! The mutants that were fighting had no ability to resist and were all sucked in. Large swaths of mutants were swept away. They had no ability to resist. A vacuum appeared in the center of the mutant army. General Lin, this treasure is so domineering. The White Knight City Lord sucked in a breath of cold air. He had seen the power of the mutants before. But now, under the power of the treasure, the xenogeniacs were sucked in like a flood. No matter how strong they were swept away. The White Knight City Lord was full of admiration. His first move was already extraordinary. The Death Legion is indeed worthy of being the army fighting on the front lines. This time, our White Knight City might really be able to stop the mutant attack. The upper echelons of White Knight City cheered. No one liked the mutants, but the mutant army was powerful. Kill! Meng Qi personally commanded. When the other party's treasure was brought out, it swept through the mutant army like a leaf. This made him realize that this general was indeed capable. That was all. Their mutant army had killed all sorts of experts. Meng Qi ordered the general to be killed. As long as this general died, the morale of White Knight City would be greatly affected, and they would be able to easily break through and occupy the city. Hundreds of figures charged out from the mutant army. They were extremely fast, like streams of light. Regardless of position or cooperation, it was a complete rotation attack. The mutants had always liked this kind of fighting style. If 100 were not enough, then 1,000 or even 10,000. It had to be said that this kind of fighting style was easy to produce results. In particular, these mutants were of different species. They were proficient in all kinds of attacks, and their attacks could be said to be very sharp. Lin Fei activated the Myriad Essence Pool, feeling the difference in the refinement process. The energy consumption was greater, but fortunately there was an unlimited supply of energy, so it was easy. The mutants were sucked into the Myriad Essence Pool, and the array inside erupted with a powerful killing move, killing all the mutants. Then, through the array, the life crystals were purified. Activating the Myriad Essence Pool will use up about 50% of my unlimited energy. Lin Fei thought. Ordinary people really can't afford to use it. They probably won't be able to hold on for a few dozen breaths. Bang bang bang. The mutants that came to assassinate Lin Fei were all turned to dust within 100 feet of Lin Fei. Kill as many as you come. Instant kill, all of them were instant kills. Commander Meng Qi, aren't you going to personally take action? Lin Fei smiled. Seeing the Xenogeneics being killed one after another, Manchi's expression became strange. This fellow was very strong. No one had ever been able to resist the Xenogeneics tag team battle so easily. No, it was a high-level tag team battle. Who are you? Meng Qi glared at him. There's no one like you in the Death Legion. Lin Fei laughed. I didn't before, but from today onwards, you mutants will remember me because my name is Lin Fei. Lin Fei. Indeed, Manchi didn't know him. However, the more it was like this, the more Meng Qi wanted to kill him. Not even a God Emperor elite would dare say anything in front of a Xenogeneic army, much less a new general. Lin Fei, I'll remember you. Meng Qi coldly snorted. The 6 experts behind him instantly attacked. From 6 directions, 6 auras, all of them were God Emperor auras. General Lin, be careful. This is a 6-direction mutant. White Knight City Lord loudly warned. These were the 6 strongest people under Meng Qi's command. They had the strength to kill God Emperor elites. Several God Emperor elites of White Knight City had been killed like this. 6-direction mutant. Lin Fei really didn't care. When the 6 Xenogeneics approached Lin Fei, their 6 auras combined into one, transforming into a terrifying existence that was half a step into the immortal realm. A punch came straight at him. This punch shook the void, causing a series of explosions to ring out around Lin Fei. Meng Qi watched quietly. Facing my 6-direction mutant and still being so careless, it's hard not to die. Meng Qi was very confident in the 6-direction mutants. They were different types of Xenogeneics. The chances of them being born were not high, but once they appeared, they were equivalent to half an immortal realm expert. Meng Qi himself was at the God Emperor level. Using a secret technique, he could barely contend with the 6-direction mutants. Now that the 6-direction mutants attacked, they could completely crush the opponent. The 6-direction mutants are really powerful. This one has learned something new. After the explosion, a figure walked out, holding the 6-direction mutants with one hand. At this moment they were struggling in pain. Unfortunately, they still can't threaten me. What? The 6-direction mutants lost. Meng Qi turned pale with fright. That was the strongest combat power second only to him. Under normal circumstances, it was rarely used. But now it actually lost. Lin Fei swung, and the 6-direction mutants were sucked into the Myriad Essence Pool. What other experts do you have? Just call them out. Lin Fei smiled. I heard that you have many experts among Xenogeneics. 1 6-direction mutants isn't enough. Meng Qi almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Kill. The 6 combination Xenogeneic had been taken away by the treasure, and Meng Qi had lost 6 of his generals. How could he let that go? His killing intent soared to the sky. Meng Qi transformed into his true form. Only in his true form could Meng Qi's strength be at its peak. In his human form, his combat power was at 80%. In his true form, his combat power was at 100%. In his true form, Meng Qi turned into a huge meatball, covering the sky and sun. He crashed into the myriad essence pool and opened his mouth, wanting to swallow it. 6 paths of reincarnation. Lin Fei snorted lightly and used the 6 paths of reincarnation. Everything within 10,000 li turned into a dark hell. Endless coldness enveloped everything. The sun couldn't be seen, only a cold aura. Boom boom boom. Under the guidance of the little devil, Lin Fei used the 6 paths of reincarnation again. The true 6 worlds were extremely powerful. It was a true undying attack. The 6 paths of reincarnation only destroyed 2 worlds. Meng Qi's huge body was practically blown to smithereens. He returned to his human form, his face filled with shock. "You're an undying expert." When he said these words, Meng Qi's entire body was trembling. He thought he could kill the opponent, but he didn't expect the opponent to be an undying expert. With just one move, his vitality was greatly injured, and his strength fell. An undying expert actually appeared on this battlefield. This was like bullying a child. You're right. The remaining 6 paths of reincarnation turned into 3 restraining forces, wrapped around Meng Qi's body, and was sent into the myriad essence pool. Collect. Without Meng Qi's leadership, the mutant army quickly collapsed. Lin Fei didn't attack again. The myriad essence pool swept across, collecting all the mutants. Oh, we won just like that. City Lord White Knight's eyes widened, looking at each other. This victory seemed to have come too quickly. City Lord, we won. Commander Meng Qi was taken care of in one move. Also, this General Lin seems to be an undying expert. Everyone was frightened. Remember the mobile version. Chapter 37:14. Something big is about to happen. Page 1/1. Just like that, the mutant attack ended. White Knight City had won. At the same time, White Knight City had sent a powerful undying expert. This was a huge shock to the upper echelons of White Knight City. There were only a few undying experts in the entire 100 Sources Empire, and they were rarely seen. But now, a general was an undying expert. After this news shocked everyone, the White Knight City Lord immediately reported it to the Emperor. A super expert in the 100 Sources domain had to be taken seriously. Who would have thought that a general of the Death Army would be so powerful? Even someone like Commander Manchi could not withstand a single blow. An undying expert was indeed an undying expert. So this is a life crystal. Lin Fei played with the sparkling crystal in his hand. Master, this is a life crystal. It's formed by condensing life force. Little Devil explained. Life crystals can not only increase lifespan, but can also be used to unleash a powerful killing technique. Then why don't you hurry up and teach me the secret technique? The news of Commander Meng Qi's death would spread quickly. The highest-ranking commander of the invading 100 Origins Weave would definitely make a move, and perhaps even an immortal rank powerhouse would make a move. Lin Fei could only benefit from a secret technique that could be used with life crystals. Little Devil really did pass on the secret technique. Life magnetic field. Lin Fei thought it was ordinary at first, but then his eyes lit up. They even have this kind of secret technique. Lin Fei was quite surprised. Little Devil seemed to be too amazing. As long as Master collects enough life crystals, the life magnetic field can be used for a long time. Little Devil said, I think we should take advantage of the situation before the mutant commander knows about the situation and wipe them out. Otherwise, we won't have a chance. That's true. Lin Fei believed that the news of him being able to use the power of an undying expert would spread quickly. At that time it would be difficult to wipe them out. Lin Fei completely fell in love with the life magnetic field secret technique. Once he used the life magnetic field, his strength would increase by 50%. His strength would increase. For Lin Fei, this was a huge help. At this level, a 50% increase in strength would allow Lin Fei's strength to improve further, and he would undoubtedly have the upper hand in battle. There's no time to lose. I'll set off now. Lin Fei did not want to delay. More than half of the 100 Origins Weave had been conquered by the mutants. Lin Fei left White Knight City. After traveling 100,000 miles, there were traces of xenogeneics everywhere. They were plundering resources and it was a mess. Return. Lin Fei took out the myriad essence pool. These wandering mutants were all taken away. Lin Fei didn't plan to hide his tracks and directly swept his way. At first, some of the xenogeneics tried to fight back, especially when they knew how strong they were. They weren't afraid, but as more and more of their elites were killed, the mutant panicked. They were not afraid of death because they were not afraid of the attacks of the human race. But once they met an expert who could easily kill them, their pride would be torn to shreds. Other than running for their lives, they didn't dare to do anything else. Run. Too strong were not their match at all. The originally valiant mutants completely lost their pride in front of Lin Fei, collapsing along the way. With Little Devil's location, Lin Fei chased after the largest wave of mutants. Just as Little Devil said, this was a good opportunity. When the mutant commander reacted, the situation would be completely different. General Chen Chufeng was commanding the battle. These mutants are stronger than last time, and they have more combat experience. The battle below was not going smoothly, and it had entered a state of daytime. Overall, the army of death was much weaker. If not for their combat experience and superior equipment, they would have been defeated by the mutants long ago. This was a battle of attrition. The only thing that made Chen Chufeng happy was that he had successfully blocked the mutants' attack. As for repelling them, it would take time. This was the result of many years of experience. I wonder how Lin Fei is doing. Chen Chufeng wanted to know the situation. Probably the same as me, not much better. The mutants are famous for being hard to deal with. Chen Chufeng didn't care much about the defensive golden body of the Fifth Army. No matter how strong the body training technique was, it was still nothing. It was useless on the battlefield. General, there's a wave of mutants coming from the east. General, another wave is coming. News came one after another. Chen Chufeng frowned slightly. Could it be that the mutants have increased their troops? That's impossible. With the appearance of mutants other than increasing their troops, he really couldn't think of any other reason. Chen Chufeng flew into the sky and used a secret technique to zoom in on the situation. A large number of mutants were rushing over. At first glance, it seemed like they were here to increase their troops. No, this situation isn't that the mutants have increased their troops, but... Chen Chufeng really wanted to shake his head. How is this possible? The mutants were running. They were afraid. Because they were afraid, the mutants wanted to run. What a ridiculous thing to do. However, the scene in front of him told Chen Chufeng that these mutants were indeed running because they were afraid. Chen Chufeng still had the ability to judge this. The mutants are afraid? What are they afraid of? Chen Chufeng didn't understand. One must know that the mutants had always been famous for their ferocity. This was strange. Wait, that's... As the large number of mutants rushed over, the original mutant army was pushed away, and the scene became chaotic. Chen Chufeng saw a treasure. Along the way, it forcefully plundered the mutants. The usually fierce mutants were sucked into the treasure wave after wave. That scene was unbelievable. That's Lin Fei. Chen Chufeng's eyes widened. How could it be Lin Fei? Although they knew that Lin Fei was very strong, the generals didn't think that they would lose if they fought against him. At most it would be a tie. The scene in front of them was indeed a little shocking. He can actually make the mutants afraid. Chen Chufeng thought. Commander Bai Qi has made his move. The commotion here also made Commander Bai Qi angry. There was actually someone who dared to chase after the mutants and even messed up the mutant army's rhythm. Unforgivable. He must die. Commander Bai Qi made his move. With a six-path reincarnation, Commander Bai Qi was seriously injured on the spot and was sucked away by the treasure. This battle's strength. Chen Chufeng's pupils shrank. This is clearly the battle strength of an immortal. Lin Fei, could he have stepped into the immortal realm? Chen Chufeng couldn't be calm anymore. No, it's the ancient emperor armor. Could it be that he solved the problem of not being able to last for long? Chen Chufeng thought of something. If it's true, then the Empire will have another powerful immortal realm expert. Remember the mobile website M. Chapter 37:15. Against an immortal rank commander, page 1/100 Origins domain. Within the mutants' temporary base. Commander Zack was the person in charge of this mission. Taking down 100 Origins domain was his mission. For the ever-victorious mutants, no domain could stop their army's advance, except for Myriad Sky Empire. After all, that was a relatively ancient empire. It would take a long time to defeat Myriad Sky Empire. The mutants could afford it. Before that, he would first wipe out the surrounding territories. At that time, he would be able to have some fun with the Myriad Sky Empire. Everything was going smoothly. 100 Origins Empire's army was being pushed back. Cities fell into their hands one after another. More than half of the domain was in their hands. Commander Zack was very satisfied with this mission's progress. According to his calculations, taking down 100 Origins domain would not take more than 100 years. This speed was very fast. Commander Meng Qi is dead. Hearing the report, Commander Zack did not care much. For the mutants, the death of a commander was nothing. Even if a dozen or 20 died, Commander Zack would not care. After all, the mutants had a large number of them. This way, the mutants did not lack commanders at all. Commander Fei Yi is also dead. Commander Chiote is also dead. Commander Sky Shadow is also dead. Commander Zack, who did not care much at first, was enjoying the service of a human woman while tasting strong alcohol. He looked like he was enjoying himself. Then news came one after another. Commander Zack's expression changed, especially when he heard that his commander had been killed. He had broken the table with a single palm strike. Speak, what's going on? 1 or 2 deaths was not a big deal, but commanders dying one after another was not normal. Commander Zack only needed to keep an eye on the 100 Origins Empire's royalty experts. He did not need to care about the experts in normal cities. He did not even care about the death army that Myriad Sky Empire had sent. As an old opponent, he knew the most about combat strength. Even if they came, they would at most cause some obstruction. They did not have the ability to suppress the mutant army. The Xenogenic leaders were being killed one after another. That was strange, and Commander Zack thought he had made a mistake. Lord Commander, the person who killed our commander is Death Legion's 5th Legion's Lin Fei. We suspect that his strength has reached immortal rank, reported a confidant. Even his trusted aides were dubious about it. Undying? Stop joking. This joke isn't funny at all. Immortal rank experts were all in charge of a region. None of them had ever interfered in such matters. In the Death Legion, the only one who was truly at immortal rank was that great general. As for the remaining generals, they could barely activate immortal rank fighting strength, but they could not maintain it for long. They were not a threat at all. Nonsense. Commander Zack snorted coldly and waved his hand to send his confidant flying. It's impossible for the Death Legion to have such an expert. If the Death Legion really had such a powerful expert, Commander Zack would have known immediately. Continue investigating. After a cold snort, Commander Zack gave the order. Report, our mutant army has suffered heavy casualties. A suspected immortal rank expert is suppressing our mutant army. As soon as the order was given, someone immediately came to report, and his expression changed. Report. Our army has also suffered heavy losses. Another person came to report. 1, 2, 3, a total of 8 mutants came to report the situation. Commander Zack could no longer sit still. Awesome. Awesome. Controlling the Myriad Essence Pool with limitless power, Lin Fei pushed forward. Everywhere he passed, the mutant army suffered heavy casualties. No one could stop Lin Fei's attack. Suppression. Suppression. The ferocious mutant army was now retreating step by step. Could be said that they were on the verge of collapse. Assassination, assault. None of their moves could get close to Lin Fei. The river of spacetime's power was terrifying in this place. Not only could it destroy all kinds of attacks, but it could also destroy the mutant experts that got close. 10, 100. Once the numbers increased, it was hard for the mutants not to be afraid. Apart from that, several commanders were killed and suppressed. This was also a huge blow to the mutants. If this situation continues, the life crystal will be able to use the vitality magnetic field. Lin Fei thought. At that time, my strength will increase by 50%. I will have the advantage and be invincible. A 50% increase was indeed very frightening. Master, an expert is about to attack. Little Devil warned. It should be the mutant commander attacking the 100 Origins weave. Commander, good timing. Let me see how powerful you are. Ever since Lin Fei opened the Infinity Gate and could use the Peerless the Arch Armor, his strength had skyrocketed. During this period, he had not fought with an immortal expert. He's coming. Just as this thought appeared in Lin Fei's mind, A sharp, cold light flashed in front of him. Even the invisible protection formed by the river of spacetime was sliced apart by this sharp, cold light. The cold light was extremely powerful. Lin Fei raised his hand to block it. The cold light slashed against the arch armor, but it still exploded with terrifying power, causing a large part of the void behind him to collapse. Mutant Commander. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes and looked at a person walking out of the void. Death Legion, 5th Legion General Lin Fei. Commander Zack walked out and stared at this young man. That cold light just now had been slashed by Commander Zack. Its power was boundless, and any God Emperor expert would die without a doubt. That's right, I'm Lin Fei of the 5th Legion. Lin Fei smiled. What can I do for you? If not, you can leave now. Don't hinder me from suppressing the mutants. Leave. Commander Zack's previous slash was a test. If he could not withstand it, then he would die without a doubt. Commander Zack could use a secret technique to erupt with immortal rank battle strength. He was immediately angered by the other party's words. Too arrogant. A young brat really thinks he's some big shot? Does he think he can leave just because he wants to? He thinks too highly of himself. I really want to see your strength. Just who gave you the courage to come and suppress the army under my command? Commander Zack took a step forward, and like a ray of light, he slashed out hundreds of times with his black saber. Every slash was filled with terror, as if he was at his peak. Just in time, Lin Fei's blood boiled. He could finally fight with an expert who could erupt with immortal rank battle strength. This slash was ruthless. One slash contained the attack of hundreds of slashes. It instantly gave people pressure. Lin Fei finally felt the aura of threat and the trace of death aura. This was his opponent. River of Spacetime. Lin Fei reached out and grabbed. The river of spacetime condensed into a spear. He stabbed out, and the spear shadows were like rain, accurately colliding with Commander Zack's saber light. Remember the mobile version Chapter 37:16. So it was a clone, page 1/1. As soon as Lin Fei and Commander Zack clashed, an immortal aura reverberated in the air, affecting the entire 100 Origins domain. General Chan Chufeng was the first to feel it. Even though he was mentally prepared, when the aura swept over him, his expression changed countless times. They're fighting. They're really fighting. Chan Chufeng immediately approached and watched the battle from tens of thousands of li away. They're actually evenly matched. Commander Zack doesn't even have the slightest advantage. The two continued to move. Every time they clashed, the energy ripples would cause the entire world to explode. Chan Chufeng was completely shocked. Even though Commander Zack wasn't a true immortal rank expert, no one dared to underestimate his strength. Even a true immortal rank expert might not be able to gain an advantage. The reason was simple. Mutants had strong recovery abilities. In a long battle, they could maintain their peak battle strength. Unless there was a huge difference in strength, no one could defeat a mutant expert. Otherwise, they would be killed. Azure Dragon City's third young master has really found a powerful helper. The two exchanged blows, causing the hearts of the onlookers to tremble. Luckily, I'm here. Chan Chufeng thought to himself. I was planning to have some fun with that brat Lin Fei, but now it's pointless. If they were to target each other, it would be a complete suppression. Once the news of today's battle reached the Thousand Sky Empire, he would definitely be recruited. Even if he wasn't recruited, he could still become a noble in the Thousand Sky Empire. In the Thousand Sky Empire, nobility was something all experts hoped to obtain. Once they obtained a noble, they could basically do as they pleased in the Thousand Sky Empire. Even the Emperor would not say anything. An immortal rank expert is here. A ripple came from the void, accompanied by a heavy aura. Chan Chufeng knew that an immortal rank expert was here. There were a total of 3 immortal rank experts in the 100 Origins domain. Any one of them had been an immortal rank expert for a long time, and had witnessed the history of the 100 Origins Empire. Deep within the void, at this moment there were 2 experts standing there. One was an old man. The other was a middle-aged man. Both of them were undying experts. What a powerful spear art. It's augmented by the river of spacetime's power, allowing it to destroy a portion of an attack's power. The one who spoke was an elder. He was full of praise. The old man was the strongest cultivator in the 100 Origins domain, Yuan Yi. The middle-aged man was Yuan Yi's disciple, Giant Eye. The two of them had always been the guardians of the 100 Sources Empire. After Lin Fei and Commander Zack fought, they immediately sensed it and were shocked, so they took the initiative to investigate. Master, that kid isn't an immortal-level expert, but his power is at least that of an immortal-level expert. He's attacked repeatedly, and his power hasn't weakened at all. Don't tell me that the Imperial armor he's wearing is the primordial Imperial armor that was so famous back in the day? Some God Emperor experts grasped powerful secret techniques that allowed them to unleash undying battle power. This was nothing to be shocked about. However, being able to unleash a secret technique for a prolonged period of time and stabilize one's combat strength was what made one's eyes light up. It should be the ancient Emperor armor, Yuan Yi said. Looks like Wantian Empire will have another powerful immortal. Should we make a move then? Giant Eye said. I feel that this is an excellent opportunity to kill Commander Zack and defeat the mutant army in one fell swoop. Yuan Yi shook his head. Commander Zack isn't that easy to kill. Lin Fei used the spear condensed from the river of time and space to break down Commander Zack's attacks time and time again. One had to admit that Commander Zack's saber techniques were very domineering. Each slash was stronger than the previous, and his strength was so great that he could completely suppress his opponent. If he couldn't withstand it, he would die. Even if he could withstand a single slash, the power that seeped through would be enough to injure his body, and eventually cause his body to collapse. 3 to 5 slashes would suffice. Commander Zack's combat strength was indeed formidable. With 2 attacks, no matter which aspect he couldn't withstand, he would be finished. You're very strong. Commander Zack was also having a hard time. Under his ferocious attacks, his opponent was actually able to withstand it. His physical body wasn't even injured at all. This wasn't normal. His opponent's armor was also extremely powerful. During this period, it was unknown how many times he had slashed his opponent, but other than faint saber marks, no other cracks appeared. You flatter me. Lin Fei smiled and stabbed with the space-time spear in his hand. 6 Paths of Reincarnation. The 6 Paths of Reincarnation was an ultimate move. Now Lin Fei could easily use it. As soon as the 6 worlds opened, a terrifying attack instantly erupted, engulfing Commander Zack. Cough, cough, cough. Under such a killer move, Commander Zack was in a sorry state and was injured, but he could still stand steadily. You should have inherited the primordial Imperial armor. I didn't expect that the primordial Imperial armor from back then would now have an heir. Commander Zack's rather handsome body collapsed. I've learned something new. Commander Zack's aura disappeared. His flesh and blood instantly turned to dust. It's done. Lin Fei was a little surprised. Logically speaking, it shouldn't have been so easy. Lin Fei pondered. Master, this guy isn't dead. Only a body died. Little Devil suddenly said. His real body isn't here. A substitute. You can say that. Little Devil said. This Commander Zack has a powerful doppelganger technique. Master only killed a doppelganger. As for how many doppelgangers he has, I don't know. This explanation was very normal. If the mutant commander was so easy to kill, the mutants wouldn't have been so rampant until now. Lin Fei was very clear on this point. They're retreating. We won. The ferocious mutants suddenly retreated like a receding tide. In the blink of an eye, the battlefield became empty. The soldiers of the 100 Sources territory cheered. I didn't expect General Lin Fei to defeat Commander Zack and force him to retreat. Chen Chufeng looked at the movements below and let out a long sigh. He became famous in one battle. This must be General Lin Fei. He's young and promising. You even destroyed one of Commander Zack's doppelgangers. Elder Yuan Yi and Gargoyle walked out together. This is my duty as a general. Senior, you flatter me. With Little Devil around, Lin Fei already knew that 2 immortal experts had appeared. No need to be so humble. Elder Yuan Yi said. You killed one of Commander Zack's doppelgangers. You've done our 100 Sources Empire a great favor. Gargoyle was also very happy. Commander Zack has always been very careful, and we basically had no chance of making a move. Now that you killed one of his doppelgangers, you've stopped the mutant army's advance. It'll be much more difficult for them to take down the Hundred Sources territory. I killed a doppelganger just now. Lin Fei revealed a shocked expression. Elder Yuan Yi and Gargoyle laughed. If mutants were so easy to kill, then they wouldn't be mutants. Especially at the level of commander, they're almost impossible to kill because they have doppelgangers. Remember the mobile website, M. Chapter 3717. The Passion of the Hundred Sources Empire, page 1/1. Commander Zack had lost a clone, which was an extreme loss for the mutants. They would need to pay a huge price to cultivate it again. Yuan Yi and the Huge I invited Lin Fei to the imperial capital as a guest. Before that, the Hundred Sources Empire wanted to launch a counterattack. This was an excellent opportunity to boost morale. Lin Fei agreed to visit the imperial capital. Although the Hundred Sources Empire was not as strong as the Myriad Sky Empire, Lin Fei needed information on the Heaven's Determination Stone. If he could obtain it, it would be great. The Hundred Sources Empire's counterattack came quickly. It was a grand and majestic one. The mutant army was forced to retreat at the first sign of attack. Lin Fei acted as the main force, constantly using the Myriad Origin Pool to collect the mutants. Coupled with the deaths of many commanders, the mutant army's morale suffered a huge blow. In a short period of time, they recovered a lot of lost territory and cities. Lin Fei played a big part in this. I didn't think we'd complete half of our mission so easily. Chen Chufeng let out a long sigh of relief. This was the easiest mission they'd ever had. They'd only fought a few battles, but the mutant army had already lost their morale. The commanders and Commander Zack did not show up at all. Isn't it better to resolve this matter earlier? Lin Fei laughed. After all, you don't want to stay in the Hundred Sources territory forever. Chen Chufeng laughed loudly. To be honest, he really didn't want to stay in this place. The mutants should retreat. Chen Chufeng laughed. Let's see if Commander Zack will counterattack. He won't dare. Lin Fei said confidently. Retreat. Commander Zack ordered. The appearance of Lin Fei was a huge hindrance to the invasion of the Hundred Sources territory. Commander Zack had even lost a clone, which was a great humiliation. Next time, I'll personally avenge this humiliation. Commander Zack did not plan to attack again. That brat's strength was quite extraordinary. The 6 paths of reincarnation was especially powerful. It was beyond what the clone could handle. In a one-on-one fight, it would be extremely difficult to kill him. Unless he sent out all his clones, Commander Zack wouldn't be so impulsive. After all, it was too difficult to nurture each clone, and losing one would make his heart ache for a long time. The price he had to pay during this period was also enormous. The mutant army had retreated. Their retreat was simple. It was different from the super warships used by the Wantian Empire. They opened a super teleporter. It was like a bottomless pit, and the Xenogeneic army went through it. At the end of the black hole was an abyss that stretched as far as the eye could see. There were many Xenogeneics there. He's finally gone, Lin Fei said with a smile. The mission had been successfully completed. The scene in the depths of the bottomless pit also made Lin Fei secretly fearful. At that moment, Lin Fei sensed a terrible danger. Even the little devil reminded him that once he passed through, he would die without a doubt. Even if he had 100 lives, he would still die. It was that simple. Lin Fei was very afraid of Xenogeneics. It was no wonder why they were still around. They were protected by super elites. The war ended with the retreat of the mutant army, and the Hundred Sources Empire emerged victorious. Outsiders knew that it was the army of death that repelled the Xenogeneic army, but very few people knew that Lin Fei was the real hero. General Lin, welcome to the Imperial Capital. Imperial Capital. The Crown Prince of the Hundred Sources Empire came to welcome him personally. Outsiders might not know, but the royal family knew, especially since it came from the mouth of 2 Immortal Realm experts. Everyone in the royal family was full of respect for General Lin Fei. Even though Lin Fei had used the arch armor to unleash his powerful battle prowess, this did not affect the respect they had for General Lin Fei. With strength, one could be welcomed anywhere. Your Highness, you are too polite. Lin Fei smiled. Actually, you could have just sent anyone. How could the Crown Prince take it seriously? This General Lin was a great hero of the Hundred Sources Empire. This big brother of the Wantian Empire was very impressive. Just like that, the crisis of the Hundred Sources Empire was easily resolved. The Crown Prince brought Lin Fei to tour the imperial capital, and he was very enthusiastic along the way. In the end, Lin Fei accompanied the Crown Prince to meet the Emperor of the Hundred Sources Empire, a fifth heaven god emperor expert. They had a pleasant chat. That night, the emperor held a private banquet. Even the elders of the royal family came. The purpose of the banquet was to thank Lin Fei, the great hero of the empire. Lin Fei was able to deal with it easily. In order to thank Lin Fei for his contributions, the emperor took out a shocking gift. This made Chen Chufeng's eyes red with envy. He had never received such treatment before. In the end, it was Lin Fei's strength that had won them over. Commander Zack had lost an avatar, which was enough to prove his strength. This was something worth paying attention to no matter where it was. Lin Fei accepted the gift and made a small request. He wanted to visit the imperial family's library. The old emperor of the Hundred Sources Empire readily agreed. Such a powerful character naturally needed to be fawned upon. Yes, fawned upon. Although he was not an immortal expert, he could still stabilize his strength. Who could guarantee that he would not become an immortal expert in the future? The old emperor did not dare to guarantee that. Even an immortal expert could not guarantee that. There were too many accidents in this world. What if he broke through on that day? General Lin, this is our imperial family's library. There are all kinds of treasures here. General Lin can browse through them all. The Crown Prince acted as the guide. The old emperor wanted to fawn upon such an expert. As the Crown Prince, he also wanted to leave a good impression. At this immortal level, the secret technique was not that powerful. The key was to be able to maintain it for a long time. This is troublesome. Lin Fei flipped through all kinds of ancient books to understand the Heaven's Determination Stone. Lin Fei did not want everyone to know about it. The fewer people who knew, the better. As for flipping through, that was just Lin Fei's way of confusing people. The main force was still the little devil. There were tens of thousands of treasures, big and small. Lin Fei did not have the mood to flip through them one by one. Cultivation techniques and whatnot were like floating clouds at this moment. In order to deceive people, Lin Fei stayed in the library for half a month. Naturally, he had to put on a good show. In the eyes of the Crown Prince, he naturally became a cultured person. Master, there are some clues. This was good news. Have you confirmed its whereabouts? With so many treasures, Lin Fei believed that there must be some clues. He might not be able to find them, but the little devil could. There was no problem in peeling silk from a cocoon. I can roughly confirm it. The little devil said. The Heaven's Determination Stone once appeared in a secret territory in the White Tiger Weave, but only once. White Tiger Weave. Lin Fei frowned. Only once. Only once. The little devil said. If you know more, Master can go to the Wantian Empire's royal family's library to take a look. Remember the mobile website M. Chapter 3718. Myriad Sky Empire. Death Legion. The general received the news. Looks like I've underestimated that kid. The general said. I didn't expect the problem of the primordial the arch armor to be solved so quickly. Our empire is going to have another pseudo-immortal. A true immortal was still a pseudo-immortal. Even if it was a pseudo-immortal, it was not something anyone could achieve. Lin Fei was undoubtedly one of them. Zack even sacrificed a clone. How delightful. The general laughed. He was in a good mood. Those people are probably not in a good mood now, the aide added. Ha 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 ha. After the general laughed, he said, when General Lin returns, tell him to come to this old man's place. The aide replied. Understood. He started to feel envious of Lin Fei. He had been appreciated by the great general. Strength decided everything. Lin Fei did not stay in the 100 Origins domain for long. The mutant army had retreated and would not attack for a while. There was nothing left to do. After a warm celebration banquet, the Emperor of the 100 Origins Empire personally came to send Lin Fei off. I didn't expect us to return so soon. Chen Chufeng sighed. This is the fastest battle I've ever fought. Ha ha ha. Lin Fei laughed. Actually, I like to end battles quickly. I can only say that General Zack is not very courageous, but people like him are the most difficult to deal with. Chen Chufeng felt the same. The mutant army's general had always been very cunning. He would retreat immediately if something went wrong. Killing a general was as difficult as ascending to the heavens, unless one had overwhelming strength. It was easy to say but extremely difficult to do. The super warship was fast. It was even faster to return. When the super warship returned to the Myriad Sky Empire, it appeared in the Death Legion again. The entire army was in an uproar. The result of the battle in the 100 Origins domain had already spread. The soldiers of the Death Legion all knew that General Lin Fei of the 5th Legion had made a great contribution this time, stabilizing his position. Moreover, the 5th Legion had suffered very few casualties in this battle. It could even be said to be insignificant. That despicable guy, he made a great contribution just like that. The three generals stood together. Although there were smiles on their faces, there was no trace of happiness. When the news came, they did not believe it at first. But when the news was confirmed, it was a heavy blow to the three generals. That kid did a meritorious deed. Chen Chufeng had also performed a meritorious deed. What was going on? None of the generals of the Death Legion liked Lin Fei, who had appeared out of nowhere. Now, not only had he secured his position, but he also seemed to have gained the great general's attention. Even the general's trusted aides came to welcome him. This kind of honor was not given to just anyone. It was enough to prove one thing, and that was that the great general appreciated Lin Fei. I heard that kid's battle prowess is at the pseudo-immortal realm. General Yan Tianqing had a gleam of envy in his eyes. A pseudo-immortal. Even the generals didn't have the qualifications to become undying realm experts. This requirement was too strict. Harumph, so what if he's a false immortal realm expert? General Demon Sealing sneered. Without that emperor armor, he's nothing. No matter how one listened, his tone was full of jealousy. If we want to deal with that kid Lin Fei, I'm afraid we'll have to put in more effort. General Luo Lin said coldly. General Lin, General Chen, you guys did well this time. You've made the Death Legion famous. The great general's trusted aide personally came to welcome the two generals back. This kind of treatment was rare. Lin Fei and Chen Chufeng were surprised. It was the great general's trusted aide who came to welcome them. It should be known that the trusted aide represented the great general's intention. This sent a very strong signal. The great general was very satisfied with this matter. Master, among the three generals, two of them have a strong killing intent towards you. Little Devil suddenly said in his ear. One is Yan Tianqing, the other is Demon Sealing. Kill me. Lin Fei smiled, they're jealous. But this is good. At least I'll remember them. Yan Tianqing, Demon Sealing. The four generals were hostile towards him, so he knew it. There were actually two of them who had killing intent. Lin Fei himself was surprised. This Luo Lin can be reacquainted. Oh. Lin Fei and Chen Chufeng went to see the great general. The great general praised the two of them. He was very satisfied with the victory they had achieved. Apart from praising them, he also rewarded them. The 1st and 5th Legions were allowed to recruit 30,000 soldiers. From 100,000 soldiers to 130,000 soldiers. Don't look at how it was only 30,000 soldiers. With armor and weapons, their battle power increased. 30,000 soldiers were equivalent to a few 100,000 gods. Chen Chufeng was ecstatic. After going out once, he obtained the authority to increase the number of soldiers. 100,000 soldiers became 130,000. Chen Chufeng looked at Lin Fei gratefully. This was the benefit that Lin Fei brought. This caused his influence in the Death Legion to surpass the other three generals. General Lin, your golden defense is not bad. You can promote it in the Death Legion. The general laughed. Xenogeneics are famous for being strong, and that's because of their defense. With your defense, the Death Army's combat power will increase. You're a great hero. That's right. Lin Fei did not care much about the golden defense. He did not feel any heartache about handing it over. Even if the great general did not say, I would have handed it over. Lin Fei said, before, I did not dare to guarantee that the golden defense would be effective. But after the war with the mutants, the effect has appeared. As a member of the Wantian Empire, I naturally hope that the empire becomes stronger. I am willing to give up the golden defense. This kind of body training technique, as long as Lin Fei wanted it, The little devil could make it out any time. It was not inferior to the golden defense. The golden defense was not much different from cabbage. The great general was very satisfied. He was young and very loyal to the empire. Normal people would not be willing to give up such a technique. Lin Fei not bad. The news of the 1st and 5th legions increasing the number of soldiers spread. It caused quite a stir. The Death Legion had not increased their troops for a long time. For the generals, increasing the number of soldiers was a chance to increase their influence. In comparison, the 1st and 5th legions suppressed the 2nd, 3rd and 4th legions. No, if this continues we will be suppressed. Yin Tianqing was very unhappy. Why could the newcomer increase the number of soldiers? He had been a general here for so long, yet he did not have the qualifications to increase the number of soldiers. We must get rid of Lin Fei. If they increased the number of soldiers now, there would be no meaning for them to stay in the Death Legion anymore. Transfer away Lin Fei, or let Lin Fei lead the troops to fight against the mutants. After the 3 generals discussed, they came up with 2 solutions. This was the only chance. Chapter 37:19. The General is Missing. Page 1/1. After the battle in the 100 Origins domain, Lin Fei's position as General of the Army of Death was secured. As the defensive golden body tempering cultivation technique became widespread in the Death Legion, Lin Fei's prestige increased by a lot. Every soldier who cultivated the defensive golden body tempering cultivation technique talked about how good General Lin Fei was. This body tempering cultivation technique helped them survive more easily on the battlefield. At the same time, they were rewarded for their contributions. In a short 100 years, Lin Fei's influence was second only to the general. The golden body tempering technique's effects were fully displayed. When fighting against the mutant army, they could all return alive. Ever since General Lin Fei returned, he led the Army of Death to fight against the mutant army at the front lines. This fight lasted for 100 years. Apart from the beginning, when Lin Fei had killed a commander, he hadn't done anything else. There were no more opponents he could kill. The mutant army had seen how powerful Lin Fei was. After losing commanders in all sorts of assassination attempts, they didn't send any more. Instead, it became a battle between the Army of Death and the mutant army. One-on-one battles are boring. Let's fight in groups. At least we have an advantage. These were the thoughts of the mutant commanders. The Army of Death's combat strength kept increasing. In the beginning they were weak, but after a few decades they were able to suppress the mutant army. General, the mutant army doesn't dare come out. How satisfying. I didn't expect the mutant army to be suppressed by us. Inside the tent, the commanders were all exceptionally excited. In the past 100 years they defeated the mutant army. Every time they fought, they'd instilled great fear in the mutant army. The commanders were filled with fervor for General Lin Fei. Because of General Lin Fei, the 5th Army had become the mutant army's nightmare. Now it had become a crushing defeat. The mutant army paled at the mention of the 5th Army. Now, no matter how much they provoked the mutant army, they wouldn't come out. General Ling Tian had never imagined that the 5th Army would be this strong. As for himself, he could fight against a mutant commander all by himself without being at a disadvantage. You've done well. Lin Fei rarely made a move. After General Zack suffered at the hands of Lin Fei, news of Lin Fei spread like wildfire. A pseudo-immortal realm expert was worth being afraid of. Especially since this undying realm expert wasn't normal. If there are no accidents, we should be transferred back soon. Lin Fei's strength hadn't improved much in the past 100 years, but he had integrated everything he had learned. This was naturally the suggestion of the little fiend. Let's go back. The mutant army won't fight with us anymore. Commander Ling Tian smiled bitterly. Long Tianhao said, "Yeah, we'll have nothing to do if we go back. I used to think that xenogeneics were strong, but now it seems like they're just SOSO." These commanders were filled with a strong desire to fight. He could be described as a lunatic. Report. A soldier ran in. He was one of Long Tianhao's men. "General, something has happened to the Death Legion." Everyone was happy, but when they heard this, their expressions changed immediately. How is that possible? The person continued to report. Hearing this, everyone's expressions changed. They were filled with disbelief. Are you sure? Yes, everyone was silent. Everyone knew deep down that something big was about to happen. Lin Fei was quite surprised. Ever since he had fought against the mutant army here for 100 years, Lin Fei really didn't care about the Death Legion. He knew that the transfer back then was caused by someone behind the scenes. Lin Fei wasn't angry. He could use this opportunity to study his own strength. It wasn't bad to be idle for 100 years. Logically speaking, it's impossible. Lin Fei frowned. The general's strength is that of a true undying realm expert. How could something happen to him? The general was missing. It was said that he went to destroy an important stronghold of the mutant army. There was no news of what happened during this period. Anyway, the general was missing. None of the people who went with him came back alive. Without the general, it was a fatal blow to the Death Legion. General, no matter what, the general's disappearance is definitely not a good thing. Long Tianhao said. Yan Tianxing and the rest are getting restless. I'm afraid they will use this opportunity to deal with the general. Commander Mo Yuan also said. General, we have to do something. After all, in the past 100 years, our 5th Legion's influence has surpassed the other 4 legions. It can be said that we are at the peak of our power. They already have their own plans. These commanders had all risen to the top in a single step. They had a lot of influence in the Death Legion. Many commanders were secretly envious of them. Lin Fei smiled faintly. If they dare to cause trouble, they will regret it sooner or later. Tianhao, continue to arrange people to keep an eye on the Death Legion. With such a big incident, the Empire will definitely send people over. Let's just wait and see. The 5th Legion of the Death Legion had become the strongest legion in the Death Legion in the past 100 years. The mutant army would rather shrink their necks than come out to fight. This was the best proof. The news spread in the army of death. 3 months after the general's disappearance, Wantian Empire finally sent an expert, He Guyan. However, this He Guyan was not as strong as the general. He was a pseudo-immortal realm expert. Moreover, the empire rewarded him with an immortal treasure. His strength could not be underestimated. Once He Guyan arrived at the Death Legion, he immediately summoned the general and conveyed the empire's will. However, he did not summon Lin Fei, the general of the strongest legion. He Guyan. Lin Fei squinted his eyes. Seems like this new general has a problem with me. Long Tianhao said fiercely. Master, he is just a pseudo-immortal realm expert. If he dares to do anything, I don't mind fighting with him. These years, Long Tianhao's strength had increased a lot. His strength was infinitely close to the pseudo-immortal realm. There were no commanders in the mutant army who could be his opponent. Once they fought, they would basically be crushed. Have you found out who he is? Lin Fei asked. Seems like he is one of the Imperial Prince's men. Long Tianhao said. I heard that the Imperial Princes are fighting fiercely. Seems like they finally have an excuse to interfere with the Death Legion because of the general's disappearance. Who wouldn't be tempted by such a strong legion? A truly strong fighting strength. Princes, Lin Fei said. Their hands are quite long. They have made their move so quickly. He Guyan did not summon Master. I'm afraid he is thinking of some dirty tricks. Long Tianhao said. Should we do something to show He Guyan? Remember the mobile website M. Chapter 3720. The Death Legion. Ever since the great general had gone missing, the Death Legion had been in chaos for a short period of time, but it was quickly suppressed by the 4 generals. The 10,000 Heavens Empire had arranged for a pseudo-immortal expert to come down. He was the first to take charge of the Death Legion. When He Guyan arrived, he summoned the 4 generals, but he did not summon General Lin Fei. He announced that he did not want General Lin Fei to be affected. The front lines were important and could not be lost. No one had any doubts. However, to the 4 generals this was definitely a good thing. Great General, the strongest force in the Death Legion is the 5th Legion. Great General He Guyan summoned Yan Tianxing. Although our 4 legions are not weak, there is still a gap between us and them, Yan Tianxing said. Especially against the Xenomorph army, they were practically crushed. I heard that General Lin Fei discovered a weakness of the Xenomorph army, but General Lin Fei refused to admit it. Great General He Guyan was a middle-aged man with a white face and no beard. Compared to the Great General, this one was much weaker. If the Great General wants to control the 5th Legion, I think the best way is to let Lin Fei find the Great General. Yan Tianqing said softly. After all, he is a pseudo-immortal expert. The Great General can also send someone to enter the 5th Legion with the excuse of learning. As long as we take down Mo Yuan and the others, the 5th Legion will be easy. If we can add on the fact that General Lin Fei died at the hands of the Xenomorph army, then, He Guiyan glanced at Yan Tianqing indifferently. You are not bad. The 6th Prince is very satisfied with you. Yan Tianqing said. This is what I should do. He Guiyan was the 6th Prince's man, and so was Yan Tianqing. Then let's start with the 5th Legion. He Guiyan said. Lin Fei is quite capable. There are stories about Lin Fei in the imperial capital. Yan Tianqing said. Fortunately, the Great General is missing. If Lin Fei is allowed to continue, the Death Legion will fall into his hands in the future. General, something bad has happened. Great General Mo Yuan rushed in with an ugly expression. Lin Fei said indifferently. That new Great General is making a move. The Great General arranged for someone to come down. I think they don't have good intentions. Not long ago, Great General He Guiyan once again summoned the 4 generals to discuss a matter. That is to send someone to look for Great General He Guiyan. It is very likely that Great General He Guiyan will be sent out. Great General Mo Yuan said. This was also what the Grand Commander of the Devil Abyss was worried about. I thought it was some kind of trick, but it's nothing special. Lin Fei could see that they were planning to use the excuse of looking for the Great General to seize the command of the 5th Legion. After all, the Great General had the authority to do so. Even if it was temporary, it still held great power. Let them in. Lin Fei was the least afraid of this. For 100 years, the entire 5th Legion was under his control. Not to mention the other commanders, just Long Tianhao, the great commander of the Devil Abyss, and the others were completely loyal. General Lin, receive your orders. As soon as the person came in, he shouted at Lin Fei. As He Guiyan's representative, no one dared to underestimate him. Xiao Feng was one of Great General He Guiyan's trusted aides. This time, not only did he want to show off his strength to Lin Fei, but he also wanted to seize Lin Fei's command of the 5th Legion. Xiao Feng felt excited just thinking about it. One had to know that the 5th Legion was the strongest legion. With 130,000 soldiers, they could easily fight against 1 million mutants. As for the human army, there were at least 1 million of them. It was still a one-sided battle. Lin Fei sat there with his sword in his hand. Long Tianhao stood up. There's no need to read it. He stretched out his hand and grabbed. When Xiao Feng came, he thought that Lin Fei would definitely not dare to make a move and would obediently accept the Great General's orders. However, the current situation did not seem right. How dare you? Xiao Feng shouted. The subordinates that he brought were also waiting for the Great General. Long Tianhao charged forward and rammed into Xiao Feng, the trusted aide of Great General Xiao Feng, and sent him flying. He then picked up the military order and gently placed it in front of Lin Fei. Who do you think you are? You still dare to read a military order? More than half of Xiao Feng's body cracked. He could not help but be shocked. They were at the same level, so why was there such a huge difference? Are you trying to rebel? Xiao Feng was furious. How dare you disobey a military order? Do you know who I am? Seems like you haven't suffered before. Long Tianhao's temper had been getting worse over the years. In the entire 5th Legion, only Lin Fei could make him behave. Long Tianhao attacked again. His fist was like a mountain as it heavily struck. Xiao Feng's mind went blank. This was different from what he had imagined. Long Tianhao grabbed Xiao Feng's neck and smashed him into the ground. He continued to punch him. Who do you think you are? How dare you be so impudent in our 5th Legion? The subordinates that he brought did not dare to make a sound. They were all scared out of their wits. The 5th Legion's style was too fierce. Lin Fei did not open the order, but he knew what was written on it. The Death Legion would form a group of elites to check on the Grand General. Lin Fei, as a false immortal expert, had a great reputation and was admired by the Grand General. Shouldn't he go? As for who would lead the 5th Legion after he went, it would be the Grand General Mo Yuan. Xiao Feng was here to learn from the experience of the 5th Legion. Logically speaking, there was no problem at all. Look at how important our Grand General He Guyan is to the 5th Legion. The order was passed down. When the Grand General Imo saw it, he was so scared that he broke out in cold sweat. He immediately knelt in front of Lin Fei. General, this is He Guyan trying to sow discord. The Grand General Imo was about to curse, letting him take over the Grand General's position temporarily. He was going to kill him. After 100 years, the Grand General Imo had long given up on this idea. He had followed the Grand General obediently. There were many benefits and it was much better than before. The other Grand General Imo had left long ago. He was the only one who was doing better and better. Even his strength had increased greatly. Betraying Lin Fei? Even if the Grand General Imo had 100 guts, he would not dare to do so. He hated this Grand General He Guyan to death in his heart. The Grand General Imo quickly expressed his stance. Lin Fei laughed. Grand General Imo, you are the Grand General. When did you become so timid? Can't I see that you are trying to sow discord? The Grand General Imo lowered his head and secretly looked at the Grand General's expression. Seeing that the Grand General was not angry, he heaved a sigh of relief. General, I will not temporarily take over the Grand General's position. I am the Grand General's man, and I will be for the rest of my life. The Grand General Imo said solemnly. Ha 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 ha. Lin Fei laughed. Since he asked you to, you should just do it. I also want to find out what happened to the Grand General's disappearance. The Grand General Imo had made his move. Lin Fei definitely had to take this move. When I am not around, you take good care of the 5th Legion. Lin Fei said. By the way, the Xiaofeng and his people, don't they want to experience fighting against the mutants? Bring them to experience it. Remember, you must protect them well. Xiaofeng's head was knocked to the ground. When he heard this, his whole body trembled. It's over. Chapter 37:21. Heterogeneous Blood Pool. General Lin Fei is back. General Lin Fei is back. When Lin Fei appeared in the Death Army's camp, everyone knew about it. In the past 100 years, even if Lin Fei didn't return, no one dared to say anything bad about this general. Everyone knew that General Lin Fei's influence was only below the great general. All of this was due to the defense golden body. In the military merits were the most important. Without a doubt, the 5th Legion's combat power was the best among the 5 legions. Its combat power could fight against at least 2 legions. This combat power was publicly acknowledged. Once General Lin Fei returned to the Death Army, he was met with adoring gazes everywhere. You really came back. Chen Chufeng shook his head after knowing. He Guyan, this temporary great general, wasn't as magnanimous as the previous great general, especially when he had the support of a prince. If I were you, I definitely wouldn't come back. Chen Chufeng shook his head. Don't you know this is a mission with a slim chance of survival? How could it be easy to find the great general? If it wasn't done well, it would be a slim chance of survival. Even if it was a pseudo-undying expert. One had to know the great general was a true undying expert. Master General Lin Fei is back. Yin Tianxing smiled. I told you he will definitely come back. The first step was done. As long as Lin Fei left the 5th Legion, with the order brought by Xiaofeng and the promotion of General Imo, everything was within their calculations. This time Lin Fei didn't need to go back. He knows his place. He Guyan smiled. I thought he was going to disobey the order. In Thousand Sky Empire, disobeying a military order had severe consequences. He Guyan hoped that Lin Fei would disobey the order. Then, capturing Lin Fei would be justified and he could even kill him on the spot. Even if Lin Fei was a pseudo-undying expert. Master, we can start the second step now. Yin Tianxing was in a good mood. Unfortunately, he couldn't see this guy fall. This must be General Lin Fei, the hero of the Death Legion. As soon as Lin Fei entered, He Guyan became very friendly. His face was full of smiles as if he had not met a friend for many years. Great General, you must be joking. Lin Fei said. I'm not a meritorious person. I just did what I should do. It is precisely because of a talent like General Lin Fei that the empire can continue to grow stronger, He Guyan said with a smile. On behalf of the empire, I wish to thank you for your hard work, General Lin Fei. At this moment, Ancient black flame was full of confidence. If it wasn't for the dagger hidden in this guy's smile and his killing intent, Lin Fei might have really believed him. Not at all. Lin Fei said. When is the great general preparing to depart? I'm indebted to the old general for nurturing me. No matter what, I want to see the corpse if he's dead or alive. No matter how hard it is, I'm prepared to investigate. Little Devil whispered in Lin Fei's ear. Master, your acting skills are really not bad. General He Guyen is probably laughing in his heart. In fact, He Guyen really felt that he had taken Lin Fei seriously. He seemed to be easy to deal with. He Guyen didn't care what Lin Fei thought. As long as he came, there was no need to go back. The 5th Legion must be in his hands. In these 100 years, the influence of the Death Legion's 5th Legion was well known even in the Imperial City. One legion was equivalent to the entire Death Legion. Although it was somewhat boastful, it couldn't be denied that the 5th Legion was powerful. This caused the princes of the royal family to have ideas. Everyone wanted to recruit General Lin Fei, as it was equivalent to controlling the 5th Legion. But Lin Fei was like a stone in a latrine pit, politely rejecting all of them. In addition, the great general was transferred to the front line. After a long time, no one was willing to come over. General Lin, if the old general knew, he would definitely be very happy. He Guyen said hypocritically. This time I transferred experts here to find out what happened to the great general. It would be best if he's alive, but if something really happened to him, then I, as the temporary great general of our Death Legion, will definitely avenge the old general. Lin Fei was furious. Sir, please tell me, what exactly happened to the old general? He Guyen took a deep breath. His expression became solemn. The old general brought people to attack the blood pool. General Lin, actually you shouldn't have come. Chen Shufeng visited Lin Fei. After knowing where the old general went, Lin Fei hesitated for a while before agreeing to go to the scene to investigate. You shouldn't have come. Lin Fei shook his head. This is not good for you. Lin Fei and Chen Shufeng had become friends ever since they went to the 100 Origins domain. Many things in the Death Legion were actually passed on through Chen Shufeng. Because Chen Shufeng became friends with Lin Fei, he was unknowingly ostracized by Yin Tianqing and the others. Although it was not obvious, it still affected him. If I still cared about this, then I wouldn't have come. Chen Shufeng said. Ha ha ha. Chen Shufeng waved his hand, quickly setting up a formation. He even took out a treasure. This was a treasure that could distort space. In this space no one could investigate, at least not that He Guyen. The old general was actually schemed against. Chen Shufeng transmitted. The Empire. Lin Fei was not a rookie. He more or less knew some of the situation. Beside him, Long Tianhao and Great General Mo Yuan also knew a lot of news. Yes. Chen Shufeng said. It is said that the old emperor does not have much time left. He has been on the throne for too long. The crown prince and the princes can't wait any longer. There was a very interesting saying in the Wantian Empire. The eternal emperor, the crown prince. This was full of sarcasm. If the old emperor did not die, it would be difficult for the crown prince to ascend the throne. The situation doesn't seem right. Lin Fei said. The old emperor will also not have much time left. He is a super expert. That is unknown. Chen Shufeng said. The old emperor has not been in charge for a long time. This time the princes are eyeing the Death Legion, and the general is His Majesty's man, so this was considered top secret. Many thanks. Lin Fei finally understood that there was a great deal involved in this. The fight for the throne. The crown prince wanted to ascend the throne. The princes also wanted to ascend the throne. You have to be careful. Chen Shufeng reminded. He Guyen is the 6th prince's man. If they want to scheme against me, they need to have the ability to do so. Lin Fei smiled. The 5th army is not something they can take away so easily. Although Lin Fei did not really care about the 5th army, but it was impossible to let others take it away just like that. He Guyen wanted to investigate the old general. Not only did he go personally, he even brought a group of true experts with him. With their cooperation, they had the battle strength to fight against a pseudo-immortal realm expert. Other than that, there was also the participation of Lin Fei. Everyone knew that General Lin Fei was a pseudo-immortal realm expert. Remember the mobile website M. Chapter 3722. The old general had a high influence in the Death Corps. This time, He Guyan's actions had won the favor of the entire Death Corps. No matter what the result was, He Guyan had built up his reputation. It would be much easier to control the Death Corps in the future. The super warship departed. Wantian Empire's super warship wasn't just fast. Its attack power wasn't bad either. It could barely be considered half a pseudo-immortal. After the super warship entered the void, 10,000 li away from the Death Corps, an old man and a young man were standing on top of a mountain peak. The howling wind didn't affect them at all. "Aren't we going to stop them?" The one speaking was the old man. This was a white-haired old man who looked old and decrepit. "Why should we stop them?" The young man smiled. "The old general's death wasn't normal. Our goal is to get the Death Corps so that His Highness can speak with more confidence." The word His Highness undoubtedly represented that they were Wantian Empire's prince's men. I'm old," the old man said. "What we need to do is to act according to the situation," the young man said. "As long as nothing happens to Lin Fei, we don't need to do anything. It's also a good opportunity to see how strong this man is. After all, pseudo-immortal experts have different levels too." The super warship speed was extremely fast. After entering the void, it continued to jump. Even a pseudo-immortal expert couldn't keep up with this speed. The super warship had always been a powerful weapon in Wantian Empire's hands. With the super warship, they were always successful in conquering cities. "General Lin, the mutants' territory is in front of us. The mutants' blood pool is right ahead." 3 months later, the super warship was approaching the mutants' territory. There were traces of mutants ahead. "Let's just kill our way in," Lin Fei asked faintly. "Let's finish it quickly," He Guyan said with a determined look. "The mutants can't stop the super warship's attack. When they react, we can probably enter the mutants' blood pool." Lin Fei didn't say anything else. The mutants' blood pool was a special place. It was also an important place for mutants. Mutants hatched from the blood pool. Each blood pool was the most important place for mutants. It was heavily guarded. Mutant experts had gathered. Every time a blood pool was built, if the blood pool was not destroyed, the Xenogeneic army would control the area. The only fortunate thing was that it was very difficult to create a mutant blood pool. If it wasn't for the fact that the Xenogeneics had limited their ability to create blood pools, the Xenogeneics' power would have increased even faster. They would have multiplied like locusts and covered the sky. That would be a terrifying nightmare for any force. The super warship charged forward at full force. Suddenly, countless Xenogeneics were smashed to pieces. Before the Xenogeneics could even get close, the super battleship would crush them to death. It was a cruel sight. "Push forward, continue to push forward. No one could stop him. Hurry up and report the situation. The Myriad Sky Empire's super warship has appeared." When the mutant leader saw the super battleship, he immediately retreated and reported it to his superiors. Everyone had witnessed the might of a super warship. No matter how good a general or commander was, in front of a super warship, they would all be crushed. The territory controlled by the mutants was huge. There were traces of mutants everywhere. The super battleship charged forward, killing many Xenogeneics. "That's the mutant blood pool." Inside the super battleship, He Guyan pointed at a bloody mountain ahead. Even if it wasn't there yet, there seemed to be a terrifying power on top of the bloody mountain, piercing through heaven and earth, forming a horrifying might. "Master, congratulations. You might have found a huge treasure," Little Devil suddenly said. Lin Fei said, "A huge treasure? You're not joking, right?" "I'm not joking," Little Devil said. "The possibility is very high, around 90%. What Master needs to do now is to enter the mutant blood pool." "What kind of treasure is it?" Lin Fei was curious. "Master will know once he enters. It's the Myriad Sky Empire's super warship. Open the formation. Trap it." On the mutant side, they immediately discovered the super warship's traces. Near the bloody mountain, several figures rushed out. Myriad Sky Empire, they're quite daring. Not long ago they trapped an Undying Realm expert. And now they're here again. A bloody giant said coldly. As he spoke, blood-colored silhouettes condensed around the blood-colored giant. They were faintly discernible, giving off a terrifying and chilling feeling. This was the pseudo-undying realm expert overseeing the mutant blood pool, Bai Qi, a special mutant. The mutant blood pool's formation is open. He Guyan stared ahead. The super warship speed began to slow down. An invisible force began to restrain the super warship. However, they haven't activated their final form. Now is our chance, He Guyan said. Later, the super warship will activate its ultimate attack. In a short period of time, it will tear apart the formation's defense. At that time, you and I will kill our way in. If I'm not wrong, the old general should be suppressed in the blood pool. Then what do I need to do? Lin Fei said. You and I will each kill our way into the blood pool, He Guyan said. Whoever finds the old general's traces first will use the space door to leave the mutant blood pool. The super warship will have the coordinates and will rush over immediately. He Guyan took out 2 space doors. These were precious space treasures. To be able to take out 2 at once, other than Myriad Sky Empire who had this kind of background, normal people could only watch helplessly. The importance of the space door was self-evident. Okay, Lin Fei said. He Guyan said proudly, General Lin, you're our Death Corps idol. If you encounter any danger, just use the space door to leave. Don't be impulsive. So kind. Lin Fei really didn't believe He Guyan's Tao. Master, there's a problem with this space door. Lin Fei took the sealed space door and heard Little Devil's voice in his head. This space door was like a mini version, emitting the aura of space. On the surface, there was nothing wrong with the space door. But in front of Little Devil's system, the space door was scanned in an instant. Even the super warship could be cracked, let alone a mere space door treasure. What's the problem? Lin Fei put it away without batting an eyelid. There's a problem with the positioning of the space door, Little Devil said. Master will never guess where the positioning of this space door is. Could it be here? Lin Fei said. Master guessed right, the positioning is in the depths of the blood pool. Little Devil said. This He Guyan is really good at scheming against Master. The space door is a one-time consumable. Once Master uses it, it won't work a second time. In the end, it will be suppressed by a mutant powerhouse. Chapter 37-23. Bastard, what a bastard! Lin Fei knew that He Guyan would plot against him, but he didn't expect him to use such a method. It was really impossible to guard against. This He Guyan is likely to cooperate with the mutants. Otherwise, it's impossible to know the coordinates of the depths of the blood pool. Little Fiend continued to add. Lin Fei quickly understood. Is there a way to solve it? Master, changing the coordinates is not a problem at all. Little Fiend said. It's just a matter of convenience. Master can watch them act. Maybe there will be an unexpected discovery. For Master, this is also an opportunity to get rid of He Guyan. Don't make it sound so bad. What do you mean get rid of? Am I that kind of person? Little Fiend rolled his eyes. How could he not know his master's character? Let's split up, Lin Fei said without batting an eyelid. With this space gate, we can see just what's so special about this blood pool. The super warship will be waiting outside. Once we encounter danger, don't think too much and just leave. He Guyan said, activating a treasure which was a divine pagoda, and rushed out. Lin Fei charged out as well. There were many mutant experts, but they couldn't stop them at this time. He Guyan and Lin Fei quickly rushed in and rushed into the blood pool. Commander Bai Qi. After He Guyan rushed into the blood pool, he activated the space door. After a flash of light, He Guyan came to a bloody space. He Guyan, you came quite early. Aren't you afraid of being noticed by that Lin Fei? Commander Bai Qi, who was sitting high on the bloody throne, said loudly. Who does he think he is? He Guyan said. He doesn't know that he has been schemed against by me, and still foolishly rushed in. I want to congratulate Commander Bai Qi. You will have another powerful blood clone. Ha 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 ha. Commander Bai Qi laughed. It's a pleasure working with you. Commander Bai Qi said. Go back and tell the 6th prince that I am very satisfied with his gift. I will definitely pass on your words to His Highness. He Guyan said. I hope we will have a chance to cooperate next time. He Guyan took a step forward and another spatial door appeared, disappearing in front of Commander Bai Qi. The blood-colored energy in front of Bai Qi suddenly condensed, and a big blood-colored eye appeared. As soon as the blood-red eye appeared, it slowly opened and projected a world of blood. In the red world, there was a black armored figure. He kept killing xenogeneics and destroying them. Ancient Emperor armor. Bai Qi's eyes were filled with greed. This was a good thing. It was rumored that it was refined by an ancient super expert, and the number of them that had been passed down could be counted on one's fingers. Even Commander Bai Qi, a pseudo-immortal realm expert, was also tempted. He didn't hesitate to cooperate with the Sixth Prince just to capture Lin Fei and take the ancient Emperor armor from him, and that ancient secret technique to control the primordial Emperor armor. As long as I get the ancient Emperor armor with my own power, I might be able to become a true undying warrior. Commander Bai Qi looked at the moving Lin Fei. After digging such a big hole, we finally caught a big fish. These xenogeneics are nothing much. After rushing into the blood pool passage, the attacking xenogeneics couldn't stop Lin Fei's attack. Before they even got close, they were all turned into powder. Weak. Wait a minute, it seems like someone is spying on me. With the peerless Emperor armor on Lin Fei's body, all aspects had been greatly improved. He could faintly feel that there was a gaze watching him. This gaze was very obscure. If not for the Emperor armor, Lin Fei wouldn't be able to sense it at all. Master, you are indeed being spied on. Little Devil said. That person can borrow the special power in the blood pool to secretly observe Master. Lin Fei already knew that he was being spied on. The commander overseeing the blood pool. Commander Bai Qi. Interesting, I just came in and Commander Bai Qi already noticed me. Lin Fei secretly said. He Guyan has nothing to do with Commander Bai Qi. Then it must be fake. Master, you don't have to worry that Commander Bai Qi will make a move. He didn't make a move immediately. I guess he is waiting for Master to take the bait. Or there is a trap ahead. A trap? Haha, I like this. Lin Fei killed all the way in. The xenogeneics were defeated. During this period, there were no powerful xenogeneics that made a move. Lin Fei pretended not to know that it was different. After passing through another blood channel, the front suddenly opened up. At the same time, a blood world appeared. A huge blood pool the size of a lake appeared at the bottom of this mountain. Above the tumbling blood water, there were dense blood bubbles. In each blood bubble was a shadow. These shadows were the savage xenogeneics. No wonder the xenogeneic army multiplied so fast. Lin Fei glanced at these blood bubbles. Each blood bubble was a xenogeneic. At a glance, the dense blood bubbles made one's scalp tingle. That is. Lin Fei looked straight ahead. Among the large blood bubbles, a familiar figure appeared. It was actually the old general. At this time, the old general was protected by a treasure, resisting the invasion of the blood energy. However, the situation seemed to be very bad. The blood energy that was constantly invading was majestic. On the contrary, the old general had consumed a lot of energy. There was even a trace of fatigue between his brows. A war of attrition. Lin Fei instantly understood. Even if it was an immortal realm expert, in a situation where they couldn't be killed, once they were trapped and consumed, they would be defeated sooner or later. Master, this great general's situation is not good. Little Devil said. This blood energy is not only attacking, but also seems to be controlling and refining the opponent. I'm afraid it is a control method of the xenogeneics. Control. For an immortal expert, killing the opponent was a loss. If they could control it, it would be a great fighting force. The benefits of living were the most important. I came at the right time. Lin Fei raised the corner of his mouth and used the 10,000 origin pool to harvest. Hua hua hua. When the 10,000 origin pool harvested these blood bubbles, a shocking discovery made Lin Fei overjoyed. The xenogeneics in these blood bubbles can actually help me refine life crystals. Lin Fei was surprised. It was too surprising. Is this the surprise you were talking about? While refining the countless blood bubbles, Lin Fei even found that the condensed life crystals were even purer, reaching a ratio of 1 to 15. That's awesome. The more life crystals there were, the longer the life magnetic field could be activated. Collect all of them. The blood energy above the blood pool seemed to have discovered Lin Fei. In an instant, it turned into many blood giants that attacked. The explosive power was extremely strong, majestic and uncountable. There is actually vitality in the blood giants. Lin Fei was shocked again. Lin Fei was surprised by the little devil's reminder. This was really a treasure land.